What's up? We're starting our podcast. Whatever this is. I'm already a little deep in the mug here. Beer stein with ice. Eggnog. The good kind, you know. You know, the kind you get from a liquor store. Anyway. Yeah, so I want to do my game of the year. Um I already made like a tier list of found a tier list that has all the games of the year, right? And I already organized the games I've actually played. And if one more once over. I didn't play most of these games, so I can't. I'm not going. My personal game of the year. So, of course, yours is going to be different, and I'm not going to judge. We can still be friends. I will judge you, but only silently. And so, but so you can see here, these are the games that I played. I had put games that either weren't remakes, like actual remakes, or games that I've only played the original version of. So Persona 4, Golden, Metal Gear Solid, which really wasn't really there's just the first two. I think the first three games? Metal Gear 3, part of it? I forget. Ghost Trick, which I don't even know if that was a remake that came out, but you play the original version. Quake 2. I was gonna put Harvester in here, but I had to add that in manually, and for some reason it disappeared when I refreshed it, so I'm not even gonna bother. Um, but put that in a special category, 2023's game of not 2023. This isn't just gonna be a list or a tier. Some of these games are gonna have their own special category that they will win. So, and so I didn't actually include like actual remakes. That's gonna get its own category that I will make. One of them is gonna win that. Um, First I want to do, let's say, instead of having a hated column, I'm gonna call this 2023's game of the. That's it. Game of the game. These are games that are like insignificant. They're just it's a game. 2023's game. It does. It's not. It does. It's not like the best of. It's not the whatever. It's just the game of all. It is. It is certainly a game, and that's it. So, and so that includes Forspoken. That was a game. Um, I'm gonna include Starfield, even though I really liked it. This one, AEW Fight Forever. This was kind of meh. Um, Exoprimal. That was also. And then that's pretty much it. So, the reason I have these here, this was just very, very. Yeah, right? Played this. The only reason I even like considered this game, AEW's Fight Forever, because it had one thing that I liked, and that is the wrestler Orange Cassidy. Now, that name sounds familiar because it should. It is the wrestler that I did name Raven Cassidy after. I might show videos of why I like this wrestler. He's really funny. But I'll just move on past that. That is the only redeeming quality of the game, is that Orange Cassidy is in it. And it has his move set where he puts his hands in his pockets and then does all of his moves with his legs and only his legs because he's actually that nimble and shit. And he does what he calls sloth style, and it's just him doing like doing his moves like the laziest. But he's very athletic because like when he does only do certain moves with just his legs, it's pretty exciting. And then if you make a custom character, you can unlock his move set, the sloth style, so that any character you can create can at any time put their hands in their pockets and do Orange Cassidy's leg only moves. He's kind of like it's kind of like Balrog, but instead from Street Fighter, but instead of just using his fists, he just uses his feet. And so, like I said, so that's the game. Exoprimal is a games as a service shooter, and that's it. It's a game. It is insignificant in every way. I barely remember any bit about it except that they're on an alien planet, and it turns out there's evil alien or there's like hostile aliens, and you shoot them, and that's it. And it's like a games as a service because like it's always online, even though it's mostly single player, and I guess there'll be constant updates or some shit like that. I don't really know, but like everything about the game was so generic, and there was nothing really stand out about it. It had a quality to it. It was competently made, and as far as I know, it ran well, and it came out. I think this actually, you know what? This would be there would be a better category. 2020. What? 2023's Game Pass game of the year. Add a for them. There we go. And now we'll include Exoprimal, Starfield, and what did? Oh yeah, Motorsport. I think those were it. I can put City Skylines, but that's going to get its own category. But I'll put that there for now. I think that's it. Oh yeah, Hi-Fi Rush technically was that's also included, but and I think that's that, right? All these games came out on Game Pass and they were okay. I know I'm gonna get a lot of I might get some shit for Hi-Fi Rush. I know that was a very beloved game, but it is gonna get its own gonna get its own category. I have to give it some accolade. But I think the winner of this is gonna be Exoprimal. Because again, it really stands out as a Game Pass game that you're like, I'm glad I didn't have to pay for it. And I guess if I was really, really bored, I'll play it. I don't have anything else to do. I got some friends that are willing to do co-op that also have Game Pass and whatever. I'm gonna take away the disliked. It's just gonna be that's just gonna be the run over of games that would be in a category but not. So Exoprimal, I'm considering Exoprimal Raven Cassidy's 2023 Game Pass Game of the Year, and I'm glad I never had to pay for them. So congratulations to Exoprimal, you won. Hi-Fi Rush is going to get its own category because it's the only game of its category, and I will call that Wait, why does it keep doing that? Okay. 2023's best of a... Did I spell that right? I mean, obviously I didn't. Hi-Fi Rush is the most Scott Pilgrim game that came out in 2023. I don't know what it is. It just has that kind of energy of it. It didn't really click with me. And it comes off as very... I don't want to see anything negative because, again, there's something really wrong with the game. I didn't really get into it. I played some of it, and it just didn't really... I don't know. But it kind of has that... Hey, how you doing, Demon? Yeah, I got some things I'm chugging on. I got a Prime energy drink, strawberry watermelon. Almost finished with that. I got a bottle of Overbrook eggnog, made with Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, rum, brandy, and blended whiskey. Wow, they just put whatever the fuck they wanted in here. It's only 30 proof, though. And I think this is 750, like a 750 kilogram bottle. I filled up a beer stein with it. Already like a third. I don't think I'm gonna be drinking any more of this because I got plans tonight and I rocked for that. Although it's already be a little too, I don't know, whatever. Yep, almost halfway done. That one glass. Yep. Why not? I mean, it's the weekend. Kind of. Why not? So, we got the best Scott Pilgrim game of 2023. Congratulations to Hi-Fi Rush. Next, I want to, I have, actually, I'll just turn this one into 2023's 2024's game of the year. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. 2023's 2024 Game of the Year contender. Now, I'm calling this because there are two games that came out this year that I'm pretty sure are going to be way better next year. That would be Cities Skylines 2 and Payday 3. Both these games came out. They're both slightly buggy or really buggy, and they have barely any content. But both of these games' previous incarnations, whatever, both the previous games of each one came out with a shit ton of DLC that later may not made the game better, but gave it a lot more content and made the games beloved with their own fandoms. Payday 2 has a real niche group that are fucking hardcore about this game. And I imagine eventually Payday 3 is going to be that. But right now it's not. Because it has barely anything. It's got like 6 maps. And it's buggy as shit. And the matchmaking was fucked for like a week. So like, even if you're playing single player, you couldn't get into a game. City Skylines 2 is technically a better game than City Skylines 1. But it also barely has anything. And it's also kind of buggy. So I'm having a hard time deciding between the two. Now we got City Skylines. So City Skylines is kind of more my jam. So I'm leaning towards that. Payday 3 though, Payday games also kind of get into. However, it's really hard to get into Payday because by the time that these games, really get their momentum, right? where the fandom really gets into it. They're also way, way, way more advanced than they'll ever be. So joining a public game is near impossible because you'll never be on the level of the people that really, really are into the game. Hi, Mom. And so I think I'm gonna give it to City Skylines. I think eventually I'm gonna be more into City Skylines than I am gonna be into Payday 3. I don't know. Thankfully, both these games, also, they would have came out on Game Pass's Game of the Year, but 2033's Game Pass Game of the Year. But I also think one of these fit 2023's 2024 Game of the Year contender. And I think that's going to go to City Skylines 2. That fits that way better, right? My next category is what I would like to call 2023's shareware of the year. Now, if you don't know, shareware is an old term used for a demo, a really long demo that would come out. The original Doom came out. Wolfenstein 3D, I think also came out, where like the first episode of the game would be like free. And in fact, not only would it be free, but they would, or no, it wouldn't be free. Like sometimes you could pay money, like $5.
Digital_Dolly says, did you change the categories?
Some of them, yeah. Yeah, I'm giving the games their own categories. That's how I'm doing this. And then there's going to be a like legit Game of the Year. But I want to give accolades to some of the games that I played that I think deserve their own little title. And so that's why I have the next category, Shareware of the Year. And the only game that fits that is RoboCop Rogue City. Because that game comes with a long-ass demo. If you don't know, if you're on the fence of whether or not you want to play the RoboCop game, there is a demo you can download for free that gives you a good chunk of the game. It gives you the prologue level, where you're going through the TV station, right? So that's a really good linear first-person shooter, like straight-up first-person shooter level. It gives you a very good idea of how that's going to be. And then it drops you into the hub. Actually, it drops you into the police station, where you have at least a couple side quests. And then it drops you into Detroit, the main hub, where there's a couple side quests. I don't even know how long ago. I didn't even get to finish it, because it crashed on me. By the time I tried to get to the main plot. And I imagine there would have been one more main mission, and then that would end. And then even if it didn't go farther than that, that's still quite a lot of game. Like, it's like a few hours of game that they give you for free. So, like, this demo gives you probably the greatest example of whether or not you want to buy the game. Like, you can't, there's no way you can play the demo and be like, I still don't know if I want to play this game. Maybe you'd be like, well, maybe I'll wait for it to go on sale, or maybe I'll just not, you know what I mean? But it'd be really hard to be like, man, I still don't know. Like, no, you played a good chunk of the game. You should know after playing the demo. I like to call the shareware of RoboCop Rogue City. Yeah, we're just blowing through these already.
Digital_Dolly says, what's the blue category for?
Oh, that's just a holdover. Because I had these two. Yeah, the ones, the empty ones are just, I put the games that I've actually, because this includes every game that's in, that came out in 2023. Of course, I didn't play nearly all of these. So first I made just this blank category that has all the games that I did play. And then these are games that were in a category but didn't win. And so I, because I had this and this in the 2023's Game Pass Game of the Year. But I gave it to Exoprimal because it's the most Game Pass game. It's not the best game for Game Pass. It's just the most Game Pass. It's the game that fits on Game Pass the most, because if it wasn't on Game Pass, virtually no one would play it. Forza Motorsport has their audience. Starfield, while a lot of people complained about it, still was a very decent game. But Exoprimal is the most game of Game Pass because it is insignificant in every way. It's the most mediocre game that came out on Game Pass, and so that's why it won 2023's Game Pass Game of the Year. Never had to pay for them. Hi-Fi, just to give a quick rundown, Hi-Fi Rush is the 2023's best adaptation of Scott Pilgrim. It might not be specifically Scott Pilgrim, but is the most Scott Pilgrim game of 2023. Pronouns. What pronouns? I don't say any pronouns. Oh, of Starfield, right. Yes, Starfield. Starfield gets its own category, and that's pronouns. That wins anything. It is the most... pronouns, aka 2023's game that pissed off the most baby men. Yes, Starfield definitely wins that. If you don't remember, there was a YouTuber by the name of Heel versus Babyface. Or maybe it's Babyface versus Heel, whatever, I don't care. And there's that infamous video of that fat British guy yelling about pronouns. And not only is it funny on its own, you know, because it's an adult male yelling about pronouns in a video game. But even if you agreed with him about pronouns, the concept of pronouns is so insignificant in Starfield, it is a stupid reason to get any bit mad at. Except for maybe the purely political reason of it, that they included the concept of pronouns in the game. But even then, that's stupid because you're creating a custom character. So of course you'd also want to be able to choose what pronouns your custom character has. And any rational person should realize that the more customization options for a custom character, the better. And the pronoun thing, by itself, takes up so little of the game. I would imagine that it would affect how the character, the NPCs refer to you. Except the NPCs already refer to you by a nickname. Like one of them calls you Rookie, one of them calls you Comrade, one of them calls you Captain. Like they all have their nickname for you. And so that are gender neutral. So there's like no point. Like the pronoun option in the character creator is almost useless. And it's a button. It's the Y button on the Xbox controller to change it from he to she to they. And that's it. That's the only time you have to dedicate any mental bandwidth towards the concept of pronouns in this game. So even if you are angry baby mad, like Heel versus Babyface, it should only make you mad for less than...
_Dolly says BG3 had more trans accessibility cause you could customize pronouns, voice and genitals, but nobody complained about BG3.
I think the reason why that is because I think people expected that game to be pronoun-y. But I think this guy, when he saw Starfield and he saw pronouns in Starfield, he probably considered that an attack. He considered that an invasion of his kind of game. His game. Cis white male game. They put pronouns in them. Ooh! But he probably didn't consider that with Baldur's Gate 3 because maybe the people already, well, he probably didn't play Baldur's Gate 3. But I think most people probably just assumed that that kind of stuff would already be in it. And also, people barely... It basically kind of has the same options in the Baldur's Gate 3 as fucking Cyberpunk. Actually, Cyberpunk had slightly more options when it came to, like, gender. Because not only could you choose the genitals, but for one of the options, you can choose the size of the genitals. You have 2 dick sizes. So it gave you more customization options, and no one complained about that. That's how you do it. I think that's the real reason why he was mad. You only were able to choose your pronouns, but you didn't choose your genitals. I think that's the reason why. That's the true reason why he was mad. Probably. Is because it only gave you so many options. Pronouns, but no genitals. That's the true pronouns were the genitals we chose along the way. You know what I mean? Next up. Actually, I'm going to include GoldenEye 2023's Game of Not 2023. Because that wasn't really a remake. So for the audio, only whatever. That is... I'm just going to say Persona 4 Golden. I didn't play Persona 3 Portable. The Metal Gear Solid Collection, Ghost Trick, Quake 2, and GoldenEye. GoldenEye came out, and I think they didn't even include the enhanced mode, which had, like, updated textures, which was in the leaked 360 version. The 360 version came out, it was leaked, and you could play it on an emulator, and basically play modern GoldenEye, with modern controls and all that. And you had and kind of like the Halo remake, like the Anniversary Edition or the Master Chief Collection. You can swap between like old and new textures. But I think the official release of GoldenEye did not have that. It only had the original. Or it only had one of them.
Digital_Dolly says BG3 has a larger audience, so if you complain about that, you're gonna get shit on by the rest of society. Starfield didn't have that kind of support cause people think Bethesda is mid.
Good point. Yeah, you're probably... Yeah. Although there are a lot of... Quite a... But I think before BG3 came out, I don't think a lot of people thought it was going to have the impact that it did. I think only the people that were following it closely did, because that game had been out in early access for like 3 years, right? But then once it came out, that's when everyone was like, oh shit, this game... That's when, like, the mainstream audience, a good chunk of them were like, whoa, this is bigger than we thought. I mean, even the developers were like, we don't know what the reception is going to be. We put everything we had into it. We wanted it to make this the best game ever. But we didn't think it was going to have the reception that it did. Because a lot of people, because some people, people just thought, like, well, it's this tactical RPG, and it's very involved and D&D-ish, and so, like, people just thought, like, a lot of people were like, yeah, it's going to be, of its time, because, like, the first Baldur's Gate games, 1 and 2, were very revered, but they're also of a niche, although they came out in, like, the 90s, so they were, like, kind of obscure. I wouldn't call them cult classics. I think it's bigger than that. I think that would be an insult. Actually, Ludicrous edition of the Rise of the Triad Ludicrous edition, I think also should go into 2023's game of not 2023, because I don't think this was also a remake. I think it was just a remaster. It definitely wasn't. I don't even think it was a remaster. I think it was just the game put out. And I mean, if that's the case, where it's like I'm basing these games based on the original game and my enjoyment of them, I gotta give it to Metal Gear Solid. It's a toss up between Metal Gear Solid Collection and the Persona games. But Metal Gear Solid has both 1, 2, and maybe 3. And Metal Gear Solid 1 is probably my favorite game of its era. Of the PlayStation 1 era. And so, while Persona 4 may be the best game of the PlayStation 2 era, but not quite, so I gotta give 2023's game of not 2023 to Metal Gear Solid Collection. And the Metal Gear Solid Collection isn't even new. It's just what they put when they put it out on Steam and like current consoles, but it already came out on like the PS3 and the 360 like a couple years after these games came out. The Metal Gear Solid Collection. The only new thing is that they might come out with a Metal Gear Solid 2 collection, or Collection 2, that might have Metal Gear Solid 4 in it. And that would be the first time that Metal Gear Solid 4 would come out on a system other than the PlayStation 3. You can't even play Metal Gear Solid 4 on a PS4 or PS5. They, for some weird reason, they never ported it or remade it or remastered it for later systems. You can only play Metal Gear Solid 4 on a PlayStation 3. So a lot of people are like, we can't wait for that second collection to come out.
Digital_Dolly says Terry's a true crime case centered around the 007 games, but I won't ruin your podcast with it.
I would like to get around to that after I finish this, because one, I'm going to need something to talk about, because I don't know how much longer this joke of award show that I'm doing is going to last. I think I already blew through like half the categories I'm going to do. But I would love to hear about that true crime podcast, that true crime case, which I didn't even know existed. That's a first. That's a thing. Let me see now. So Metal Gear Solid, that's going to get 2023's game of not 2023. So these games that I'm moving down to this category are games that lost that category. I'm going to put that there, right? Because they might win another category. I'm not going to leave it in there. I didn't choose 2023's game. It's just 2023's game of game. Oh no, maybe because I changed that to the Game Pass game. So that's why. Okay. Okay. Wait, I didn't do the thing that Oh no, I did. Okay, okay. Wow, I already forgot. I already did 2023's 2024 game of the year contender, because I was like, I saw Payday 3 and I'm like, wait, I didn't do that yet? Oh no, right, cuz it already lost to City Skylines 2 for 2023's 2024 game of the year contender. Meaning the game that could be good next year. I mean, it probably wouldn't actually be a game of the year contender because it came out this year and not next year. So it's not going to be in any lists. But unless there is specifically a category for a game that came out last year but is better today. But it's not going to be actually the game of the year for 2024. But it is going to be it could very well be 2024's 2023's game of the year. If that makes sense. I think my next category. Well, actually, first before I call it anything, I'm gonna put in. Right? Spoken, yeah, that's it. Create a new category. It's only going to be called. It's only contains Forspoken. And the name of this category that Forspoken has won in, is called No. That's it. Forspoken has won No. It's just that's it. No. Congratulations to Forspoken for winning No. That's the name of the category. N-O. And the winner is Forspoken. That game was trash. Badly written, and I fucking hate it. And the girl decides to send her last message to her cat instead of the judge that was taking care of her cat. You remember? That girl from New York, she gets isekai'd into Final Fantasy land. I accidentally set off my echo. Echo, shut up! Just started babbling about something. Yeah, so that was that. Oh, congrats to for technically won something. Now, I'm going to skip right now. I'm going to skip to, like, just the game of the year, right? And that's going to go to the category. The nominees are Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, and that's it. So those are the two games that I have the most trouble. Like, they're both like, I honestly don't know which one is my favorite. They're both my favorite. I'm going to suss out internally and verbally, out loud, which one I think is my favorite. I don't know. And one of the ways that I determine this is by asking myself, if I had to go to a desert island, right? If I crash landed on a desert island and I was only allowed to play one game for the rest of the time I'm on that desert island, which one of these two would I play? Which one of any of these games I would play? Any game that came out in 2023. The only two I can think of is Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, right? So, which one would I choose? The answer is I don't know yet. So, I don't want to just distill it to, like, a dumb gimmick answer. Like, I was going to say, well, in Zelda, you can build a robot. But in Baldur's Gate 3, you can fuck a mind flayer. But that's... I want to take this a little more seriously. And... Zelda really did... I haven't... Now, Zelda was the game I played first. Tears of the Kingdom. And I did really have my time with it.
Digital_Dolly says basically, some guy was playing a 007 game.
Oh, God!
Baby started crying and he didn't want to care for her. so he just folded his newborn daughter in half, until her spine snapped, and then he went back to playing 007 and told his wife the baby is sleeping, don't disturb her, and the wife just said okay and only found the corpse 6 hours later.
I probably should have waited until after. But wow. Wait, was this when it originally came out? Like in the late 90s? Or was this recent? Cuz wow, I never heard of that. And that's also a pretty wow. You know, whenever you hear about like a very heinous crime like that, like a child being killed, somebody around me always goes, like my mom always goes, like, how could somebody even think of doing something like that? Like, who looks at a little child and goes like, oh, I would want to kill that? And I'm like, well, I wouldn't either, but I imagine a crazy person, right? Like, I can kind of see the circumstances where a person that is disturbed enough to do something that heinous. I can't imagine the actual circumstances that would make them want to do that. And I certainly don't see myself ever doing anything like that. But it doesn't confound me nearly as much as it does some certain people. However, that being said, why did you choose that method of murder? That confounds me. That's a very specific thing to do to somebody. Usually when somebody kills a child or whatever, I think usually they just, usually like smother them.
Digital_Dolly says late 90s, early 2000s, yeah, plus, the parents were both GOTY users.
Ah, that makes sense. That confounds me a little less. And I guess when you're really fucking high on coke, you just go all Hotline Miami on whoever pisses you off. I guess I don't know. Like you just, I guess, like, you know, like there's that part of me that like when you hear of somebody doing something like that crazy, you're like, man, what? I really have to really need to figure out why would someone do something like that? And I'm trying to think, like, I guess if I was just that fucking angry, and it's like I'm not even thinking, I just do something visceral, like, I don't know, I just grab it and then I just move my hands in a certain direction, and then oops, my baby's now a folder. Uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, like that's what helped me cope with that kind of thing, because there's something a little off-putting when I overhear somebody go on and on about how they can't understand why someone would do such a thing, because it's like, yeah, but it happens. We should figure out why it happens, because then it would less likely happen. You know what I mean? Like, that's why police and detectives study criminal behavior. And I'm not saying that everyone should do this, but I'm thinking, like, you know, people should get a little more perspective so that they're not so. I just think that it makes you a little more aware of things, and it makes you just a little, like, if you're to be intellectually curious, even of morbid things. And I also think that maybe people just say that so to make sure that they don't come off as psychopathic. Wait, is that the word? As a sociopath or a psychopath? They have to say that I can't even comprehend why someone would do that. I'm like, well, I can't really either, but I imagine there is a situation where that would happen. Somebody would do that because it has happened, because somebody has done that. And them being on cocaine, okay, that tracks. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. What was I talking about? Oh, right, video games. Yeah, Yeah, Zelda and Baldur's Gate. Because the thing is that I can see myself. Is this also going to be uploaded anywhere? I don't know anymore. Or this is already kind of a bad idea.
Digital_Dolly says imagine being like that in 2023 and being in a VC and being like be right back, boys, baby is crying, gotta fold her, real quick, 1 second.
Broke, don't shake the baby. Woke, don't fold the baby. Oh, God. Now it's all about escalation. First it was shaken baby syndrome. Now it's folded baby syndrome. Like it's like stop folding your babies. Oh God. My Lord. Good Lord. I don't I don't even know if I want to go through this tier maker shit anymore. It's one or the other. It's Baldur's Gate 3 or it's Zelda. Maybe I'll flip a coin. That's my game of the year. You know what? If RuPaul can do it for All Stars, then fuck it. They both win game of the year. You know what? Fuck it. And if I had to choose one on a desert island, I'm flipping a coin. Because it really is going to depend on the mood, right? If I want to like zone out and shit, like I would choose Zelda. But if I want to be a little more methodical, I want to be a little more, what's the word? Actually, you know what it is? Now, this isn't going to make it my decision, but if I was stuck on a desert island, I probably want to choose Baldur's Gate because being a little more intellectually, what's the word? Stimulated will help you keep sane for longer. And so, because there's that episode of Mythbusters where the two of them are on an island.
Digital_Dolly says put Zelda in the DSP category.
Yeah, but so does Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate could also go in the DSP category. They both have their... I mean, okay, it definitely wins... Okay, Zelda definitely wins the DSP category because that got the most attention, are those fucking TikToks. But if Baldur's Gate had their own TikTok, like, group, it would also be... But the thing is that it's not as clippable, right? Because what makes DSP's Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough awful is the fact that he'll take like 40 minutes on a fight that's supposed to be no longer than 10, all the while asking his audience like what to do every step of the way. Like that's what makes it his playthrough of BG3 bad, is just that he's just constantly asking people. So, yep. But yeah, Zelda wins that. That is best DSP. I'm going to call it that this is how you don't play. Yeah. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom wins the best DSP. This is how you don't play of 2023. Because that was the first one that really set them off. It was the one that made that had people make those comparison videos where they had Amelia Watson, was it? No, Ame Watson, Amelie Watson. Oh God, I forgot his name. Amelia, whatever. That had that comparison video where it's her solving a puzzle and then it's next to DSP solving a puzzle. Oh my God. Dude, I can go on all day of his not interactions. He never interacted with a VTuber. Amelia, yeah. He never interacted with a VTuber, but he has commented on them and then usually had other VTubers comment on him, like when they found out that he, like when Natasha Neanders That was funny. So like when DSP was playing Like a Dragon Inshin, there was all those like guest characters, and one of them was Neanners, and like he's all like, "What's an anime girl doing in? What's an anime girl doing here?" And it's like, well, first of all, it's not that far off because the other guest characters were streamers and a wrestler. Like there was Kenny Omega, and then there was Co Carnage. There's a couple other, I think, streamers or some sort of online personality, and Neanners. Of course, Neanners was the only one that was shown with an anime avatar and not like a real whatever. Right? The other characters were shown with their real image. So he's like, "Who's this anime girl? What's this anime cat girl doing here? This anime cat girl? What's she doing here?" I'm trying to do his voice. I can't. Is cat girl doing this anime cat girl? And somebody, I guess, messaged him. He's like, "Yeah, apparently she's her name is Neanners, a V Shosho, and she's a VTuber. I don't get it. I'm white and I'm American, so I don't get it." And then Neanners, there's a clip of Neanners watching that clip, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna say that whenever anything confuses me. I'm white and American. I can't figure out this Rubik's Cube." Holy shit. But the Zelda, oh my god, I can go on for days about the Zelda playthrough. Oh my god. It was so good. The thing that put him on the map, that put DSP on the map, was he got hit by lightning. Now, if you don't know, if you're out in the middle of a rainstorm, when it's thundering, and if you have anything metal on, you will actually start sparking for like a good 5 seconds to warn you that you're about to be hit by lightning. Right? And all you have to do is just unequip the metal accessories, whether it's a weapon or an armor. That's it. You just have to unequip it. You don't even have to drop it. You just have to switch it to something that's not metal. It's a little annoying because that's all you have to do, and then you gotta wait for it to stop thundering or stop the lightning to stop. So ultimately, it just makes a little, This is the info about the... okay, I'll get to that after I... This is the info about the 007 case. Excuse me. Ooh, there we go. Ugh, excuse me. Yep, alright. Burpee. Almost done with that glass. The tall ass beer stein. That would almost be half this bottle that I just consumed. I also got my my spell slots of Fireball, although I don't think I'm going to be drinking any of them. I got little tiny potion bottles of Fireball. It's about enough liquid as it would fill a shot glass. So it would be the equivalent of a shot.
Digital_Dolly says audible slurping.
Exactly. I did that intentionally. I don't know if that disgusts you. What's that phobia called? Like apparently there's a couple games actually have that option where like if there is sounds of somebody chewing or crunching on something, you can turn it off. Like Ixion had that. And it was the only option like that. Like there wasn't any other like I don't like this mode. I don't like this. Make it go away. It was just that one thing because there is a clip of a guy, like one of the guys that first contacts you is like, "Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me. Yeah, I'm the engineer here. Yeah, just let you know that you get on the Ixion, you get on the Tycoon and get to the Ixion in space and try not to blow up the moon. You know." And like, if that bothers you, you can turn that off. It takes out the crunching sounds. I forgot that was a thing until you pointed out the audible slurping. Wait, did Ixion come out this year? Was that last year? Oh, it came out last year. Okay. I was like, why isn't it in this thing? But it technically came out last year. Although, it came out in December, which meant that if I had done this in December, it probably wouldn't have shown up. So, technically, but at the same time, I don't know.
Digital_Dolly says take a shot, right now.
Ugh. Here's the thing, I was afraid of... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm having dinner with my family later, but thankfully I don't have to drive there. My parents are going to pick me up, right? Because the place is local. So they're going to pick me up and then take me to this Peruvian restaurant because my uncle loves it. But I'll just do one. I'll just do one shot. This fireball. I guess I just chug it out of the thing. There's something about Fireball. I don't know what it is. And it's only Fireball. That I can just drink this like it's... like if it was a beer. You know what I mean? Like it was just like a regular... like it's not a hard alcohol that you just have to knock back. Because this is still 33% alcohol, right? But something about the cinnamon doesn't quite counteract the alcohol, but it makes it more tolerable. A weird way. And my theory is, I don't know if I already talked about this, but my theory is that you really can only experience one kind of pain in a part of your body. So that's why if you have, say, like a burn on your arm, one of the ways you can distract yourself from the pain is to slap it. And so you'll have something that might hurt the same, but it's a different kind of pain. And then because you're slapping, right, you're hitting more surface area of your skin and therefore stimulating more nerve ends. And so you are basically making more, you're stimulating more nerve endings than the burn would. And so that distracts from the burn. When I used to get headaches as a kid, my parents used to tell me to put my to take one hand, right, and then extend my index finger and my thumb, right, make an L shape, and then take...
Digital_Dolly says I'm a vodka, knockback girly, so I have no idea what you're on about, gay boy, but okay.
Alright, anyway. So, make an L shape with one hand, right, with your index finger and your thumb. And then you take your thumb and index finger on your other hand, and then, like, kind of pinch the space between, where the thumb and finger meet, on your other hand, and pinch it really, really hard. And they would tell you, like, oh, that would take your headache away. And it never really quite worked. But I think the idea is that, like, oh, this pain would distract you from whatever. Like I said, first of all, I'm telling you that I don't... what I'm telling you is that I don't have to knock this back. I don't have to knock back Fireball. I do have to knock back other kind of liquors. I'm not saying that I'm this tough boy, not gay boy, not girly drink boy. So I'm roughly the same with any other kind of liquor, right? Where I have to knock back the shot. But there's something about, because the Fireball comes in just like this little plastic bottle, right? Like you would get like a travel size fucking bottle of mouthwash or whatever. Like convenience stores would sell this, and liquor stores would sell like these little bottles. And I got 4 of these for $5, and I'm like, that's That's $1.50 a shot. That's like, or not even, like $1.25 a shot. That's actually pretty cheap for whiskey. This is roughly the equivalent of a shot, right? Because it's 5 divided by 4. Yeah, so it's $1.25. That's actually pretty cheap. Normally, if you got that at a bar, you'd probably be paying like $5, even $10, depending on the bar you're at, for a shot. I imagine if you got a whole bottle, it would probably be even cheaper. Like, I'm trying to think, like, usually, bottles of whiskey, what do they usually cost? Like $20? If you're getting the fucking... Jack Daniels made this? I don't know who...
Digital_Dolly says that's a normal price for a beer here.
Yeah, I know. You have fantasy prices. Like, depending on... I mean, at a grocery store, a tall boy can of Bud Light was $4. Right? And that's at a store. At a bar, I imagine it'd be, like, twice that. Like, that same amount of beer. And if you're at, like, a strip club, it's even more so. Like, it's $10 for a bottle of Bud Light. But, again, that's a strip club. They always fucking overcharge the shit out of their liquor, which is why when I go to one, I almost only get fucking Bud Light. I'm dumping the rest of this. Clean that up. Let's see how that tastes. I knocked back most of this fucking airport mini bottle of Fireball whiskey. Mixing and then taking the rest of it, mixing it into my eggnog. Seeing how that tastes. Barely tastes any different. Whatever. I probably shouldn't be drinking. So the count at this point, that's half a bottle of eggnog. This eggnog. And one of these shots of Fireball. I feel kind of buzzed. I haven't drank in a while, so I'm not really gauge on... Yeah, I would say buzzed. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the word. Yeah, I think I think that's gonna do with this stupid list thing. I don't there's nothing more I can extrapolate from this. Baldur's Gate wins my Game of the Year. There we go. Congratulations to Baldur's Gate. It wins my Game of the Year. A higher accolade than the Game Awards, because the Game Awards was made by Game Awards was voted on by game journalists. We all know how much we hate game journalists. Their opinions don't count because they're the scum of the earth, because they don't know anything about anything. So my opinion counts more because I'm a true gamer. Yes, we can watch the video.
Let's say you're a parent of a 9-month-old baby girl. You're relaxing on the couch, enjoying your favorite video game, when all of a sudden, she starts to cry. Your significant other is busy tending to chores, so you'd pause your game and comfort your crying baby, right? In today's story, a 37-year-old father did pause his game. But what happened next was...
I thought he had a hairball in his mouth. That didn't look like a beard. That just looked like something he was trying to swallow, like a wool sock that he poorly knitted.
Last thing any loving parent would dream of doing to their daughter.
That
is the story.
That's how I'm dunking on this guy that killed his baby. He has a weird beard.
Story of Brianna Cole.
Very appropriate that this YouTube channel's name is The Misery Machine.
This week's episode has been brought to you by Private Internet Access, the world's most transparent VPN provider with over 30 million downloads and a proven no-logs policy. Private Internet Access hides your IP address and encrypts your internet connection.
It's the most trans internet thing because it transfers your IP address. It changes the gender of your IP address from one to another.
It shields your digital life from prying eyes. In fact, they have 50 servers in all 50 US.
Private internet.
They cover over.
Yeah. Private internet, something says trans rights.
Oklahoma junkyard, where most. Benjamin Cole didn't grow up in a traditional home. Instead, he grew up in an Oklahoma junkyard, where most days he was surrounded by rampant drug and alcohol use. In fact, Benjamin's mother used drugs and alcohol while pregnant with him. At an early age, Benjamin began drinking to cope with years of verbal and physical mistreatment by those around him. He was even essayed during this time. Around the age of 10 years old, Benjamin took to huffing gasoline in order to get high.
He managed to stay in high school and get his high school diploma, but by
He said essayed. I'm like, wait, they took an essay on him? Oh, essay. Gotcha.
the age of 18, he began to display all of the markers of a person that was beginning to struggle with severe mental illness. Despite not being able to make or keep any friends, Benjamin still managed to get married and had a young son, Benjamin Jr. In 1984, while living in California, his wife accused him of causing harm to their 6-month-old little boy. Now, what kind of harm, you might ask? Benjamin Jr. suffered a cigarette burn to the eye, bruises on his arm, head, torso, and groin, as well as a broken ankle.
I almost did a spit take.
Subsequently, Benjamin was arrested and convicted of aggravated harm to a minor, and he spent 2 years in prison.
Benjamin became isolated.
2 years?
Drawn. He was often depressed and he did not keep many friends. He struggled with long periods of unemployment. And he was discharged from the United States.
That gives you 2 years? $5.89 for a Heineken. 6-pack. Whoa. So that's less than $1. Jesus. Anyway, back to baby killing.
States Air Force in 1987, a year after joining, after he displayed impulse control problems and substance use issues. After this, Benjamin's first marriage dissolved. Later, so did his second. But he never gave up on looking for love. In 1998, while he was living in a tent under a bridge in Claremore, Oklahoma, Benjamin met a woman named Susan Young, and the two would later have a daughter, Brianna Victoria Cole. By the time Brianna was born, Benjamin couldn't hold down a job and was drinking heavily.
The guy looks like Moist Critical fucked Charles Manson.
Moved into a small home on Cherokee Nation tribal land, as Susan was a registered member. It should be noted that their house, located at 320 South Moore Avenue, was located 400 feet away from the Claremore Indian Hospital. Remember this detail because it will become important.
On December 20th, 2002, Benjamin was busy playing Nintendo games. It's been noted by multiple sources that the game in question was part of the 007 franchise, but it's unclear which installment it was. Now,
see, I was gonna say, you're a fucking liar, because it said interrupting GameCube. GoldenEye never came out on the GameCube, but it was a 007 game. So technically, you're right.
Now, James Bond 007 Nightfire was released the same year on GameCube, so it's possible that was the game in question.
It's very important we figure out what game he played when he folded his baby in half.
Engrossed in his game, when all of a sudden, Brianna, now 9 months old, began to cry. Her mother had just put her down for a nap before going outside to hang wet laundry on the clothesline. Annoyed and feeling interrupted by Brianna's crying and fussing, Benjamin grabbed his infant daughter by the ankles while she was on her stomach. Now, what Benjamin told police was that he was trying to flip Brianna over onto her back in an attempt to make her stop crying. What he actually did was forcefully push the heels of her feet towards her head, bending her completely in half backwards before he flipped her on her back. He then went back to his video game and left his daughter to die in agony in her crib. Brianna's spine was broken, her aorta torn completely in half. She ultimately bled to death.
I'm not chicken,
Benjamin
you're
kept
a
playing his
turkey.
game like nothing had ever happened.
When confronted by his wife, Susan, Benjamin denied that there was anything wrong with Brianna. Believing him, Susan gave her daughter some time, but quickly found that Brianna was turning blue. Finally, Benjamin told Susan to contact emergency services, and he attempted CPR. However, he said nothing to the first responders about what had happened.
Brianna was eventually taken to a hospital, but unfortunately, she could not be revived.
Pussy!
Some sources claim that Brianna died at the
me,
hospital.
princess.
According to the medical examiner's report, a baby sustaining an injury of this nature would die within minutes. According to police, Benjamin took his wife home afterwards and told her that he wanted to try to have another baby. The next day, Benjamin was confronted by police after being told that a pathologist had deemed Brianna's death a homicide, and he confessed to everything. According to reports, after being placed under arrest, Benjamin's response was, "How many years am I looking at?" Benjamin Cole was charged with Brianna's homicide. He was ultimately found guilty on December 27th, 2002.
Lightning bolt shoot from my fingertips!
Susan was also held responsible due to her inaction. For failure to seek immediate medical attention for her infant daughter, she was sentenced to 13 years in prison and was released in 2017. The state of Oklahoma has been rather busy carrying out death sentences recently. Historically, Oklahoma has put a total of 198 men and 3 women to death between 1915 and 2022 at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. 82 were killed by electrocution, 1 by hanging, and 118 by lethal injection. The last death by electric chair took place in 1966. It should be noted that the states of Oklahoma and its neighbor Texas account for 10% of the U.S. population and 45% of its executions.
Now, regarding Benjamin Cole, there is an important factor surrounding his case. And for the sake of complete information, we are going to talk about it, but to do so, we have to give some background information on the death penalty in Oklahoma. Regardless if you are for or against capital punishment, it should be noted that executions in Oklahoma have been filled with protocol violations. In October of 2021, in the state's first capital punishment in 7 years, prisoner John Grant convulsed and threw up repeatedly after being administered lethal injection. Capital punishment had been on pause in Oklahoma following the staying of Richard Glossop in 2015 and the botched lethal injections of Charles Warner in 2015 and Clayton Lockett in 2014. Now, Richard Glossop was scheduled to die in September of 2015, but then Oklahoma Governor Mary Fallin issued a last-minute stay of execution after it was discovered that the Department of Corrections received a shipment of potassium acetate instead of potassium chloride.
An autopsy report revealed that the state used the wrong drug, potassium acetate, to execute Charles Warner in January of 2015. Now, according to witnesses,
I laugh to cope with the. I just want to let you know right now. This is my means of coping. It's almost.
Digital_Dolly says, like, imagine killing your kid and then telling your wife, yeah, I know I just turned our baby into a Smurf, but let's try to have another child.
Jesus. It's fascinating when something so horrid becomes a comedy of errors. They gave the wrong chemicals to kill people with. Like that's you can only imagine that in a dark comedy, but it happened for real. How the hell am I supposed to take that? I can only fucking laugh at that because of how fucked up it is. It looped around from fucked up to fucked up. But in a funny way. Yes, I would fucking hate it if it happened to me or somebody I knew. But when it happens to people I don't know of in a way that I have absolutely no control over, all I can do is...
Nah. You eat baby!
Oh, well?
Digital_Dolly says, American government, baby ye.
What? Fuck, God, what?
So I reverted to 90s shock jock soundboard technician. Like, this is Howard Stern or Opie and Anthony You know, it's just just like, hey, this fucked up thing happened. Hooray!
Witnesses, Warner said, "It feels like acid, and my body is on fire whilst being executed."
Clayton Lockett's April 2014 execution was also botched. A report issued after his death found that after trying for 51 minutes to find a vein, a phlebotomist misplaced the IV line that was intended to deliver the lethal drugs into Lockett's bloodstream. Instead, the drugs were delivered to the surrounding subcutaneous tissue. Lockett writhed on the gurney and mumbled before being pronounced dead 43 minutes after the procedure began.
Jesus!
The team later revealed that the faulty insertion of the intravenous line and lack of training of the execution staff contributed to these problems.
But how does this apply to Benjamin Cole?
All right. The few times that I want to log out myself, it's mostly because I don't trust other people with killing me. If for some reason, my death had to be under the watch or the care of somebody else, whether it's them carrying it out, like just hypothetically, I commit a heinous crime, and they're like, "We need to kill you, sir, because of the heinous crime you committed." I'd be like, "Can I do it? Can I do it myself? I don't trust you. You literally swapped one chemical for an acid, a literal acid. Can I do it myself? Just give me a gun. You know what? Put a grenade in my mouth. Please, let me choose how to kill myself."
Digital
Thank you.
Dolly says it'd kill you, Ravenk 27 heart.
Thank you. Like, it's like, I'm a do-it-yourselfer, right? I like to build, not all things, but, I build some stuff myself. And it's partly because I don't trust other people to make things. And now that we live in a society, yes, dare I say, where people can fuck up the act of capital punishment to that extent. Like, if you ever saw the Green Mile, there's that scene where they went to give the one guy the electric chair, but they forgot to wet the sponge. And so the guy's head fucking engulfs itself in flames before it kills him. That's supposed to be a movie saying, like, hey, wouldn't it be really fucked up if this happened? And it's like, yeah, except it has happened, and worse, in the modern day. The Green Mile takes place like 100 years ago.
Digital_Dolly says that's metal as fuck, bro.
Yeah, it's like a scene out of Metalocalypse. Bloodtrocution. Actually, this reminds me of a movie that I saw called, now that I think about it, this is actually not that far off from this movie that I saw called, Law Abiding Citizen. And it's about, a father and a husband, played by Gerard Butler, the same guy that played King Leonidas of 300. And basically, two home invaders come in and they kill his wife and child. The two men are caught, but the state prosecutor, who's played by Jamie Foxx, makes a deal with one of them. Basically, that one guy gets a slap on the wrist, whereas the other guy, who didn't actually do the killing, gets a death penalty, right? But the guy that actually did the killing gets off because Jamie Foxx was apparently more obsessed with, like, getting conviction rates. Because they mentioned when he's first introduced there, it's like, yeah, you have that 94% conviction rate. And he's like, 95, actually. So, this movie would have been a really cool game. But only in a fucked up way. Anyway, So the movie's supposed to be some kind of commentary of like prosecutors letting too many people off in the name of like a perfect score or some shit. I don't know how true that is. But basically Gerard goes fucking nuts. And first he rigs. It turns out that he was an engineer for like the CIA, and he would create devices to help assassinate people. Like he developed a tie with a built-in like garrote wire that would choke the guy wearing it. And that's how they assassinated some political guy, right? Some terrorist leader. They swapped the tie for another tie. He did some fucking Agent 47 hitman shit, replaced the tie, and the guy's tie choked him. The guy choked himself with his own tie. Right? So he's like this crazy like inventor guy that just makes all these contraptions to help kill people. Right? He used to work for the government. He was a huge spy writer. So basically throughout the movie, he's just doing shit like that to get back at the criminals and also the lawyers. It's a pretty fucking mental and metal revenge flick, right? It's not that good of a movie. It hasn't won any awards. It shouldn't win any awards. But if you want to see a guy fuck up a lot of different people that were responsible for not only the death of his wife and child, but the people that dropped the ball on delivering justice, so this guy finds himself to deliver justice on his own terms. And that man used to work for the government and would kill people in clever ways. Like, this is your movie. And so, like, one of the things he does is that the guy that's getting the death penalty, basically he replaces the chemicals with an acid. So the guy like practically, he looked like he got Ebola as he died. Like he's just bleeding just from random place. It's pretty gruesome, but it's also really awesome. And then he catches the other guy and then just does untold amount of shit to this dude. And when he lists what he does to, like, it, I can't imagine, whatever. Like, the stuff that he said that he did to this dude. And, like, he pumped him full of adrenaline so that he was awake the entire time. Like, it's nuts. And you're like, yeah, that's really fucked up. Thankfully, it happened to a person who kind of deserved it. You know, this guy that got off, that got with a slap of the wrist for killing a wife and, you know, for a woman and her child. So there, but then he also tapes it. And then sends it to the prosecutor. he tapes himself torturing the guy, and then mails it to the prosecutor. Unfortunately, his kid finds it first and sees it. And then this is now all like, oh my god, how dare you, my kid saw this. And it's like, well, first of all, you're a piece of shit. Your kid was collateral damage. You fucked up. You fucked up, Jamie Foxx. You fucked up! Jamie Foxx and his partner, who was the guy that played O'Brien in the modern Star Trek. Was it The Next Generation or Voyager? Like one of those 90s Star Trek. The curly-haired guy. O'Brien or whatever. It's movie's kind of fucking awesome. There's a scene where a judge is like talking, being like, well, you know, and it's almost like written a little on the nose, where she's like, you know, yeah, we get some of these criminals get away, but what are we gonna do? Takes out a cell phone, puts it up to her ear, it fucking explodes and blows her head up. And it turns out the phone was rigged with a bomb that Gerard Butler put in, because it turns out that's another kind of device that he makes. And then and then the lawyers meet up with a dude that used to work with Gerard Butler, and they're like, yeah, what do we do about this guy? And he's like, you can't. It's like, if he's able to make devices, like they're talking about this guy like he's John Wick, right? About Gerard Butler's character. They're like, yeah, like if he's already able to pull off these things that get people killed, there's nothing you can do about it. You might as well just try to kill him now. And they almost do. They drag him out. Jamie Foxx and O'Brien drag him out, and they're about to kill him, but then they decide not to because they're lawyers. And then Yeah, and then so he Gerald Butler turns, because the thing is that Gerald Butler turned himself in, and he admits to the crimes, and so he's in jail when these things are happening. So that's why they're like, "What? How the fuck is this happening? He's in jail. How is he getting these devices out there to fucking?" And then like it reveals it later. He basically made an escape route out of one of the jail cells. He puts himself intentionally into solitary confinement because it's in like an old dungeon. Like it looked like solitary confinement area of the jail he's in looked like a fucking dungeon, and he just happened to have a tunnel out of one of them, and that's how he's able to get out and kill these other people. But the way he gets into solitary confinement was pretty fucking funny. So first he's making all these demands saying like, hey, replace my bed with one with a good mattress, or else this one politician's gonna die. And he does. They're like, yeah, you're supposed to have this in You're supposed to have this in 1 o'clock. It's 1:15 p.m. I'll give you the coordinates, but you're already too late. And then they because the guy went missing, and he's like, yeah, I have him somewhere, but if you don't give this to me by 1 hour, he's dead. And then they give him the thing to him at one. It was like a new mattress and a steak dinner. He's like, you don't give me this shit, the guy's gonna die. And they figure he's just, blowing smoke up or he's just bullshitting because he's in jail. Like, what the hell is he gonna do? So they get him to late, and he's like, woo, 1:15. I mean, maybe if you get to these coordinates, you might be able to get to him in time. And it turns out that the politician that he kidnapped...
Digital_Dolly says, fuck you, Joe Biden, I want my mattress.
Yeah. So it turns out, when he gives them the coordinates, they find a guy. He was buried in like a trunk, and he was he had an air tank that shut off like 10 minutes after 1, because that would have been the amount of time to get from the jail to his location. But because they're too late, his air cut off and he died. So they're like, and he's like, oh, he's dead. And he's just like, well, you should have gave me the mattress at 1 p.m. You should have been on time. And they gave him a steak dinner, right? And his cellmate's like, you do realize if you don't give me some of that, I am going to kill you. And he's like, yeah, go ahead. And of course they didn't give him utensils because, they would, those would give you weapons. So they're eating it with their hands. But then Gerard, turns out he specifically ordered a T-bone for a good reason. He takes the bone right after they finish it, and he stabs his cellmate in the neck. He did all this just to get a shank from a bone, right? That's why he's ordered the steak dinner, so that he can kill his cellmate. And he could kill his cellmate so that they throw him into solitary confinement because it's in this old dungeon-ass looking place. And then it turns out because there's a tunnel that led after it. It's one of those movies where it's like, I just want to see the guy get away with it. I want to see the guy just continue killing people. I want this to be the next, like, fucking, Death Wish. Like, because I'm a stickler for, a fucking... I'm a stickler for, like, revenge films. I don't know why. I'm not a vengeful person myself, but I just like to see a guy do the bad thing and keep doing it, which is why I love the Death Wish films. The first two are a little off-putting because they're kind of rapey. Like there's a rape scene in each one of them, but the third one is fucking amazing because so what was his name? I forgot the guy's name. John Kersey or something like that. The Charles Bronson's character or whatever. He moves back to New York because he was in LA in the previous movie. And then like there's just this like cult gang taking over this neighborhood. Like it's not an ethnic gang. It's like a gang of like all sorts of different kinds of people. They kind of look gothic and they all have like this mark on their forehead that's like a red S with a lightning bolt through it. So it's like this fantasy. They look like a gang out of the Warriors. And they're just like terrorizing this town, but the police aren't doing anything about it because it's New York in the 80s. And so like Charles Bronson just mail orders a hand cannon and shoots this dude in the back after he steals his camera. He purposely gets a camera, walks around at night until one of the dudes steals it off him, and then he takes out his gun and shoots the guy in the back. And then, like, people from, like, the apartments look outside and they're like, hey, he's killed the creep! Yeah! Yay! And then it cuts to the other gang members. And it turns out that guy that died, his nickname was the Giggler. And so it shows the next scene. I'll just show the scene. It's so good.
Thanks.
Okay, I didn't pay for it. Now,
How much do I owe you?
so he just has this nice ass camera and a leather case and an ice cream bar. And there's just these 1980s gangsters that look like they're from a Michael Jackson music video. This guy that was running away unarmed.
Oh my Lord! It's the creep that stole my pocketbook 3 weeks ago.
All right.
Dead.
Yay!
They killed the giggler, man.
They killed the giggler.
They had no business doing that. None.
Had no business killing gigglers. Oh, like it was like a quintessential like 80s cheesy action movie. But it was also just that revenge film where it's just like, yeah, the guy just kills a dude practically in cold blood, and the entire neighborhood cheers. You know, there's like when somebody tells a story online and then somebody adds and then everyone clapped. It's like this movie is like the literal version of that, right? Like when a guy tells a story that sounds completely made up and then somebody adds and then everyone clapped. That's literally this movie. But except it's shown as canon, which is funny because the name of the company that produced this was called Canon Films. So this movie is the I killed a dude and everyone clapped. Oh, and then he wait, no, the last scene is also really good. Wait, how? No. The ending scene is also really good.
Well, now I owe you. How bad is it?
It's just a nick.
I'll call an ambulance.
Bulletproof, asshole. Just like yours. Stay just like that.
You can't have both of us.
Let me.
6! And that's supposed to be his corpse! Oh, that movie's... Oh, it's so good. Anyway, right, yeah, let's go back to a baby being ripped in half.
Well, it's a common misconception that in the United States, we don't execute the mentally ill. But, in fact, it happens fairly often. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1986 that the constitutional prohibition...
See, this is another reason why I like revenge films, is because it's always shown as righteous. It's almost never shown as like, yeah, what do you want to do in your life? I wanna! That's another reason why I like movies like that, is because even though the guy does the most fucked up things in the name of revenge and justice, it's always shown as righteous. The character never does anything wrong. Whereas in real life, it's just so full of fucked up shit in the name of quote unquote legal justice that, like, what happened to the pair? Oh, okay, never mind. The name of actual justice, so many fucked up things happen that the revenge films is fantasy. It's practically fantasy. It might as well have elves and shit in it. You know what I mean? That's partly why I wanted to make my urban fantasy novels, is because, like, it'll even be a crazier, like, it'll be a logical conclusion where there's literal fantasy, but then there are characters doing shit like that, like blowing up a dude with a rocket launcher at point blank range. Like, yeah, got a bulletproof vest. What are you gonna do about that? Oh! Ah! But then you go here, and it's like, yeah, by the way, yeah, everyone thinks that they don't kill the mentally ill. Turns out they do.
Against cruel and unusual punishment prohibits states from executing death row inmates who have become mentally ill.
Oh, they become
However,
mentally ill.
The Supreme Court has repeatedly declined to shield mentally ill people from the death penalty, stating that only people who are considered insane cannot be executed. However, the insane are narrowly defined as those who are unaware of the punishment that they are about to suffer and why they are about to suffer it. A definition that excludes most people with severe mental illness.
In Benjamin's case, his mental health worsened over the years since his trial.
Says today
years
is
in
National
which teams of
Forefathers Day. Now, I don't know much about my forefathers, but I guess they were cool. Thanks my ancestors for having sex, so I could exist and make memes.
Yeah, even the ones that they're slaves. I mean, technically, that is a bad thing, but if that didn't happen, yeah, we probably also wouldn't be here either, which is fucked up, but it's kind of the truth. So
conviction attorney.
I mean, it's the same thing as, like, you can go back in time and kill Hitler. Yes, that would technically, you more likely be morally obligated to do something like that. But you're probably going to mess things up to a point where you would no longer exist. But you kind of have to do it. Because if you have the means and ability to do it. Unless it's going to fuck things up and make things worse. I'm not getting... You know what? No, fuck... You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. It's not like that's ever going to happen, so fuck it.
He struggled to have any meaningful communication with him as a small parade of psychologists and psychiatrists evaluated his declining...
Yeah, I'm polishing off this fucking...
He was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia in 2008, and his mental condition had deteriorated as he went untreated for almost 20 years. Many people do not realize that schizophrenia can be toxic to the brain, and left untreated, a person with schizophrenia can undergo brain damage. People with schizophrenia also have higher rates of diabetes and liver and heart disease. We have links in our sources if you're interested in the science surrounding this. While locked up, Benjamin became a religious...
You're really telling me that schizophrenia may be bad
he was convinced
for your brain?
That any discussion about his case would undermine...
I mean, the diabetes, that's news to me. But... Anyway. Yeah, let's fuck this up. finishing this bottle. I don't give a fuck.
His faith in Jesus Christ and undermined his current saved status. Those beliefs underscored.
No, you can't kill him. He said he loves
interfered with
Jesus.
Their ability to work with him on his case. According to his spiritual advisor, Reverend Dr. Jeff Hood, Benjamin claimed that he would be with the Messiah on the date of his execution, or rather, that he was the Messiah.
Attorneys and doctors would find Benjamin dirty and unkempt in complete darkness inside of his cell, which he reportedly almost never left unless he was forced to. Now, corrections officers and his case manager told his attorneys that he kept the lights off almost all of the time, and they had no regard for his personal hygiene. In 2015, Benjamin mailed his mother some of his hair and a tooth, and in 2019, he handed one of his attorneys a packet with 2 more of his teeth and a note that his attorneys understood as a request to mail the teeth to his mother. A physician who reviewed an MRI performed...
Well, first of all, you need money for cigarettes, and who else is going to give you the money for cigarettes in jail except the Tooth Fairy? Oh, whoops.
Hygiene. In 2015, Benjamin mailed his mother some of his hair and a tooth. And in 2019, he handed one of his...
Dear Mom, put this under your pillow and mail it back to me.
...his teeth, and a note that his attorneys understood as a request to mail the teeth to his mother. Additionally, a physician who reviewed an MRI performed on Benjamin this year found a lesion on his brain that would be highly consistent with Parkinson's disease. The growing brain lesion made his attorneys repeatedly describe him as largely catatonic. At a court hearing on September 30th of this year, he sat slumped forward in a wheelchair for almost 4 hours. He kept his eyes closed and never spoke.
However, Benjamin spoke at length to a state psychologist who
I mean, mind you, I would also, if I did a heinous crime, whether or not I was insane, I probably would also, like, not speak, because I did something that insane, that heinous. I don't think that's or whether or not you're insane. Like, man, I did something really fucked up. I deserve to be here.
Examined him this past July at the Oklahoma Forensic Center in Veneta. According to psychologist Scott Orth, he did not witness any substantial overt signs of mental illness. Benjamin told the psychologist, "They want to make sure I'm competent, and that I realized first that I killed my daughter. And I went through a trial for taking my daughter's life, and a jury found me guilty. They found me guilty of homicide, and I was given the death penalty for that, and I accept responsibility for that." Okay. He referred to himself as a super-duper hyperbolic Jesus freak and said he hoped that his spirit would return to my Father in heaven, in his own words.
It's a happy ending.
Executed.
Well, except for the baby.
He also expressed hope that Governor Kevin Stitt, after his execution, might have a change of heart about seeking capital punishment and focusing on death for inmates, and instead focus more on life and rehabilitation, stating, quote, "It's just something I hope he considers and takes to heart. I'll pray for him and the people."
I mean, okay. So there is a very good argument for against capital punishment. If you think about it, especially if you think of it in a pragmatic sense. Putting somebody on death row costs a lot of money. Like, more money than you could think of. When I was young and naive, and somebody joked about like somebody paying for someone else's execution, I was like, wouldn't that be free? This is just pay for the chemicals. And it turns out, no, it's actually really fucking expensive to put someone on death row. The reason being is that when somebody's on death row, they have to make absolutely fucking sure, at least ideally, that they were guilty of the crime, which means spending a lot of resources on, investigation and lawyers and stuff like that to confirm absolutely that they are guilty of the crime and are deemed worthy to be executed. And because of that, they're going to be on death. That's why they're on death row for like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years before they're executed. So there's an argument that having them that it just makes more sense in a budget and pragmatic way to just have them life, but just give them life. You know what I mean? So it's like for moral reasons, I don't really side with one or the other on the death penalty. Like, I'm like, there's some motherfuckers that deserve to die. Like, if the guy's just too fucking out of his mind, the guy's too fucking evil, the guy's too fucking whatever, fuck it, kill him, put him in the ground, I don't care. But when you're trying to think of an actual reason, like, whether or not this actually is a good thing to have, the amount of resources that are spent for keeping somebody on death row and determining whether or not they should be executed does take way more resources than just keeping them on life in prison. And I wonder if that factors into for-profit prisons. That's a thing in America. That's a big thing in America, for-profit prisons. That's why there's like way more people in prison per capita than any other country. Because for-profit prisons want to keep people in there. You ever play Prison Architect? It's like that. Prison Architect is a very good game, not just because of the game mechanics, but also it's very, very indicative on the American for-profit prison system. I think Prison Architect is actually more educational than people think it is, because it reveals the actual prison industry in America, the complex or industrial complex. I almost think that the guy that developed Prison Architect is a secret genius. But also, he's either a secret genius that wants to expose the prison industrial complex, or he's some sort of fascist that's like, yeah, I don't care, fucking keep these people in jail. I don't care. They're just little sprite. They might as well actually be little guys that don't have arms and legs, and they just walk around. They just float around. Like, he just doesn't even consider them people, and therefore puts that into the game. Something. Like, I wouldn't be surprised either way.
People of Oklahoma that it happens. End quote.
The Oklahoma Pardon and Parole Board voted 4-1 in September to deny clemency to Benjamin despite his attorney's pleas for mercy because of his mental issues. The decision meant that Governor Kevin Stitt could not intervene to commute Benjamin's sentence to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In Oklahoma, a governor can commute a death row inmate's sentence only if the board recommends.
Look at him! He's trying to eat his own hair. He doesn't deserve to die.
Hearing on September 30th, the same hearing where Benjamin appeared catatonic, that he relied heavily on the psychologist's report when he decided that Benjamin was indeed competent. He went on to testify that, quote, "I'll do the right thing no matter what. And if I felt he was incompetent, I have no problem with moving that forward. Not a problem at all. But in this case here, I did not see that."
You look like if Dog the Bounty Hunter shaved.
Borden said what really jumped out to him from the report was Benjamin's statement when asked about visual hallucinations. Quote, "Are you asking if I see little green men running around the floor that beam up in a spaceship to Venus to look for the purple monsters? No, I do not see things. I never have." End quote. Benjamin's attorneys had wanted the warden to initiate a process that would have resulted in a jury trial over his mental state. They then asked a Pittsburgh County judge, the Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals, the U.S. Supreme Court, a Tulsa federal judge, and a federal appeals court to intervene. All of them refused. The decision by the 10th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Denver not to get involved came shortly thereafter, as did the U.S. Supreme Court's refusal to grant a stay of execution.
Benjamin did not request a traditional last meal. Rather, he was served a facility religious meal of vegetarian lasagna, salad, a tortilla, and a fruit drink packet.
I thought they didn't do that anymore. I thought they refused doing that because the guy was like, yeah, give me a shit ton of food, and then he didn't eat it. And I think that might be an oversimplification. That's always...
Also declined to have a spiritual advisor in the execution chamber and did not want any of his attorneys.
I want a shaman!
The curtain went up in the execution chamber at 10:04 a.m. the following morning on October 20th. The 57-year-old inmate's last words were a 2-minute long religious ramble, including a prayer for Jesus to receive my spirit. and appeals such as choose Jesus while you still can. And
Why did this become more about the guy more than the baby? I mean, mind you, the baby's story is very, very short. But this now became a thing about the guy, the inmate. I mean, I understand. I'm not going to say like, oh, they're trying to get me to sympathize with this guy, but I understand they want to cover this thing, and maybe there's an agenda. I guess they have to cover something because there's only so much that they can. Yeah, exactly, because it's a baby, and they're like, he might have been playing 007 Nightfire. Like that's. I mean, yeah, there's probably very little to the crime that you can extrapolate from. There's probably, but I just don't find it funny that it's like, oh, by the way, here's how fucked up the death penalty is in this state. Here's how fucked up the prison system. You know what I mean? But I get it. It's related. I'm not saying these people are, like I get it. I just find it funny. Yeah, it's like the baby was a year old and he might have been playing 007 Nightfire. Like those were the two important things that we can really only extrapolate from the actual crime. So we kind of have to go on to what happened afterwards in terms of like the execution of this man, blah, 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 blah. I get it. I'm not saying these people did bad. They didn't do bad. I understand them. I just find it funny. Because of what little we know. Oh. I mean, there's only so much you can talk about a baby being folded in half. It happened. It happened. He was playing 007 Nightfire. His baby was crying, and he decided he needed to fold a baby in half so he can keep playing 007 Nightfire. Yeah, there's very little you can do with it, like expand from that, except go on to, the what happened with him in prison and the whatever, the killing him part.
And keep your eyes peeled. Be ready at all times. Benjamin also declared, quote, I forgive everyone that I have done wrong, end quote.
Wait, no, that's not how that works! Okay, he is legally insane, because that's not how that works. You don't forgive the people that you fucked up. They're supposed to forgive you. That's a gangster move. It's like you fucking kill a guy. You kill someone, and you're like, I forgive him.
Itself took 16 minutes.
I forgive you, victim.
Benjamin opened his eyes, trembled slightly once, and yawned as the first drug, the sedative
midazolam acrocodone for injection, for IV use only. Don't shove this down a man's throat in potassium chloride. Okay. I don't know why I'm fascinated with this. These are the chemicals they use to inject the man, or for him to die. Funny when you get into the science of killing a guy by the state.
Midazolam flowed into his veins. At 10:11 a.m., Benjamin was declared unconscious. He could be heard snoring inside the death chamber, and at 10:22 a.m., he was pronounced dead. Benjamin's attorney, Tom Hurd, called him a person with serious mental illness whose schizophrenia
Digital
and brain
_Dolly
damage.
says usually, the Misery Machine shares more about the victims than other true crime channels, and they also delve more into the politics, which is why I like the Misery Machine so much.
Yeah, they do say more than competent on what they're doing. And yeah, I would imagine in other cases, yeah, if we were dealing with an adult, they would. Like I said, it's like what else could you talk about when you're talking about a crime involving a baby other than what he did to the baby and what video game he was playing? I'm just gonna take a short break. I'll be back in a minute. Sora, whether you're with Kyrie or Riku, just remember before you lick it. Just remember to lick it before you stick it. Yep.
Led to him killing his daughter. By the time of his death, he had slipped into a world of delusion and darkness. and according to his attorney, quote, often able to interact with my colleagues and me in any meaningful way. Ben lacked a rational understanding of why Oklahoma took his life today. As Oklahoma march to execute one mentally ill, traumatized man after another, we should pause to ask whether this is really scurry and who we want to be.
Before they take my life in a hurry.
After witnessing Benjamin's execution, Dr. Brian Young, who is Brianna's uncle, said, quote, go back to normal as it can be. We should not have to wait 20 years for a 9-month-old baby to get her justice. I'm going to talk to my legislators. I want to see if there's something that we can do to make this a faster process, because 20 years, give me a break. He admitted to it, and there was no question about this, end quote.
Faster, pussycat! Kill!
Thanked the state for carrying out the sentence and giving justice to her late niece, whom she described as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby. Quote, she died a horrific death, and he gets off easy and gets to get a little injection in his arm and goes to sleep in his death.
Listen.
He did not give Brianna the chance to ever grow up, to even have her first Christmas, to meet her family, end quote. The first time Donna got to—
Listen, I would also probably be saying similar shit. Said something heinous happened. Someone close to me like that. But I think I would also know that the state can only do so much in terms of punishing people. Like, if we're gonna, like, adopt what's his name? Hammurabi's code of, like, yeah, let's chop off the hand of a guy that steals or something like that. Like, even that was too far, and it's also, like, but even when they execute a guy, it's just like, hey, what's that? You lied about a guy murdering? We'll kill you. Not Harambe, not the gorilla. Now Hammurabi? No, what's that guy? Code. Hammurabi. That's it. Basically, he was like the eye for an eye guy, right? He was the guy's like, hey, did you steal? We'll cut your arm off. Hey, did you lie about something? We'll cut your tongue off. You know what I mean? Like that guy. Like even him was like, oh yeah, we'll just kill you. I mean, yes, it kind of, yeah, you know, if you're gonna be like fucking. By the way, I finished the entire bottle, so if I'm slurring a little bit more, that's why. Because I am, yeah, I hit the wall. I'm pest buzzed. What's the word? Yeah. Anyway, would this be a good idea to upload it to YouTube? Imagine a version of Come Town, but except it's not nearly as funny and it's by one guy. It's kind of what this is. This is.
Digital_Dolly says baby had too much milk.
We have Come Town at home. And it's this. Fuck, what was I talking about? Yeah, anyway, yeah. Yeah, I had all the milk. Yeah, the entire bottle of eggnog. That is done. Oh, God. I give Overbrook eggnog a 5 out of 5. All dairy ingredients have been homogenized. Thank you. Thanks, Boston. We're drinking the last drops out of the bottle itself. I think we're done. Are we? With the bottle. I'm not done with the podcast. I'm done with the... Done with the drinking. How much of this? 750. I think this was 750 milligrams. 15% alcohol, if that gives you a good idea. And a shot of Fireball. And I haven't drank in a while. And I'm 200 odd pounds. don't know if you're able to turn how much somebody, how inebriated somebody would be like that, but basically, I really should not drive. Not that I plan on driving. I have no reason to drive. But if somebody were to call me and say, "Hey, Raven, I need you to pick me up from the airport," I'd be like, I'm gonna have to Venmo you some Uber money. It's like, no, do not ask me to drive you anywhere. No. That's anyway. Raven had too much eggnog. Meh. Wait, this can almost be like, wait, you have Cumtown, which is a podcast. If you don't know, there's a podcast made by 3 comedians called Cumtown. Although they recently stopped, I think they call it the Adam Friedland. I make jokes about my cum being eggnog. I almost couldn't make, if I was gonna change the name of this show to something stupid, right, where it's just me just talking like this, and then maybe get other VTubers to talk about whatever.
Digital_Dolly says I can't drive right now. Baby had too much milk.
Baby made it. Oma made a boom boom. Anyway, but it'd have to be a play on eggnog. Oh my god, I feel like, oh man, I gotta workshop this. I almost could mine this for gold. Eggnog. Eggnog City. Anyway. Yes, ladies, it does taste like eggnog. Wait, well, there was a... Speaking of eggnog. Did I ever play this? This is the whole eggnog joke.
Shut up. I want to get a little drunk, but I also want some pancakes.
Okay.
Do you know what eggnog really is? You're not going to want to hear it, but I'll tell you. Elf cum. That's what it is. You might as well pour it on your back and slap yourself on the ass. But I don't want to tell you how to live your life, all right? You do what you do.
I should know. I blew Raven Cassidy.
To see her niece was in a casket.
Digital_Dolly says
She stated that she wished
Sage
that the
Snog
media would
City.
focus more on Brianna and less on Benjamin. This is something that I seriously wish that we could help her with. However, Benjamin took Brianna away at such a young age.
I wish we could help the baby, but it turns out she's dead.
We'll never get to know what she liked or didn't, or what her hopes and dreams were.
She never got to take her first steps, say her first words, start kindergarten.
We get it! The baby's dead!
Or make friends of her own. She never got to go to prom, graduate high school, or go to college. Brianna's life was cut short.
She didn't get to kiss anybody. She didn't get to play 007 Nightfire. She didn't get to have a very awkward high school experience. She didn't get...
At just 9 months old. And as of the date of this recording, Brianna Victoria Cole.
We need to protect her identity.
20 years old.
Oh my god, this happened in... Oh, yeah. Show me more! Okay. Luna, do you have any more true crime that we can... Oh, wait. What was... Oh, fuck. My favorite true crime thingy. Also, wait. I got Wendigoon canceled. Oh, no, wait. Actually, before you do that. Who's that guy? Chris Watts? Chris Watts polygraph exam. Okay, so Chris Watts allegedly. By allegedly mean he did. So sue me. They see he was probably he was actually found guilty of it. So I could safely say that he did. Killed his wife and kids. And this otherwise horrific thing that happened, he basically was the most incompetent criminal ever. Which almost makes this funny. Basically, he volunteered to speak with the police. He volunteered to a polygraph test. knowing full well that he'd probably fail it. And he still went through with it. You want to see a guy fuck up a polygraph test? Let's fucking go. I guess shit like this. Well, you'll see. Let's watch this first, and then.
I'm gonna find him, right? I need your help.
That's a good question. I guess of a. I would imagine a heinous crime that also has a weird quirk to it. Like, there was a guy that apparently he killed a woman, but he also reviewed Amazon products. The products being the tools that he used to kill people with. So, basically stuff that my sick brain would laugh at and think of something good like that. Fuck it, whatever. We've gone beyond the void here. We're, anything that would make people... Wait. Basically something that I can... Give me something funny! I need a good laugh.
What?
Alright. Well, alright, let me... Alright, you know what? Yeah, let's...
In one of the most infamous crimes to ever come out of Hong Kong, a woman is held captive, severely mistreated, and eventually murdered. However, what made this case so infamous is how they treated her after the fact. Got a packed schedule this fall and don't have much time to figure out what to cook? How
I need a laugh. I need to be... Give me a light...
about trying some more interesting food that's already chilled?
This heinous murder is brought to you by HelloFresh. You can get tacos in the mail. You can get your fucking HelloFresh.
Alright, let me start off by saying that this is probably a case that you've heard about before.
No.
It's very infamous.
No, it's not.
But this
thank
is
you
by
for
far and beyond the case I've been most requested to cover. Since it's requested so often, I decided to dig deep into it as deep as I could and give it the whole in full detail treatment. I think that
I'm going to talk about my abuse when my... I'm going to talk about when I was abused by my family members. But first, I would like to tell you about Raid Shadow Legends. Did you know... If you put in code, I was molested by my family, you get 3 free champions and 4 free pulls? The amount of times that I was touched inappropriately?
that I'll be able to paint a picture as to how truly horrible it really is, and buckle up because it's disturbing.
Buckle up and fuckle up!
This is the story of a woman out in Hong Kong named Fan Man Yi. Fan did not have the best life, to say the least. She was abandoned in her childhood, forcing her to grow up in an orphanage. However, this would only be until she reached the age of 15, as that orphanage had an age limit in place. Given that she was never adopted and had no place to live, she soon became homeless. Soon after that, she became addicted to drugs.
Imagine that from
Fan ended up...
Do you want to watch this one first, before I get to the better case? I would like to watch this one, because unlike what that guy said, I did not hear about this. So I would like to learn about it, because it has the word Hello Kitty in it. You tell me. Now or forever. Okay, I'll watch this one first. Oh my god, I'm going to turn to Dark Side Phil. I'm getting flamed. Trying not to snort. I'm going to drink a bunch of water to clear. Can I? Oh no, that would... Let me this bigger.
Up having to resort to prostitution, working at a brothel to get by and even feed herself. When Fan Man-yi was in her early 20s, she was able to get a job as a dancer at the Empress Karaoke nightclub. She eventually fell for one of her clients, who was unfortunately another drug addict who only ended up enabling her. Despite this, they got married in 1996. Her husband, however, soon began mistreating her. Still though, she stayed with the man, and they actually had 2 sons together over the next couple of years. Their fighting only worsened though. The neighbors would often wake up to not only the sounds of the children
Digital_Dolly
screaming,
says,
but the
do you
sounds of
prefer
the
hookers being stuffed into Hello Kitty dolls? Or real-life Yannies?
Honduras? Well, first of all, spoilers. Well, I probably prefer the real-life yandere, so I'm gonna watch this first.
couple them.
Let's see. We're probably gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna be here for a while.
Self-screaming as
we'll watch all these. However long you want to be here, I'll be here.
well as they argued all throughout the night.
I'm not going to sober up anytime soon, so...
Fan had already started working as a prostitute again out at a brothel called the Romance Villa in Kowloon.
Oh, they played beer pong there,
For
apparently.
a while, she ended up meeting a 34-year-old man named Chan Man Lok. Chan was said to have been a wealthy socialite, well known throughout the area. Fan was immediately drawn to him as she was a prostitute who was addicted to drugs, and he was a drug dealer that also worked as a pimp. He would often pay her for long, all-night
Also,
sessions.
it's a symbiotic
They would binge
relationship.
crystal meth, or ice, which he supplied. It wasn't too long before Fan was integrated into Chan's inner circle. She was there along with several of his little underlings, his henchmen, if you want to call them that. Chan Man Lok was a member of the Triads, a large Chinese organized crime syndicate. He wasn't someone to be messed with. Hell, he wasn't even someone you should associate with for your own safety. However, Fan got too comfortable around him regardless. One night, during one of their binges, she stole his wallet, gaining the equivalent of about $4,000. That would prove to be the biggest mistake of her life. Chan found out about this and was furious. She agreed to pay him back with $4,000 that she was to earn from her work. He wasn't happy with this, though, and demanded $10,000 of interest. Fan stated that she would need a good amount of time to pay that interest off fully. Chan Man Lok was furious about his stolen money. It wasn't even about the money, it was the fact that Fan even had the audacity to steal from him in the first place. In March of 1999, he got 2 of his men to kidnap Fan and take her back to his apartment on Granville Road. It was a massive apartment consisting of 5 bedrooms and was all decked out in Hello Kitty merch for some reason. Hello Kitty was on the curtains, on the bed sheets, adorning the walls, and there were even plushies all over the place. Chan planned to pimp Fan out and force her to work non-stop until her debt to him was fully paid off. But he was never satisfied with any amount of money she would earn. He kept increasing the interest on her debt more and more until it became impossible for her to ever pay him back. There simply wasn't any way that she could keep up with the constantly spiking increase to the debt. So in addition to making her work even more, the gang started taking their frustrations out on her as well. They began to hit her and strike her repeatedly very often. She would often be so bruised and battered that she couldn't even work. Despite this, the group would continue to get
Obviously these people they did not have the business sense.
high and subject her to even more beatings. They enjoyed themselves far too much while doing so, often laughing at her pain.
This is why you don't cross business with.
This was when things got really out of hand, and you may be thinking it's already out of hand, and you would absolutely be right.
Thank you.
It's about to get much, much worse.
Oh.
The group that tortured Fan consisted of Chan Man Lok, the leader, Leung Wai Lung, a subordinate gangster of his who is said to have been either 19 or 21, and Leung Xing Cho, age 26.
Okay. Yeah, I'll turn the.
Another one of his underlings. But there was soon one new member to that group, a 14-year-old minor named Ah Fong. She, although she had been reported to be one of the girlfriends of one of his underlings, ended up being a victim of Chan himself as he groomed her more and more over time. This girl, though, despite being very young and obviously manipulated, was ice cold herself. She very much enjoyed helping the group to mistreat Fan. She would even giggle and laugh hysterically while doing so. She took the opportunity to get creative and would even come up with her own ways to brutalize the woman herself. She was always ready and willing to join in. The group, unsatisfied at the amount of money Fan was bringing in, continued to mistreat her more and more. They tied her up, punched her, and kicked her all over. They would force themselves on her repeatedly, as much as they wanted. They even forced her to eat excrement. They started hitting her with metal bars, hit her and stabbed her with kitchen utensils, smashed pieces of furniture over her, and even tied her up in a standing position to use her as a punching bag. It got to the point that, one day alone, she ended up getting kicked in the head about 50 times. It has been said that Fan even got pregnant around this time, but the mistreatment continued regardless. When she was wounded, barely able to even move, the group would rub spices into her open wounds. To further ensure that she wouldn't be running away or moving much at all, they would burn her legs with hot candle wax repeatedly and even melt plastic over her legs. She was then forced to consume even more urine and excrement. The group would then force her to smile and say that she enjoyed all of these things. If she refused, they would just mistreat her even worse, getting even harsher with their punishments. All throughout this time, Fan's husband and kids wondered where she even went. They were left with nothing to do but worry about her and hope that she would come home. The group started getting more and more creative, utilizing anything they could find throughout the apartment that could possibly inflict pain, that could be used as a weapon. They would set plastic straws on fire and press them against the bottom of her feet until they were covered in painful burns and blisters. They would then hit her in the feet with sticks and whatever else they could find. All throughout this, they would throw chili oil onto her wounds and dump oyster sauce onto her face. They then made her drink the combination of oils afterwards. It was a game they played. If she didn't pretend to be happy, then they would beat her harder. They told her to smile while they burned her. It was a fun atmosphere.
Yeah, we were just having laughs. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, we were just it was just a jolly old time.
It got to the point where they started
just covered her in Szechuan sauce and then
using Fan as a toilet, directly urinating onto her face and sometimes even into her mouth. If she spat any of it out, she was severely punished. Ah Fong once even defecated into a shoebox and forced Fan to eat it, which she thought was hilarious. The group started wrapping her in electrical wires and hanging her from a hook on the ceiling. They would then mistreat her in any way that they wanted, usually hitting her with iron bars and leave her there overnight. Eventually, they stopped feeding her entirely. The bodily fluids they would subject her to became her only form of sustenance.
Oh, God.
They continued to pack her wounds with dirt, spices, salt, and really anything else they could find to make sure that she never felt any sort of relief. Needless to say, after seeing the shape she was in, potential clients started refusing her services, meaning that she was no longer pulling in any money for the group.
Oh, God!
On the floor, starving, drifting in and out, while the group hung out and watched TV or played video games.
Oh, shut the fuck! They also played 007 Nightfire. Isn't that crazy?
This while the group hung out and watched TV or played video games. She was broken, and playing with her wasn't so much fun after that, but we carried on anyway. There wasn't really anything else to do, said Ah Fong. Ah Fong would gladly participate in any of the horrible things the group did to Fan, enjoying it all the way, admittedly laughing at everything that happened to her. It was for fun, she later said. The full details of what Ah Fong did herself have never been revealed, but it's undoubtedly a very long list, even by her own admission. One night, the group decided to go out for some drinks. To make sure that Fan couldn't escape, they did what they usually did. They tied her up and threw her onto the bathroom floor, locking the door behind them. This sort of mistreatment could only go on for so long. After about a month of this, on April 15th of 1999, Fan finally succumbed to her wounds and passed away, cold, alone, and in pain while her captors were out of the house. After a few days, the group came back to the apartment. Fong stated that she had to use the restroom. When she went into the restroom, she found Fan deceased on the floor. The men began to discuss amongst themselves. They needed a way to get rid of the body, but they couldn't decide on which method would be best. They even argued about what likely caused her death, obliviously most of them believing that it was probably an overdose that did her in. Most experts agree, though, as you can assume, that it was more likely the actual injuries that led to her death. So, deciding to put a pin in it for now, they decided to go to the arcade and play some video games, all while Fan laid in the bathroom. After a while, they came back home, went to sleep, and did nothing about the problem. The next day,
Oh, those lazy procrastinators.
Chan came to a conclusion. He gathered up his little posse and told them now she must be destroyed.
Oh, shit!
He put her into the
Oh, fucking Christ.
bathtub and got to
I should really change my expression so it doesn't look like I'm laughing at this horrific event. It looks like I'm looks like I'm laughing. I am not, just to let you know. I am not. I want to make that crystal fucking clear. I'm not, well, I mean, I laugh at a couple things, but that's, you know, that's for me to cope with the bullshit. But, what are you loving, Luna? What exactly are you loving? Huh? Huh? What is it? It gets better! Oh, really? It gets better?
work with a handsaw. Once the body was divided up into more manageable portions, they cooked each piece to prevent further decay and to get rid of some of the smell, boiling the pieces on the stove. Chan woke up Ah Fong, who was sleeping, and waved a bag of guts in front of her. He told her to go put them into some hot water to stop them from smelling. Leong Xing Cho was in the middle of boiling the head himself and called Ah Fong over to come and look at it. She said that she was scared and didn't want to look, but he said, "It's okay, just pretend you're watching TV."
I'm glad I am
give
crocked.
It a peek and decided
just so you know, I'm glad I am legless at this point. I'm telling you right now. I would be fucking appalled. I would be sick. I'm letting you know, I assure you. I would not want to watch this sober. I feel like I need to point that out. I'm very tempted to take another shot. No, I am enjoying this. In my own fucked up way. By the way, for 16 free meals with HelloFresh across 7 boxes and 3 gifts, give ba.
He was right, it looked...
But no, don't worry, I'm not that uncomfortable. If I was that uncomfortable, I would stop this and tell you to go fuck yourself. But I'm not. No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. If I give you my safe word, tequila. Let's go on.
Looked like something out of a horror movie. Given that this had already taken 10 hours...
This gets so cool. Okay.
How they could even get an appetite while all of this is going on is maybe one of the biggest mysteries about this case, if you ask me.
Wait.
Going on is maybe one of the biggest mysteries. How they could even get an appetite while all of this is going on is maybe one of the biggest mysteries about this. How they could even...
Man, what kind of diet did these motherfuckers have while they were feeding this motherfucker Szechuan sauce for their wounds? Huh! I wonder. What was their diet like, Mr. Man? Mr. Whoever you are. I don't know your pronouns. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Even get an appetite while all of this is going on is maybe one of the biggest mysteries about this case, if you ask me.
Oh, you mean like an appetite in the figurative sense. I'm sorry.
Fan's head in a pot, stirring it ever so often, they decided to throw some noodles onto the adjacent burner.
Oh, well, you know, maybe they watched a lot of They watched a lot of Chef John or Adam Ragusa. They got some ideas, you know. I mean, they never mentioned what to do with a body or body parts, but you know, they got some ideas. You know, that was what I would do. Let me turn on my air. My all of this alcohol is making me warm and funny. Ugh. They got themselves a Domino's emergency pizza while broiling her corpse.
They used the same spoon to stir their soup as they did to stir the head.
I imagine that they probably didn't give a shit about sanitation while boiling a human corpse.
By the time their meal was over, the head was now nothing but bone. They decided to take the skull and sew it into the head of one of their Hello Kitty plushies, a large mermaid one. This is obvious.
They wanted to make it anatomically correct Hello Kitty? Oh, that was their end game.
Name of the case comes from. It's still unknown why they even decided to go through the trouble of doing this.
Because it was funny!
Given how drug-fueled the whole operation was, it's safe to say that if there even was a reason, it might not make a lot of sense now.
You think?
For unknown reasons, they decided to keep some other bits as
You think?
tooth and some organs. However, they disposed of the rest in the apartment complex as garbage. Things were quiet for about a month. It seemed that they had gotten away with all that they had done. That all changed 1 month later in May. Ah Fong made her way out to a local police station. She told the police that she was being haunted by a ghost, oddly enough. She told the police that this particular ghost had been tied up in electrical wire and murdered. The police, though, given that this was simply a ghost story, didn't take her very seriously at all. They brushed it off, assuming that she was just having nightmares or being silly. This was, however, until Ah Fong told them that she had played a part in the murder of this particular woman. This obviously changed things drastically.
Wait, what?
Was, however,
Wait.
or being silly. This was, however, until Ah Fong told them that she had played a part in the murder of this particular woman.
Oh, the person that was also being abused by them also took a part. Wow, that changes things. Thank you, Hong Kong police.
Things drastically. The police asked her for more details and eventually followed her out to where all the carnage took place, the apartment. This is where they discovered that her nightmares were very much indeed based in reality. Inside, she pointed them to the Hello Kitty mermaid doll, and inside they found the skull. The whole group was found, arrested, taken in, and taken to trial. Ah Fong, which likely isn't even her real
You know what? I'm kind of thankful for the Hong Kong police protocol of putting people in gimp masks when they haul them off.
It's likely a pseudonym given to her by the court system, decided to testify against the other members of the group.
But then also dress her up like a marching band member? I don't know.
She was Chan Man Lok's girlfriend, but she was also very likely one of his prostitutes as well. When asked why they had done all of this, she simply said, "I have a feeling it was for fun." This case quickly became a spectacle all throughout Hong Kong. Most citizens had never heard of a case coming anywhere near this magnitude before. Being a pretty safe modern city, they couldn't imagine something so sinister going on so close by. One element of this case that fascinated them was the terrifying juxtaposition of one of the most grisly crimes they'd ever heard of meeting with one of the cutest icons they could think of. The mixture of horror and innocence stood out to a good amount of people.
Oh no, is this like the Hong Kong Nevada tan? They're like, "Oh my gosh, this girl, she murdered her like one of her friends, but she's so adorable."
Would go on to last for 6 months. Ah Fong went on to testify in exchange for complete immunity. In order to placate Fun's ghost and finally get some peace, she spilled all the gritty details. Every single disgusting detail of every single disturbing thing that the group did. She said that this was in order to relieve her guilt and stop the haunting. During the trial, material evidence relating to the case was presented to the courtroom. This included the refrigerator where the body was kept, the pots used and the actual skull. The refrigerator where the body was kept, the pots used in the cooking,
I
and
thought he said the pogs.
refrigerator where the body was kept, the pots used in the cooking, and the actual skull itself. It has been said that the stench radiated throughout the entire courtroom. Psychiatrists evaluated the three men, who went on to describe them to the courts as being completely remorseless. There was one massive roadblock to the case, though. Given the way that Fun's body ended up, there wasn't any clear, for sure reason to find out what actually had happened to her. They couldn't come up with a concrete cause of death, given the evidence that they had to go off.
Fireball.
It could have been from the abuse, or it could have actually been due to an overdose. As a result, the men weren't convicted of murder, but instead of manslaughter. The jury had come to believe that they had indeed caused her death, but they couldn't agree on whether or not there was...
Okay.
They couldn't rule out that the men did
The Hong Kong folks
kill her.
Wait. Hong Kong folks didn't understand why the mafia put the skull. Okay. I thought this was going to be like the Japanese case of the schoolgirl that killed another girl, and the internet dubbed her Nevada Tan because she was wearing a sweatshirt that said Nevada on it, and because Tan doesn't name their minor criminals, so they would just call her, like, Girl A. So her nickname became Nevada Tan. I thought this was the case because they're like, oh my god, this girl, because the guy mentioned, like, oh my god, people wonder why this girl was so cute or some shit like that. I don't know. Whatever.
Slaughter. The jury had...
How much time we have? 17, 21. Okay, 5 more minutes.
They had indeed caused her death, but they couldn't agree on whether or not there was intent. They couldn't rule out that the men did intend to kill her, but they also couldn't rule out that they didn't. There was simply no way to know for sure. Despite all of the doubts and the charges being reduced to manslaughter, the court justice, Peter Nguyen, was having none of it.
Seen here wearing wig.
In December of 2000, he sentenced the three to life in prison.
I deem thee guilty! Ah!
It would be for 20 years, though.
Order in my court!
In recent years,
this girl is too cute to be guilty!
Has a court heard of such cruelty, depravity, callousness, brutality, violence, and viciousness, he said. The public is entitled to protection from people such as you. While if this had taken place in mainland China, all three would have likely been executed.
The one good case of China's, of mainland China's fucking, version, the thing that where they like to execute people.
Penalty. Fan's husband came out and spoke of the sentencing. It seems that he was satisfied with them getting life in prison. He did, though, end by saying, "But how can I ever forget?" Ah Fong was released, free of charges, into foster care.
Okay.
It's currently unknown where she is now or how
She was a minor, right? Yeah.
The lawyers of the three men tried to appeal the case in 2003, but they had no luck. The sentence was upheld. Those three monsters weren't going anywhere.
What?
In 2014, the courts finally handed Fun's skull, the only remaining evidence of her body, over to her family, who had it cremated. The apartment building, located at 31 Granville Road, Tsim Sha Tsui, Hong Kong, where the murder took place, was eventually demolished entirely.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. She was a minor,
After several years, in 2016, it was rebuilt as a hotel that still exists to this day. The actual location where the murder took place is now, by some dark irony, a restaurant.
Oh, fuck off!
20 years came and went, and in 2020...
God truly has a sense of humor, don't you think?
It seems that the trio never did get their parole, as there's no news out there of their release. That is, except for one of the men. The Yongxing Cho was actually released in April of 2014. It seems that his lawyer was able to appeal and convince the courts that there wasn't sufficient evidence against him. As you might assume, it wasn't too long before he was on the police's radar again. Just recently, in January of 2022, while he was working as a waiter, he groped the chest of a female minor, only 10.
What?
And even more recently, he groped the chest of a female minor, only 10. And even more recently, he was sentenced to 12 months in prison for that. So as of the writing of this video, he is back in prison. Time will tell if they end up seeing parole in the future. There ended up being a few movies released throughout the years that told the story of this case. One of them was called Human Pork Chop with... Come on. Another was called Human Pork Chop with... My god, have some tact, come on. Another was called There's a Secret in My Soup.
What are these Lifetime movies? My Human Pork Chop. Next. 8 p.m. on the Lifetime Network. Television for women. Women that are fucked!
Featured in an episode of Bones, an American crime drama. To this very day, Fan Man-yi's memory is kept alive every year when citizens
My wife,
of Hong
the
Kong
pork chop.
celebrate her life on her birthday with a candlelight vigil in the center of the city. Once again, thank you for watching my videos. If
You're welcome!
Please give it a like, it helps me out in the algorithm, and if you find content like this enjoyable, feel free to subscribe. If you don't mind, go ahead and follow me on social media. I mean, you know how YouTube is with content like this. If anything were ever to happen to this channel, that'd probably be the only way you'd ever hear about it. If you feel like supporting the channel even further, I do have...
Sir, or whoever, I do respect your integrity as a journalist. However, I will not do those things because I am not interested in those kinds of things. And I am sober. I will watch the Yandere case. Thank you, Luna. Posting the link.
She was a sweet, soft-spoken young woman. Nobody would have expected her to do what she did. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to another espresso case by Coffee House Crime. Lesser known solved and unsolved cases and less...
Coffee House Crime!
Now this...
Somebody playing a fucking acoustic guitar at a Starbucks being like, this lady once killed a woman and then also stuffed her skull into a Hello Kitty plush.
This case is a bizarre one, not the type I'd usually cover. Today we're looking at the case of Yuka Takeoke and her victim Phoenix Luna. She's considered to be a real-life yandere in Japan. Cover that definition.
I might have heard of this.
Alright, I hope you're ready.
Fuck yeah, I'm fucking ready, sir. I'm more than ready. Do this shit.
Our short story starts in Tokyo, Japan. It was October 2018, and 21-year-old Yuka Takeoki resided in Shinjuku City. Shinjuku is a special district in Tokyo, known for its buzzing clubs, karaoke rooms, and upscale restaurants, all of them shrouded by skyscrapers. Yuka was living an alternate life, or at least by Western standards. She dropped out of university at the age of 19 to become the manager of a hostess club in Shinjuku. Hostess clubs are popular in the nightlife industry of East Asian countries, typically hiring female employees to serve drinks and provide thoughtful conversation to male customers. And Yuka was also a fan of anime, a style of Japanese animation typically aimed for both adults and children. She was so much of a fan, in fact, that she would often post pictures of herself dressing up and cosplaying as some of her favourite characters on her Twitter and Instagram pages, still up to this date. She was a quietly shy individual, the type of person who initially wouldn't say much, but grew confidence the more she knew you. Generally laid back and sweet, not the type you'd expect any problems from. Back to anime. One of her favourite types of cosplays was of yandere characters, a specific type of personality. Yanderes are generally kind, nurturing and lovable women, ones of which that eventually turn violent and possessive over a love interest.
Yeah, the one with fangs.
Can you see where this is going? In October that year,
no!
at a hostess bar.
Not at the robot show!
Luna. While still working at a hostess bar, she met a 20-year-old man named Phoenix Luna. He was
now I know why you chose this, Luna.
Also a host at a nearby host bar called Fusion Nightclub. Host bars are the same as hostess bars, just hiring male employees for female customers. And Phoenix Luna was in a game of his own. He was very popular amongst the hosts in Shinjuku, and often was in the bar's leaderboards. A lot of his patrons often earning for his bartending services. Now, just to point out, this is all safe for work. Host bars and hostess bars are strictly PG.
Oh.
At least officially. Other than having things in common, Yuka and Phoenix were in the same industry. They understood each other well from a professional point of view. And with the late night work matching, it meant that they had a lot of time out of working hours to connect as friends. It was due to these reasons over the following weeks and months that the two grew closer to each other, and eventually started dating. The relationship wasn't all fine and dandy though. Although the matching hours gave them more time to see each other, it also created some tension between the two. With Yuka and Phoenix both working in the same industry, one designed to generate money through flirting, it posed in bed a risk for the Green Devil: jealousy. And oh boy, did that work for Yuka. Over the following months, she grew more and more possessive over him, often monitoring his whereabouts and even checking on his phone when he wasn't looking. She grew so ever increasingly jealous over Phoenix that eventually she outright bought his services from the bar, paying over $9,000 a month just so he wouldn't see any other women. A little bit strange, don't you think? Fast forward, and it is now May the 20th.
Can you buy exclusive rights to a host?
23rd, 2019, a few months after the two had started dating.
I would negotiate a one-time price for that. What I would do.
Going pretty well for the two, and despite a few tensions here and there, the two were happy. Yuka was still managing the hostess bar, and business was solid. She'd taken a couple days off of work to sort some things out in the apartment. She'd asked Phoenix to drop by her house to help with some DIY, in which he agreed. He'd arrived at her home much later than expected though. It was a very long shift at the bar that night, and when he got in he was exhausted. He asked Yuka if he could run himself a bath to relax.
Can I do that with a stripper? I don't have the money to do that, but if I did have the money to do that, I'd be like, hey, stripper, live with me, and keep constantly giving me lap dances while I play Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain.
Relax, in which she agreed. One he got into, and then fell asleep in. During that time though, Yuka had once again snooped through her boyfriend's phone. And while doing so, she found a few photos of him with another woman. She didn't know who she was, and it couldn't be a client because she'd bought him out. This discovery enraged...
Hey, I can make it work in America with enough money. Well, I don't have the money now. Probably never have the money, but you know, one can dream.
Yuka. She'd noticed for the last...
With enough money. Wow, she's got the crazy eyes.
Couple days that he'd been distant with her. She put that...
Or is that the host?
Photos and took it as evidence that he was cheating on her. Huh? So how would you confront your partner if you were suspicious over a picture?
I don't know! I'm not one of those people. Those are lenses? Whatchamacall them? Contacts? Yeah, the contacts that makes you look crazy. Like that one girl with the blonde hair and the sharp blonde hair and the fangs. I forget what her name is, but she's My Hero Academia. There's this There's this one cosplayer I followed that like did yandere shit a lot. As far as I know, she wasn't like actually a yandere. She just liked it. So she would constantly dress up as that one character from that show. Hero Academia? Yeah.
Any problems in the relationship? Ask if everything's okay? Not for Yuka. That's not how she rolled. After waking up in the bath, Phoenix put on some underwear. He then crept into the bedroom and slid into the bed, trying not to wake Yuka, who was supposedly already asleep. And because he was so already exhausted from all of his shifts the last few days, he passed out pretty much immediately. Some time had passed when all of a sudden Phoenix felt an uncomfortable feeling coming from his stomach. He looked down, and that's when he saw a knife lodged into his abdomen.
Oh, okay.
Waking up,
oh, well, you know, there's this
terror,
knife.
he looked back up to see Yuka arched over him. Is this real? Am I dreaming? He thought. Running on pure adrenaline, he shoved her off the bed and ran out the room. Yuka chased Phoenix, grabbing him as he left the front door. Him being taller though, he was stronger and pushed her away as he reached the elevator. By now, Phoenix was losing a lot of blood. The elevator door was closing, and it was heading towards the ground floor. And as the elevator door opened up to the lobby, he lunged forward, almost to safety, and then lost consciousness. Yuka had caught up with Phoenix. He lay collapsed on the floor of the hotel lobby, blood pooling around his body.
Huh?
By now, passers-by had noticed the horrific scene unfolding, and the police, they'd called them immediately. But Yuka, she wouldn't leave his side. She just sat there next to his body, and people were too scared to get close to them in case she did something back. And the following picture is what has made this case notorious. When they got there, police found Yuka sat next to his body, drenched in his blood, casually smoking a cigarette while on the phone to her friend. In the time it had taken police to get there, she'd also written a letter, with his blood, repeatedly saying, "I love you," over and over and over again. Tokyo Metropolitan Police apprehended Yuka immediately. They would find the letter that she wrote along with the knife she'd used to stab Phoenix in her apartment. When the officer had asked her why she did it, she replied with,
"It was cool!
And seeking to die. I thought that if I kill him, I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as 'I like you' and 'I would like to be with you' would become reality if we both died." Numerous witnesses watched as police escorted Yuka into the back of their vehicle, and when she got in there, she was smiling.
Oh, I think I saw this photo, yeah.
As for the victim, Phoenix Luna, he was still alive, but only barely. Following the speed in which police and paramedics had got to the apartments, he had not yet passed from his injuries. He was transported to a local hospital where he remained in critical condition, with only a 20% chance to survive. But on July the 1st, an entire month after he was stabbed in the abdomen, to everyone's surprise, Phoenix Luna was alive and recovering. He tweeted friends and fans to say, "Sorry, I'm alive and back," before adding, "Since I was stabbed in the liver, I can't drink." Experience, Phoenix agreed to...
Good news and bad news. Good news, I'm alive. Bad news, gonna have to lay off the alcohol for a bit. Sorry.
Attending a local interview, and in that interview he refused to show any hate towards Yuka. When asked, he said that "I do not hold a grudge." He even pleaded with the judge to reduce her sentence. On Thursday the 5th of December 2019, the presiding judge sentenced Yuka to 3 years and 6 months for attempted Did I get that right?
Wait, what?
Yuka to 3 years and 6 months for attempted Did I get that right? Yep, 3 years and 6 months. On Thursday the 5th of December
for attempted
the presiding judge handed Yuka
for attempted
3 years and 6 months for attempted murder. Yuka and Phoenix previously had made a pay him 5 yen murder.
Look at her being so adorable.
Yuka and Phoenix previously had made a
Just shaking my head like I'm a crazy person.
pay him 5 million yen, the equivalent of $47,000 as a means to reduce her time behind bars. At her hearing, the court judge declared, "If possible, I want people to be able to lead."
Now, why don't courtroom illustrators, please? I know that would be silly, but that would be funny. just have a mangaka do the courtroom photos, do the courtroom illustrations. That would be funny.
Normal life rather than paying for their sins.
She stabbed her BF. She's so silly. I know, right? Oh, what a kooky woman. She's the essential crazy manic pixie girl, or what's the word? No, what was it? Manic pixie girl something? Oh yeah, and so, you know, like all those romance that makes. Hugh Grant and Emma Stone in. She fucking stabbed me. Ow, 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 ow. She stabbed me. What am I gonna do? Fuck yes! I want all of this. I want more of this. Inject this shit directly into my veins.
And the story doesn't end there. Following Yuka's attempted murder and imprisonment, she grew an entire online community.
Actually, do you think of like a slight change? Like something that doesn't involve a murder, but like something that's also like a little bit weird? I don't know. If you can think of if you can't think of anything, just show me another fucked up thing. But if you could think of something that's slightly different, but also fucked up in its own way, maybe. I don't know. I'm not making any demand.
Fans, most of which are invested in anime culture, admiration for her, hailing her as if she were a real-life yandere. Her fans believed that she didn't need to be condemned for her actions.
Oh, of course.
Rehabilitated. She even had a...
I could fix her! Actually, I don't want to fix her. I want her exactly the way she is. I want her to be my yandere. There is actually a weird... Not that I wouldn't want this girl, but there is a weird part of me that, like, wants a girl that's, like... Is that odd? Is that odd that I would like a girl that's, like... Not obsessed, but, like... That would, like... You know... Be kinda... A little too into me. No. Like... I want you to be my elf on the shelf. I drink your eggnog any day. I would never drink anyone's eggnog. Drink your eggnog. If anybody else tried to drink your eggnog, I would stab them. Because is that weird? Is that weird? I mean, I wouldn't want them to murder anybody, but I would like somebody that would just be like, hey. Yeah, but I mean somebody that's not half my age across the country, and you know what I mean, that would be really weird. You know what I mean? I mean somebody that wouldn't be that fucked. That would be okay for me to be in a relationship with. You know what I mean? Like I said, my age, not well. I mean, obviously they would have to be impressionable. No, it's my stream. What does it say on my stream? It says Raven Cassidy. It doesn't say Digital Dolly. It says Raven Cassidy. Raven Cassidy stream. Raven Claus's fucking Game of the Year 2003, and also True Climbery laughs at fucked up things podcast. My podcast. This is not your podcast. It's my podcast. I drink a whole bottle of special eggnog and a couple of shots of Fireball for this to watch fucked up crime things. I want a yandere that I'm attracted to. That's my age that I'm attracted to, and would want to. You came up with it, but it's mine. It's mine. I did it. But it's me. Me. Anyway, let's finish this.
A GoFundMe style
like 2 minutes left
for her. And while the campaign was shut down, at the time she was receiving over
dirty girl, bail her out.
9 contributors, almost the amount needed to get her out of prison. Following
you're my ghost tweeter.
Murder, she is now scheduled to be released from prison. 2023.
What? Oh, wait. Are you saying that she could be mine? If I go to Japan, I do my hair like a visual kei guy that I could come over and have her be my yandere. Like a girl that wears glasses.
And that's the story of Yuka Takeoke. I feel really conflicted about this case.
Yeah.
On one hand, I appreciate and admire Phoenix for not holding any grudges, but at the same time, attempted
but at the same time, what the fuck?
Murder, 3.5 years. Really? What do you think about Yuka?
Go home! Guess what? I'm already home. Man!
Do you think it was enough? Or do you think she got the time she deserved? And what do you think about her fan base? Let me know in the comments below. And
I think her fan base is
what you think
awesome!
in this case. Do you find these stories with slightly happier endings as interesting? Or do you prefer the cases to be a little bit more final?
I like the cases where they're funny.
Tokyo and Japan in general is incredible. If you ever have the opportunity to visit, take it, you will not regret it.
Hey, yeah, I would love that. How else am I going to find a yandere? They only exist in Japan, right? Because it's a Japanese term, yandere, meaning yan, and dere. Yan meaning crazy, and dere meaning lovey-dovey. Right? I think, something like that. She raving on my Cassidy until podcast. Thanks, Beelzebub. Also, could you guys use the, I'm sorry to be that guy, but could you use the fucking text to speak? Like, you know what? I'm only doing this because like, I don't want to have to keep, like, repeating you guys.
Chilsabub says penis explosion ray.
I'm gonna make the, you motherfuckers. I'm gonna make the reason I do that is because sometimes I make like an audio only version that I'll upload to something, and so when you say a thing, I don't want to have to keep repeating it to keep what's the thing, context to the thing. So I'm actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I don't know if I need to do this, but whatever. I don't care. Wait, did I do the thing right? Yeah, Texas Steaks meal. I'm gonna make this one. Oh no, wait. You know what? I'm also gonna remove the limit. I'll make this one. I'll make this 1 point, and I'll remove the. I'll make it 1 point, and I'll remove the cooldown. So that way, and I'll refund you anyway. Just so that I just ask you if you want to you want to converse with me so that it appears on the stream. It appears on the. You want me to call you? You know what? Let's fucking do it. All right, let's fucking do it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You want to do it? You want me to call you? I'll do it right now. I'll do it. 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 I'll do it right now. I'm doing it right now. I'm calling you right now. I'm calling her right now. You better fucking pick up. Calling you right now. Oh, you want me to be on,
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
kun je me dichterbij mijn ding zitten?
What's that?
Ik ga even raven willen, dus
You're dick.
ja.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
You're dick.
Did I make you tiny? You're a doll?
You can. You can, in fact.
Yeah.
Dude, I realized you get more Luna if you get more drunk.
Anyway. Alright, so I'm gonna watch your next video.
Your filter just leaves when you're drunk, so I think feed you content. Like Fireball. This time you want like Fireball IV.
Alright. I don't do this often. This is like the first time I drank in like a long time. I thought it would be funny to do this while I'm doing my Game of the Year thing, and then like, then that just devolved into this other bullshit. To the point where it's like, should I even upload this to anywhere? Because like, the thing is that you know that RSS site that I uploaded my first podcast to? It turns out that if they want me to upload any more, MP3s, I have to pay them like $15 a month, and I'll wait till do that next month just to make sure, like, just to see if like I have whatever, I have enough, things on my backlog because if I pay them the $15 a month, not only will I be able to upload more MP3s, but they'll also distribute the MP3s to Apple Podcasts and Spotify, so I will be a legit podcast. It will appear in your Spotify and your Apple Podcasts that you have the Raven Podcastidy in your fucking.
I'm gonna listen to it while I'm on my way to school, and then my friends are like, "What are you listening to?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Raven Podcast."
Yeah, the Raven Podcastity. It's the newest goddamn thing. Oh my god, that's the. It's the goddamn dumbest thing, but it's also the greatest thing. It's the stupidest thing. What have I done? What's the newest thing? Anyway, the YouTuber that became a killer, the insane case of Trey Steeler, I think I heard of this guy. I never read about it, but I heard of this dude. The Mr. Anime guy. What's that?
Let me check my volume.
Okay. I mean, your volume is...
I think. Compared to yours.
Yeah, I think you were good last time. Let me say something.
All right.
Yeah, you're good.
Say something.
Yeah, I'm fine now.
Was that your parents?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, my mom came in because I was like, "Mom, put me closer to my computer. I can't reach the mouse. I can't pick up Raven's call."
It's a family affair. This is, like I said, my dream was to have somebody's parent refer to me as their, well, at least as a podcast, at least as a streamer they frequently watch. Maybe not their favorite streamer, but the streamer that they constantly watch, and then have their parents be like, "Who's that Raven Cafferty guy?" Who's that Raymond? What's his name? Raymond Cafferty? Oh, Raven Cassidy. Yeah, like that sounds like something my mom would say. Like if Raven Cassidy was another dude, and I watched them, and they'd be like, "What's that guy you watch? Raymond Cafferty?" Like that's not like anyway. Let's watch Mr.
Listen, when I'm sitting behind my computer, sometimes my mom brings my dinner to my desk so I don't have to miss out on any content, right?
Okay.
I'm like, "Mom, I want to continue watching Raven. Can I eat here?" And then she sits here and she feeds me and she watches your content along with me. And she's like, "Wow, Raven's a really cool guy." So you're just that little box and you're.
Oh, shut up! Thank you, but thank you so much.
She's like, so you just type into that little box and he repeats whatever you said and responds.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. But do you understand? But you understand why? You understand why I felt kind of weird that you gave me that gift, where it's it's the first time that, I mean, we're friends outside. You're not just a fan, you're a friend, right? I will say it, but it's still somebody that knows me primarily through my content giving me gifts. So I think that's why I felt a little weird you giving me that gift of the emotes, because it's the first time that happened. That's the first time. What's that?
I get it, but then also view it as fan art.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's what I view it as. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I even showed my bestie. They haven't responded yet because oddly enough, they contacted me last night and they asked me for my my home address, because they said, "I found something for you. I need your shipping address." I'm like, "Okay," and they're like, "Yeah." So I gave them my address, because they never actually been to my place, or they don't know my address. So I was like, "Okay, if you need to send me something, here's my address." I was a little paranoid at first, thinking like, did somebody hack their account? But I'm like, that's a stupid thing to think. I'm being paranoid. So I gave my address, and apparently they're gonna send me something for Christmas, which is weird because like they don't exactly acknowledge Christmas. They're kind of they're I don't really know what their religious beliefs are. I think they said that they're like pagan or something like that, but so like they more refer to like winter solstice rather than Christmas, but you know what I mean. But you know, they know that I probably celebrate Christmas. Yeah.
But
so they're apparently gonna send me something. Bestie's gonna send me something.
the thing is, that's cool. But the thing is with me, is I would have done the same thing because keep in mind there's a t-shirt printing business right away from my college, so I could, print a Raven Cassidy t-shirt.
Yeah.
And make a really stupid quote with word out like my cum tastes like eggnog.
Well, I already set up my so Streamlabs already has a merchandise site. I already put one of my I already tried to have one of the I already set up one of the emotes as a hat, because the way that it works is that you can only choose like 4 colors, because it actually sews it. It's not just like screen printed. You have to choose. You can only choose like 4 colors for it to like embroider the hat with, or whatever clothing. And so I chose like white, black, orange, and green. So for the eyes and for the t-shirt, the letters on the t-shirt. The only problem is that the mouth, like I tried it with the rage emoji, so like the mouth is also orange, so it's a little weird like that. But that's the best I could get with it. Like I couldn't also choose, like if I was able to choose one more color, I would choose pink for the mouth. But yeah, I thought it'd be funny to have a hat, even if it's just for myself, even if I didn't sell anything, if just myself have a hat with my emoji on it, and then have people being like, who is that? And it's like, oh, it's my favorite streamer, Raven Cassidy. That's not me. It's just somebody that I like to watch.
Yeah, but that's cool. But like, I wanted to do that, right? Like,
yeah, I get it.
I realized I could make actual merch, but then I realized, it's probably just gonna be a me thing, because if I'm gonna have to send it all the way to New York, number one, shipping costs, which I don't want to pay. Right. Sorry, buddy, you're worth a lot, but not $5 shipping. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. We have to set it. We would have to set it through a like a what do they call it? Like fuck it. What do they call it? Like like an on-demand printer, which I think is what that Streamlabs site is. Is like they only print it when somebody orders it. So I think it would work better. Like I think like maybe if like for some reason I get like 100 current viewers, like if I get popular as somehow as an independent VTuber, which is probably not going to happen for a long ass time. But what was that?
You can just like as a gift for you.
Yeah.
I would love to send you like actual Raven Cassidy merch, because I have people who can do that for me.
Yeah.
For free. But the thing is, I would have to, get your address and then also dox myself, because I'd have to put my full real legal name.
Yeah. Your
as a return address. And
your return address. Yeah.
Because that would mean doxing myself.
Exactly. Yeah.
Who's like twice my age.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Yeah. I actually felt a little weird sending that to my bestie, but I'm like, wait, it's my bestie. I thought at first like maybe somebody, because I actually had that little pang of paranoia where it's like, did somebody hack their Discord? And it's actually trying to get there. But then I'm like, wait, why would they only try... If somebody hacked their Discord, why would they only try to get my address? So it's like, okay, no. No, Raven, push past the paranoia and just give them their address. They're gonna send you something apparently through the mail. And, yeah, they're gonna send me a thing. And then, apparently, I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. They just said, hey, I found... Wait, let me bring up the actual... Wait. What happened to my Discord? Wait, my Discord... Oh, okay. Oh, no, it is here. Okay. Yeah, they just said, I may need your shipping address. I found something. And I go, oh? And they go, yup. and then I send them my address, and they just redress with a heart emoji, which oddly enough is a purple heart. I don't know if you know this, but whenever they respond to anything, whenever they react, they always respond with a purple heart. And they just responded. Oh, I showed them the emojis. I said, like, one of my fans and friends made emojis for me as a Christmas gift, and they responded with a purple heart. And okay, yeah. So I was like, okay, that's good enough for them to know that was actually them, because they responded with a purple heart.
Dude, my plan is to like do a world tour when I finish college. First thing I'm gonna do is get a house, and once I've done that, I'm gonna not use the house at all because I'm actually just gonna go all around the world. You know, like I'm gonna be like that Daft Punk song, but bitter.
Oh, Human After All. Yeah, I love that song. No,
But then my plan is to also come to New York and like maybe possibly like get you some presents in person because then I can actually do that.
Right.
Like I have contacts everywhere. Like my dad used to be like a big music fan, so I can basically get you a like soundboard for like cheap, you know? Like I can be like, hey, remember my dad? Yeah, I'm his kid. Give me a soundboard, $50. Here you go. And then like come to New York and give it to you. Like that would be like one of my goals for like the next couple of years, you know? Because I could do that, but I don't want to ship it. Like if I'm actually gonna give like a gift like that, I want to come in person. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. Want to make it extra special. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll just dip again because you wouldn't want me to bother you with my endless true crime shenanigans like I'm doing now.
I'm not bothered by it now, but I think it's because I'm inebriated. But I think because like it's one of those kinds of things where it's like if I have enough to drink, it doesn't bother me at all. I think it's that, and that's kind of why I like to drink. What's that?
You go Luna mode.
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things, like, because the reason why I liked to drink when I was in my 20s was because it removed all my inhibitions, right? Of course, that's because that's what alcohol does. So, I really like to drink during parties because that made me the most Raven Cassidy ever, I guess you could say. Except I didn't call myself Raven Cassidy at the time.
Aaron and more Raven.
Yeah. I mean, I was more Raven than Raven. More human than more half elf than half elf, like like that Rob Zombie song. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, it would probably be better. I saw like a video of. Well, you know what? I'm just gonna ramble on. You want to watch the Mr. Anime Killer?
Yeah, can you share your screen so that I can listen to it?
Oh yeah. Good idea.
Also, of course, I would notify you beforehand. Like, I wouldn't just randomly appear in front of your door. I would more be like, hey, I'm at Times Square. I don't know what the fuck to do. Come over.
Doing 7. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, I shared my screen of the guy. Coffee house crime. The Starbucks killer. Yeah. All right.
In the Netherlands, we actually refer to coffee houses as places where you can buy weed.
Yeah. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's becoming a thing.
Wait, well, let me start over.
Secondary school. So when do you remember YouTube first becoming a thing? For me, I was in secondary school when the likes of Fred, Smosh, and even PewDiePie were creating comedy skits. A lot has changed since then, both
Can you hear my
in real life.
mic through the?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Like,
yeah.
No, but do you hear the video double?
Come and go, but this one.
No.
Okay, then it's fine.
Yeah, I just hear the video and you, but not an echo or anything like that.
Okay.
he left the platform in a particularly evil way. My name's Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime.
Thank you.
Today, we're looking at the rise and fall of one of YouTube's earliest stars, Trey Sesler, and how he built a community around him before, well, we'll get to that part in a minute. So for now, grab...
Yeah, I heard about this dude, but I never really...
Max.
This
is the case of Trey Sesler.
Yeah.
I like how nerdy he looks as well.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like the guy that would call himself Mr. Anime.
Today takes us to Weller County in Texas. It was the early morning hours of August the 3rd, 1989, and the young Trey Eric Sesler was born. His mother Rhonda and father Lawton had one other son a couple years prior.
Oh god, if they ever make a documentary about me, they'd be like, Raven Cassidy was born in 1980. Like, okay, yeah, cool, thank you.
Prior. He was now Trey's older brother. His name was Mark Sesler. Mark and Trey had a typical...
I'm sorry, let me pause on this, but when I got some accolade in high school, I think I got like Student of the Month. They were like, Raven Cassidy Raven Cassidy's parents are Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy, and it's like, first of all, that's not even true. I don't really have a father, but that's also like the very bare minimum of like how you report who my parents are. You didn't even get their first names, and they're not even the same. They don't even have the same names as me because my mother had married again, so she adopted a different name, and I kept mine. So they're not even Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy. I'm the only Cassidy in my family, or at least in the media family. They're something else. You might already know because I accidentally said their name on stream some time ago that I cut out. They have a different name. So
I know your mother's maiden name.
Yeah, because I accidentally said it on stream and it was translated. Yeah, so that's not my name. My real last name is something different. So the article at the time, when they reported me in the local newspaper saying like, Raven Cassidy won was awarded Student of the Year at local high school. His parent, he was born to Mr. and Mrs. Cassidy. And it's like, that's not even true. That is the laziest reporting you've ever done. And it's not even true.
That's like me. That's like them reporting on me that I'm crippled. Like,
it'd be like, to be like, Luna was diagnosed with... No, Luna has something. they're like, Luna has something. Like, they don't even say what it is. They're just like, yeah, she was born with a thing.
All-American upbringing.
Born too early, that's what?
Yeah.
In the 1800s.
She was born 4 weeks early or whatever, but that was it.
Trey's father Lawton was in the
it's
schooling
like
industry.
6 weeks.
6 weeks, yeah. Oh, whoops, I accidentally muted my whatever.
You can press M to unmute you, boomer.
His name was Mark Sesler. By most counts, Mark had a typical all-American upbringing. Waller County, formerly a distribution town for cotton in the 1800s, now specialized in manufacturing and schooling. Trey's father Lawton was in the schooling industry. He was working at Robinson Elementary and was a well-respected educator, being in that field for over 30 years. His mother Rhonda worked for the local newspaper, where colleagues described her as a precise wordsmith with a contagious laugh. The couple were married for 34 years. Growing up, Trey was pretty average from the outside. He didn't run into any problems with kids at school, he was never bullied, but he was relatively quiet and never tried to be the centre of attention. But things weren't quite so normal with him on the inside. This was first apparent when he opened up to a particular conversation with his teacher, and doubts started to be cast on the boy. At the age of 13, Trey created a devious plan to call 911 and complain of a suspicious shadow that he kept seeing outside his parents' home. And he planned to hide in the woods across from his house with a baseball bat while waiting for the police. When the police officer arrived, he would then club him and steal his firearm.
Wait, I'm sorry.
To his friends.
Wait, did he club the police officer?
Baseball bat while his parents' home.
No.
And he planned to hide in the woods across from his house with a baseball bat while waiting for the police officer. When the police officer arrived, he would then club him and steal his firearm. Before...
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Oh, he planned to do that. Okay.
The police officer. When the police officer arrived, he would then club him and steal his firearm.
Oh.
Before driving to his friend's house to shoot him.
Oh.
While his plan fortunately never worked, it did result in him being evaluated by a psychiatrist. Nothing evident came from this though. The incident was eventually dropped, both by the police and by the psychiatrist. Nothing else ever came from this. And as Trey grew up through his teenage years, he seemed to settle. His family and friends saw his previous plan as a blip, just a strange moment that's naturally part of growing up. And as he matured, his interests developed. He had 3 of them.
That's my main problem with
movies were a great source of
police. They do that here as well, where one child does like a thing that you think is like insane, right? They plan a thing that's insane, and then the police write it off, and they pretty much do this everywhere around the world. They write it off as like, oh, puberty.
Yeah, he's just going through some things. Yeah.
They didn't want to kill anybody. They're just hormonal.
He's not a psychopath. He's just horny.
Inspiration for Trey in his younger years. And in September 2006, just as YouTube started to become better known as a video sharing platform, and Trey already spending most of his evenings behind his computer, he put the two together and created his first YouTube channel, LensCap Productions. At first, it was a very casual channel for Trey. He'd post short films and bloopers, mostly of himself, but sometimes including his brother and parents.
Let me call you back. Do you have some sort of stupid problem?
Of course he would only have himself, yeah.
Appreciating filmmaking in a more animated tone, Trey also liked anime, a Japanese-style kind of animation.
Oh.
In late 2006, roughly a year after he'd started his YouTube channel, he decided to switch his content up a little bit. It was at this point forward that he would now be known as Mr. Anime.
Welcome to another
A little presumptuous of him.
Was a place
Mr. Anime.
This isn't too bad for early YouTube, though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm not saying this is fucking awful, how dare this guy, but it's like, you know, it was very indicative of, like, early YouTube, where it's like, the guy would use himself and they would green screen themselves. It reminds me of, there's this dude named, that's Steve, I think it was called, and he did this, like, this whole series called Portals, and it was all about a guy that saw multiple versions of himself that came through portals. And it's like, that makes sense because but like the guy was known to be a complete loner, so it was very appropriate that he would do a series that's just him, but he at least made it plausible by having it being like, oh, it's alternate reality versions of him. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, yeah, you had that early YouTube. It was very quaint. It was very, you know, it was of its time, you know. But it's so funny to point out.
Yeah, Mr. Anime maybe isn't like Smosh levels of good, but it's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. You always had the guys that be like, they just sit at home, or they just be like they always do the skit where they're at their computer and then they get a phone call and it's them with their own voice being like, I'm the crazy man, I'm gonna come to get you, and then it'd be like, oh my god, come here, oh no, and Mr. Crazy Man, you're coming over here.
That's the extreme.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the extreme.
I mean, that was a pretty seamless green screen effect. I'll see that. Yeah.
Mostly of himself, but sometimes including his brother and parents.
Let me call you back.
Also, the sitcom laugh, like,
yeah.
Like I said, yeah, it was of its time. It was. I can't judge it.
Trey also liked anime, a Japanese-style kind of animation. And in late 2006, roughly a year after he'd started his YouTube channel, he decided to switch his content up a little bit. It was at this point forward that he would now be known as Mr. Anime.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Mr. Anime Reviews.
Taking another fireball.
It was a place for Trey to review.
Oh Jesus Christ, dude, calm down.
That he watched. Mr. Anime was known for having
I'm good.
An honest personality.
I'm good.
Many other
Proceeds
reviewers
to
who
take
tried to
20
impersonate
shots.
a specific mood or emotion. For each and every review, he would
He used to call me Frank the Tank.
He wouldn't try to sugarcoat.
I was known to drink like a fish back in my crazy days, so I was the guy. I was the chuggernaut. I was the Frank the Tank. I was the drinking man.
I'm always the most sober one at parties, despite
Yeah.
getting. I literally, at parties, I'm always the one getting the heavy shit shoved in my mouth, but, I never get drunk because I'm always, breathing.
Yeah.
Make sure to breathe in between my shots.
Yeah. I understand because you said that it'd be not exactly the most healthy for you to drink. I mean, because you're still developing, so.
I mean, I can, but it's if I drink too much, and I'm not kidding about this, if I drink too much, I get, my spasms become more, so
okay.
If you have me take 25 shots, I will fucking do the jitterbug on the floor.
Funny story, when I first got, really drunk at a party, I thought it was, for some reason, I didn't do the the jitterbug. I thought it was, I don't know why, I thought it was funny that I sat on a rocking chair, and then I told my friend, hey, look at me, I'm Mr. X, I'm in a wheelchair, and he's like, you're not even in a wheelchair, you're in a rocking chair, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Told me that, with the girl keeps calling you Raver.
Oh, yeah. The girl was calling me, my name, but with the R. Yeah, Raver, yeah.
Yep.
It's like, Raven, that sounds like a cowboy name. I'm going to call you Raver instead. And then, yeah, that became my... And then also, did I ever tell you that they also used to call me Freeman? Like, my last name? Because, there was some joke about... I think I said something like, I don't know what my father's name is. I think it starts with a G. And then they're like, oh, it must be Gordon, like Gordon Freeman. And then that became my last name. It became Raven Freeman. And so I came to a party once. It was being held out on an outdoor deck. And I arrived pretty late because I was working. So I came in there at 11 p.m., even though they were there for hours. So I came in and everyone just yells, Freeman! And then I was like, oh, hey, how you guys doing? And then one guy approached me and he's like, did you just get out of jail? And I'm like, no, why'd you ask? And he's like, well, because they called you Freeman. And I'm like, oh, no, it's another thing. It has to do with Half-Life, because, Gordon Freeman from Half-Life, I joked about my father being Gordon Freeman or something like that, because my biological, like I said, I know a little, my biological father went out for milk, I guess, I don't know, whatever, I don't know the story. But basically, exactly. Yeah, I'm a fatherless girl. That's why I'm the way I am.
You're a fatherless homo. That's what you are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was only raised by my mother, so that's why I'm the way I am. In the sense that I
always like it when homophobes and gays do this as well. Where they say oh yeah, my dad left, so I became gay because of another man's touch.
It was funny because my mother wasn't really the, because I know the stereotype of the gay guy that loves their mother too much. That wasn't really the case. I care for my mother, but and because of the stuff I said before. But I'm not obsessed with my mother, where I'm always constantly talking about her.
I do have that with my mom, but she was just a big influence in my life because she constantly has to take care of me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because when I grew up, it was my mother and her parents, so it was my mother and my grandparents.
Yeah.
So, the closest to my male influence was my grandfather and my uncle. So, I had, male influences. It just wasn't, in the same way as, having a father. So, I kind of had that kind of... What's the word? Imbalanced kind of thing where it's I had more of a female influence, but I didn't have sisters where it's I completely understood other women, because when a guy says that they had a bunch of sisters, they kind of understand a little more because they know they experience their hormonal changes because they grow up. I didn't have that, but I still had only one parent that be hey, girls like it when you're nice to them. Girls like it when you're like this and this to them. And not having the male influence being no, you should really be like this to them. And it's kind of give me that kind of weird. I couldn't help but get kind of that weird like influence of like how exactly am I supposed to talk to women? It's like, and then it turns out I didn't need to just talk to women. It turns out I was also attracted to men, so that was a different thing. And my mother wouldn't know anything. Well, my mother would kind of know about that because she was straight, but not in the way that, not with queer men, of course, because she was straight, but.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird. It's weird in a way that I can't really explain. But anyway, let's go on with Mr. Ant.
Yeah, my parents have the same thing where my sister's already gay, so therefore they expect my sister to come home with a wife and me to come home with a boyfriend because we can't have two gay kids.
Yeah, I don't have any.
They never explain that directly, but it's like, whenever they come up to me, they're like, oh, do you have a boyfriend yet? And with my sister, it's always like, oh, how's the girlfriend, Like, I can explain to them many times I like boobs, but then my mom's legit like, no, your sister already likes boobs.
Well, isn't like the younger sibling supposed to be the gayest one? Like that's the thing that's like the current theory is like if you have a bunch of kids, usually the youngest male is more likely going to be the gay one because they're going to receive the least testosterone or something like that. Like apparently that's the theory, is that the youngest of a bunch of kids is going to be more likely the queer one because they're going to have their hormones are going to be different or some shit like that. But I'm an only child, so I don't really have an explanation towards why I am the way I am. What's that?
Don't get me fucking started. I have a younger brother. And maybe this doesn't really count because he's literally like mentally challenged, right? But he really, really likes the color pink.
Okay.
To the point where my dad got upset about it because he's like, no, you're a metalhead. You're supposed to like black.
It's funny because my bestie, being like a huge femme, hates the color pink. Like they are only into like black and purple. They are like a huge femme. They're trans femme, non-binary. They hate the color pink. They're like a total goth. They once, I think I might already told you this, but they made a bet with somebody else on like getting to like
paint their nails pink.
Yeah. Whether or not they get to level 10 in Pokemon Go, and whoever lost had to paint their nails pink. And so I go to visit them at their job, and they're like, "Hey Raven, yeah, I lost this bet to so and so, and like I had to paint my nails pink." And they're like, "Oh," and they're like so embarrassed, and I'm like, "Yeah, but only you painted your nails pink." And they're like, "Yeah, but I know." And like they're acting like they had to put acid on their legs for.
No, but that's the thing. When you know you don't like something, it's gonna bother you for the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like I'll get into it because I have to explain this whole. There was like a movie. I'll talk about it later. But it's the same case where it's like they had to put something on themselves, even for a thing that's not quite. Even for a thing that they didn't quite agree to, and therefore they acted like it was them. They acted like they had to put like something disgusting on their face, like it was just a color, right? There was a movie where a person had to put colors of a team that they hated, and they're putting the makeup on their skin because they're going undercover, and they're acting like they're smearing shit on their face, even though all they're putting on is like paint of like an opposing team's color. And they're acting.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, people can get really autistic about the things they do and don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't have that problem. Like I don't really care about that. But I don't really have a favorite color anyway. Like if I had a favorite color, it might be purple. But at the same time, like my favorite color for the longest time was black, but only because I didn't really care about colors. You know what I mean? It was just like I just wasn't. Wasn't really like a color person, so like I just always went like, I always have black shirts and blue jeans. So like that's my
I hate beige. I hate beige.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, because beige is the most white color ever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but when you see a bimbo outside, they're always wearing beige. But it's always beige.
Yeah, I don't like beige, but only because that used to be the color of computers a lot, and then only when they started making, like, different color computers, that's when I was like, oh, they're actually making computers look good now, because before then, up until, like, the mid-90s, like, all computers were either beige or white, so, like, there wasn't any, like, kind of computers, or, like, they tried to make them look good, other than try to make them look, like, standard. It was only until a little bit later that, like, they were like, hey, let's make our computers actually look good, and, like, make them different colors and put, like, RGB lighting on them. And that's when I was like, yeah, I hate the color beige. or like a pastel blue, because I would see that on a lot of cars as a kid, or a lot of walls painted on houses as a kid. It was mostly, like, the colors that I hated was mostly, like, colors that I had to see a lot as a kid, based on, like, this, yeah. So, but, like, other than that, like, I didn't really have, like, a favorite color, so.
No, beige for me is, like, it's all over Instagram nowadays, because, like, I don't go on Instagram all that much, but, like, you know how, like, millennial parents are obsessed with like, clean eating and shit like that? Like, they wanna raise their child to be the cleanest possible, so they only, like, they don't buy toys with, like, toxic paint on them. But then what I find funny is if they get a toy from a family member and the toy is, like, brightly colored, they have to spray paint it with beige.
Right.
And the thing about the beige is it's the color wood. So the whole thing with it is, like, I'm gonna buy my kid wood toys so that they don't ingest, like, toxic paint particles. But then you get a like, brightly colored toy from your friend or family member for your kid, and then you spray paint it beige to fit your aesthetic. And, like, if the whole aesthetic is about clean eating and not getting, like, toxins in your body, then why are you spray painting toys with extra toxins?
Oh, okay.
What's wrong with millennials? I'm sorry, Raven, but what
No.
is wrong with you?
With me? What'd I do?
You're a millennial.
What?
You're a millennial.
I mean, yeah. I can't explain that. I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like a millennial that grew up in a Gen X world, where, like, we were conditioned to not have emotion towards things. Did I ever tell you about the story that, like, when I was in elementary school,
everything was fucking beige.
Yeah, it wasn't even that everything was beige. It's that, like, it was uncool to have emotion. That was the thing. Was, like, Gen X was all, like, Gen X was the era of grunge, right? It was the era of being, like, I don't know, like, just being, like, blasé towards everything, right? It was so, like, when you're growing up in the generation that just came after Gen X, right? Just, like, right after, you're at the cusp or whatever, right? To the point where people will call you an Xennial or a Zillennial, right? Like, where you are not quite a millennial, but, like, you're kind of sort of part of the previous generation. You feel like you grew up in their world as opposed to your own. So, like, you had, like, MTV, where you had your, like, your shows and your cartoons and your media, where, like, people were acting blasé towards the things because that's what's cool. So, anyway, the best example that I can think of, like, I mean, this happened in a lot of places, but the best example was when I was in elementary school. We had an assembly where, like, we were all brought into our gymnasium to watch a guy play with a thing where, like, a guy came in and he had this weird, like, volleyball-esque device where it was 3 trampolines, right? It was a trampoline laid flat like normally, and then there was 2 more on each side that was at a diagonal. So you can bounce off of the side, off of the side trampolines, and bounce off the sides like it was like a bouncy castle or something like that. And then there were
running kinda.
Yeah. Like there was nets so that like you couldn't fall off the sides. But basically you can bounce back and forth between the two of them. But there's also a net and like a mesh like fence with a hole through it, because then you can play this weird version of volleyball, excuse me. So he invited one of the students on stage to play this volleyball game with him. And what it was that like you would just knock the ball through the fence and like try to have it touch the ground of the other guy's, trampoline or whatever. So anyways, this was like a middle-aged guy, and he invites one of the students who was like in a grade that was like older than us, like 7th or 8th grade. We were in 6th grade. So he gets like an older kid.
Wait, what age is that?
6th grade would be about age 12.
Okay.
And so age 11 to 12, I was probably 11. Because I was born in August, so like they would normally be younger. Like the very end of the summer, because school would start in September. So I was like one of the youngest of my grade. So anyway, say they have one of the older kids, like 7th and 8th grade, right? So like the 13, 14-year-olds. They had him come and play this volleyball game with this guy, this middle-aged man, and it was like them bouncing off these trampolines and knocking this ball back and forth and whatever. And the entire school starts chanting, "Reggie, Reggie, Reggie," the kid that came up. And I started chanting with him. And then one of the other kids says to me, it's like, "Hey, no, Raven, you don't know him." Why are you chanting his name? You don't know who he is. And I'm like,
what are you dunce?
Yeah, exactly. It was like, no, the entire, like, all the younger kids were chanting this guy's name. And so I was chanting along with them, and then the kids in my grade were like, "You're not supposed to do that. You don't know who he is." And I'm like, okay. So I just got the idea that it's like, you're not supposed to react to anything. Like, you're not supposed to be excited for anything if they're not directly, like, known. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you're not supposed to react to something that you're not directly involved with, because this kid was older than us. So it was like, I got the idea that it's like, you're not supposed to be emotional towards anything that you're not directly related to. And that was kind of the theme of growing up during the late 80s, early 90s. Yeah, I know I'm going to be that kid that's going to be like, "Hey, this is me. I'm the 90s kid." Bah, 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 bah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
that's fine.
That's kind of how it was. It was like, that was the tone. Was like, you had to act like you were blasé towards everything, because that's how you were cool. If you showed emotion towards something, that was uncool. So it was kind of weird in like the 2000s when people would act like extra, or like really emotional, or like really excited for things and being like, "This is awesome! Oh my god! Ah!" And you had PewDiePie being like, "Oh my god, he's doing the thing to me! Ah!" You know what I mean? And so that was weird to me as an exennial. So, like that was just the environment that I grew up in. So, like, It was like, yeah, exactly. So, like, it was weird to me to see people that were excited towards something. I mean, I know, yeah. I know that's not... I'm sorry, go ahead.
My generation mainly is just, like, ADHD. Like, I feel like that there was an ADHD spike somewhere along the 2000s or something, where the internet came along, so we shortened our attention spans.
Right.
So my generation, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha has this as well, but way worse. Gen Z has like become insanely desensitized to things, but also insanely overexcited.
Yeah.
Because when our ADHD brain sees something we like, we consume more and more and more of it. Like me with fucking disturbing true crime shit. Like, that's what gets me, like, do the ADHD tingles, Like, so... I feel like my generation is either constantly overreacting to things or like underreacting because we're so used to it that we're like, oh, this is normal. Whatever. You know, killing, like shooting people, oh, that's normal. And I feel like that's the danger of the internet. I'm sorry, but like I feel like that's with this case as well, is like the Mr. Anime case, is like eventually when you're on the internet long enough you get desensitized to the weirdest shit.
Exactly, yeah.
You like that creates more like serial killers and shit. And I'm not saying every Gen Zer is a serial killer. I'm just saying because, you know, a lot of us have ADHD and are addicted to the internet, we're more likely to, you know, do shit like Mr. Anime.
Yeah.
And that's something your generation, thankfully, never had to go through, but I understand how you may feel like overstimulated by the 2020s because it's like, oh my god, so much shit happening.
Yeah.
It's my whole childhood, what the fuck?
Yeah, but I feel like we have the exact opposite problem where it's like we're not allowed to express our feelings towards things because that would be considered uncool. So like that was just like the Gen X, because again, I wasn't technically part of Gen X, but we kind of grew up in that medium where it's like, you know, of like Beavis and Butthead and MTV and all that shit, where it's like we felt like we grew up in a Gen X environment where like we couldn't, it was uncool to be emotional towards things. Yeah.
Especially in your case, because you grew up with your grandparents around, so...
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I understand that.
Yeah, my grandparents weren't exactly the hippest. Obviously not. They were way more out of touch than I was.
No, but that's why maybe you feel like Gen X or like more of a boomer, you know?
Yeah. Because
you got raised in between boomers.
Did I tell you about the story about when I got the Mario hat from a video game store?
Yeah, you sent me the picture, remember?
Yeah, I did, yeah. So I went to a Babbage's, which was a video game store at the time. And they would all become GameStops eventually. But basically, I went to one of them and I was like talking with one of them about whatever because that's what I did. I went to video game stores and I would just, even though I was like 12, I would like talk to the employees who were probably like 10 years older than me about whatever because yeah,
like that with people on the internet all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like they were the only ones that I could really talk to like about video games. So I talked to one of them about like a bunch of video games, and they're like, "Hey, you know what? You should get this." And they gave me a hat. It was just a baseball cap that had that looked like a Mario hat, right? And keep in mind, this was before like GameStops nowadays will sell a Mario hat. They just sell video game shit. But back then, that was like a niche thing. The idea of wearing a video game thing. I don't know where they got this. They didn't sell it. They didn't sell any clothing. They didn't sell any clothing accessory, any clothing that involved video games. They only sold software. They didn't sell any.
It was probably like a staff thing.
Exactly, yeah. Like it was a promotional thing from Nintendo or something. And they're like, hey, you know what? You should have this. And they gave me this hat. And I was the only one that I knew of that had this Mario hat. And I don't know if I actually got ripped on for this, so like if anybody actually like made fun of me for this, I think that if anybody, they'd probably be like, whoa, where the fuck did this guy get this Mario hat from? But I remember telling my grandparents about this, being like, hey, listen, I got this Mario hat, and people are, I don't really know how people are, I don't know, I don't know exactly what they said to them, but my grandmother said to me, she said something like, you should tell them that the M stands for marvelous because that's what you are. And I'm like, even then I knew, like, dude, that's not gonna work. Yeah, it's like, they were so out of touch that I'm like, no, they're gonna beat me up if I tell them the M stands for marvelous. That is the lamest thing you could tell them at the time, especially back then. Maybe now, maybe not. But if I non-ironically said, no, hey, bully, the M stands for marvelous. You should not beat me up. No, they would beat me up even harder. So I didn't say that. But like I said, they were that out of touch. So that was all I had. Like, I didn't have, like, peers that really connected with me about that kind of shit because that just wasn't a thing that existed back then. There weren't people that were, like, some people that would be into video games, but they weren't really that, they didn't really connect with each other about that kind of thing. It just wasn't a thing that happened. I can't really explain why. Because there were people that were into video games, but it wasn't in the point where it's like, oh, we really connect with each other about that thing. We could really talk to each other about that thing. I was part of this niche thing where, like, people were talking about video games, and, you know, maybe we weren't really respected by other people, but that didn't happen. I was kind of seen as, like, kind of an outsider. And I remember at one time, you know how I told you about how I won that Blockbuster video game tournament?
And then I don't know, Dr. Disrespect or something.
Yeah. So yeah, Dr. Disrespect many years later would say that thing. Anyway, so a year ago, I was talking about this. I mentioned this, and this is before you were on. So a regular at the time when I told them this, when I was like, oh yeah, I won this like local video game tournament, like I won the local whatever. He said, one of the regulars said like, oh, you must have been really popular. And I think he was serious because he was like 16 or something like that. I think he didn't realize that, like, back when my time, that wasn't cool at all. He legitimately thought, like, he very well could legitimately thought, like, oh shit, like, Raven, you were probably really popular because of that. And I'm like, no, no one gave a shit about that. No one cared. Maybe if I did that today, people would think I was cool. But back then, in the early 90s, no one gave a shit that I won a video game tournament.
Nobody gives a shit right now either.
Yeah, exactly. But even but especially back then, especially in the early 90s, no one gave a shit. Like,
you might be put on a Kotaku list for that.
yeah, exactly. Like, I would have been on, like, a niche of a niche or something like that. But, like, you know, like, I think nowadays, like, people would, if I was, like, 16 now and I was in high school and I said, I won the video game tournament, I think a few people would at least be like, oh, that's kind of cool, Raven. But back then, no one gave a shit. No one.
Maybe you get 2K likes and then you be forgotten about in a week because, like I said, we all have ADHD. We forget about things in, like, a week or month.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
And then we move on to, like, exposing the next predator or whatever.
There was no likes. There was no internet. There was no social media. There was nothing that I could put on that said I won this thing and people say, hey, I like that. There was nothing like that. Like, I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh, you kids don't understand the internet. Oh, you kids don't blah, 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 blah. But like I said, but literally...
pigeon, maybe.
But, like, literally, there was nothing that I could post on that said, hey, I won this thing. Literally, all it was just the other kids at school, and they just did not give a shit because they didn't care about video games that much. So, like, I got no recognition for that.
That's why I say maybe newspaper and carrier pigeon. That's how you get there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you ever read what's that? Sin City. You ever read that or know anything about that or watched the movie? Sin City?
I know the cringy song.
What's that?
I know the cringy song. Wait, go look up Sin City meme.
Okay, yeah, because there's that movie that came out. It was the black and white movie that was based on the comic book. Sin
City meme song. Oh, Sim City. That's what you mean.
Oh, okay. Sin, as in like.
Yeah, like that's thinking of when you say that.
Sim City.
Yeah, you played it yesterday, right?
Did I?
You played SimCity yesterday.
Oh, okay.
With the Godzilla thing.
Oh, okay. But no, I mean Sin City. S-I-N City.
Oh.
Like this movie with the black and white comic.
Just talk, it'll be nice.
Anyway.
Like I said.
But you know what I mean, right?
In 2005, okay?
So anyway, there's a part in the movie where there's a character named Marv, and another character comments on him saying, like, this dude would have been a celebrity in a different time, right? Like, he was talking about this, like, very violent kind of dude, and he said, like, this guy would have been a hero in, like, the gladiator times, right? He was literally born in the wrong generation. Like, if he was born in the time where people were fighting each other for sport, he would have been the best, right?
I know you feel like that.
I don't want to be that guy that says I was born in the wrong time, but, like, I do feel like when it comes to the video game things, I kind of wish I was born in a later generation, or in an earlier one, because in the 80s, video games were also very popular. It was actually like non-gendered. It wasn't gendered. Like, here's the thing. In the early... Yeah, in the... What's that?
You only had Doom.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing, though. In the 80s, before the video game crash of 1983, before Nintendo revived the video game, whatever. So there was a when it was just Atari, right? So there was a video game crash because Atari just released like a gazillion different games for like $10, and so like nobody was really buying anything that was decent, all that shit, and then the video game industry just fell apart. What was that?
How did they make money off that? I'm sorry.
What's that?
How did they make money off that shit?
I have no idea. That's why it crashed. And so the video game industry just kind of just floundered for a long while until Nintendo came up and said, hey, we'll sell you our systems for whatever money, and we will give you money back for every system that you do not buy, right? So they guaranteed the stores saying, hey, if you do not sell our systems, we will buy back every system. So they gave the systems their consoles with zero risk, right? So they said, like, hey, we will let you sell our systems with zero risk, right? We will make it so that if you do not sell our systems, you do not lose money, right? So Nintendo took a very, very huge risk saying, like, we will make it so that you can sell our systems without zero risk, right? They were so sure about the success of their systems that they were like, hey, we'll make it so that you do not lose any bit if we don't lose our system. You know, because normally they would have to buy their systems for cost, and then, like, if they don't sell the systems, they lose the money. But Nintendo was like, hey, we'll buy back every system you don't sell. So that's what brought them back out of the crash. Because before then, like, Atari sold all these, like, shitty $10 games, and then that's what crashed the video game market. So Nintendo, like, came in, they said, like, hey, guess what? Hey, we are so sure about our systems that we will buy back every system that you don't have. And that's what brought back the video game. That's what took them out of the crash.
I'm sorry, but what was Atari even selling for, like, $10? Like,
I have no idea. It's just that so many people made so much cheap shit that Atari just thought, like, well, it's cheap games. People would want to buy these. And then it just did, but then it crashed the video game market. And mind you, it didn't crash the entire video game market. It was only the console market. The PC market, like the Amigas and the IBMs and the Amstrads, like the PC games, like the PC systems where, like, you can do other things besides play games, those were fine. It was only the systems that you can only play games on, like the Ataris and the Nintendos. The only reason, the big reason why the crash went away was because Nintendo said, hey, we're gonna make it zero risk for you. We're gonna take all of the blunt. We're gonna take the entire blunt of whatever punishment for, like, you not selling the system for. They took a huge risk, and saying, we will take whatever punishment that you would normally get for not selling our system for. So, and they were so passionate behind their system. They were they took a risk that they were like, hey, if you sell our system, so they did because there was no risk to them, and they did because the system was good, that people bought the system, and that no longer, there was no, the crash was over. So, but the thing is that when they sold those systems, that's when the toy industry was like, hey, we need to separate our toys into boy toys and girl toys. And we figured that was that?
And then we get pink tags.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because before then, it wasn't really a gender thing. It was just people hung out in arcades playing fucking Space Invaders or whatever. And boys and girls were hanging out in the arcades like it was nothing. There was no gender or whatever. They were just like, hey, let's these cool interactive games. We're gonna hang out in the arcade and do whatever. But then the crash happened, and then when Nintendo came out, when they did their thing, all the toy stores that would sell these video game systems were like, well, we have to gender the toys. We have to put the He-Mans with the boy toys and the Barbies with the girl toys. What are we going to do with the video games? Well, I guess they're more boy toys, so let's sell them with the boy toys. And so, video games kind of became gendered towards boys. And that's how that became, yeah.
Until, Barbie, the game, and, shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. The late 90s, they tried to make, Barbie games, girls toward, toys, or games towards girls. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because, and eventually nowadays you could say that it's not really gendered. You know what I mean? But, it's still a little bit skewed towards boys, but...
It's somewhat gendered.
Exactly, yeah.
If you buy a gaming PC, it's most likely gonna have, RGB lights and cool, I don't know, cool, bloody things on the front.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's not gonna be, something that can be for everybody. It's gonna be specifically catered towards men who like to scream about pronouns and games.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So I knew a girl, in our tech club group, there was a girl in our group. And so she liked to play Halo when it was on the PC. I know it was on the Xbox, but when they made Halo for the PC, a lot of our friends like to play Halo on the PC because you got the mouse and keyboard controls. She liked to play Halo. But she would also name herself Frank. Her name was, that was not her name, but she would name herself Frank because to fit in better with the other players. But because she was yeah, she was kind of trolling, but she also did it mostly to fit in with the other boys. She didn't try to say it, she didn't want to come off as a girl. She wanted to fit in with the other players, so she explicitly named her character Frank. Even though that wasn't her name. So, that was the thing. It was girls were starting to play the game more, but they were kind of sort of trying to, fit in a little more by posing as men. And that was that was the thing that I noticed.
I mean, that's also a thing that's popular nowadays, because you can customize your own characters and shit. People... especially closeted trans people do this a lot, where they just make their own gender thing, whatever. And I feel like we need to go back to that time where it was, socially acceptable for me to call myself, Jim and, be a soldier instead of be a pretty princess. Because... sure, I want to be a pretty princess sometimes, but not always.
Yeah, because she wanted to be the pretty princess. She actually literally said that when she did. Wait, what was that? What's that called? When you do fucking Dimetap, whatever it's DMT or DXT or something like that. DMT. She said I feel like a pretty princess, and it's man, I wish she was able to do that without impunity. Which she was able to. I wish she was able to play as a pretty princess with impunity. But that's it was We were doing DMT. We were taking Dimetap, and we were over drinking cough medicine, and she was like, "I feel like a pretty princess," and I'm like, "I feel hyper." But yeah, that was.
I feel like we should do that. I feel like we should make a game. Like, I should get high on, like, LSD and then make a game based on that experience where I'm a pretty princess and I slay, like, some monsters and then fuck them in the head.
I mean, like, that's kind of what I do when I make characters. I kind of make them, like, purple and pink a little. Like, I made it, like, when I played Call of Duty, they have the little flags that you can have, like the little emblems, and one of them, they have pride flags. They have the regular pride flag with the rainbows, but they also have the bisexual pride flag, and that's what the one I would use. And, like, you know, no one ever said anything to me. Like, they never called me the F slur or anything like that, whatever. But I would put that there because I thought it was funny. You know what I mean? Because, like, I didn't think about any other flag. Because all the other flags was like, oh, it's Call of Duty guy holding a gun. Or it's like, you know, or an explosion or whatever. So, like, the only flag that I wanted was the bisexual flag. So I would have that. What's that?
The only flag you wanted was the flag.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I wanted the flag flag. I wanted the flag. Whoa, I mean the flag. I wanted the flag without the... Yeah, I wanted the flag without the L. But they would have all the pride flags. And, you know, they would have the trans flag, they would have the ace flag, they would have the trans flag. But I would choose the... They didn't have the pan flag. They didn't have the red, yellow, and blue. They would have the
Pink,
red,
blue,
the pink. They would have the pink, purple, and blue, and that's kind of close. I mean, like, I don't really care. Like, I call myself pansexual, bisexual. I don't really care. I'm not fixed towards a certain one. Call me bisexual, call me pansexual. I don't care.
Me
So
either. I just fuck whoever I want to fuck whenever I want.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
It's like, yeah. Do you call that bisexual? You call that pansexual? I don't really care. Whatever you, whatever. Yeah. Like, whatever you call, that's cool. I'm not really fixed towards that. You call me bisexual, I don't care. I mean, bisexual just sounds more badass to me, but I don't know why. But I know pansexual would be a little more appropriate or a little more accurate. But, like, bisexual is just totally fine with me. I don't care.
I mean, bisexual has nowadays also come to include, like, non-binary.
Exactly, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make sense anymore, at least to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
The main difference between pansexual and bisexual people is that bisexual people just look at someone's appearance and go, I want to fuck you no matter the gender.
Yeah, exactly.
And pansexual people go more towards you know, personality of a person and go, I want to fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I would call you more bi in that sense, but
okay.
Dude, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. It's like, I could not give a fuck what exactly, you know what I mean? Because, like, you know how, like, there are certain quote-unquote straight people that are attracted to, like, femboys and shit like that? It's like, listen, I don't care if you think you're straight, or you think you're bi, or you think you're gay. You're into whatever you're into. Just do whatever. Like, I don't feel like we should live in that world where, like, somebody has to say that they're gay because they like trans people, like trans women or cross-dressers or whatever. I don't want to live in that world where, like, you know, like, oh, you have to be gay because you like Astolfo or whatever. Like, no, I don't care. Just fuck whoever you want to fuck. You know what I mean?
Let's get their abolitionists.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Sexuality abolitionists. Let's do that.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? I have no problem with bisexuality or pansexuality. I'll call myself bi. I don't care. You call me bi, you call me pan, I don't care. I don't really care.
Like definition-wise, you would be more bisexual.
Yeah.
Because you said you look at a person more than you attend to their personality, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Was that more demisexual? I'm sorry, I thought that was more demisexual. Well, no, that's more, oh, no, wait. Demisexual is...
That's when you, need to make friends with people first before you can fuck them.
Oh, okay.
You can't fuck strangers. Demisexuals are not into hookup culture.
Okay. You know what's weird is that, like... Oh, no, I heard somebody else. Is there somebody?
I'm alone.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn I heard somebody else talking.
You might hear my little brother mumbling to himself.
Oh, okay. Might have been okay. So anyway, what was weird, now that you mentioned about hookup culture. So the other thing about hookup culture, or about attraction, was that when I was in high school, the idea of wanting to hook up with somebody that you weren't really already friends with was always kind of seen as a weird thing. So, like, I had a crush on a girl, right? And because I'm a shy idiot, social idiot, back then, I was in, like, 9th grade, I was, like, 12, 13.
You still are?
I mean, yes, but especially back then. I actually had a friend of mine had them tell a girl that I liked her. And then she relayed back to me, hey, Raven, maybe we should be friends before we, like, talk about being girlfriend or whatever. Now, mind you, she could have just been saying that because she wasn't really interested. But that was the general vibe at the time, where it's like, it was weird to want to hook up with somebody that you didn't already know. Like, the idea of, like, yeah.
Right. I go to a very gay college, right? Like, it's the gayest among all, I would say. But even, I explained to my, you know, I'd be fine with fucking strangers, I said to them. And they were like, oh, so you're a romantic. And I'm like, no, I can still feel romantic emotions towards people. But if someone approaches me at, like, a dumb, stupid frat party and goes, hey, you wanna get high and, like, fuck, I'll be like, yeah, sure, I'm down, whatever, you know, like, I don't care. Like, even the gay school being like, oh, are you a romantic? When I talk about fucking strangers, I think are pretty.
Yeah, I'm totally that. I'm romantic, aerosexual, because, like I said, I hooked up with the dude as a as a one night stand at one. Because, like, I was I only did this once, but, like, I was with a bunch of friends. I already said this, but, you know, I'm just gonna say it for posterity.
With the
Yeah.
girl and the guy, and you ended up fucking the guy.
Yeah. There was a friend of mine, the one that called me Raver, right? She had two coworkers that were with her at this get together. We went to some bar. She had two friends of hers, or she had two coworkers of hers. I guess she was friends with them too. Because they went, a girl and a guy. And for some reason, I don't know why, maybe because I was drunk, I thought they were related, even though they didn't really look alike. I think it was only because that they were the same exact height. The girl was Asian, and the guy wasn't. The guy was Italian. But for some weird reason, I thought they were related, so I thought it was weird if I hit on them both. But I wanted to so badly. And I was trying to hit on the girl, but because I'm a social idiot, I never got the idea, like, hey, maybe she just wants to hook up with me. Because I said to her at one point, like, hey, I want to buy you a drink. And she's like, oh, I'll drink whatever you want. And I'm like, okay. And I just took that as, like, oh, she doesn't care. She's just kind of rejecting you that way. You know what I mean?
That's girl language for I want to suck your dick.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, I didn't know that because I was like 20-something. I was like 25 or whatever. But
whatever you have is like basically saying, like, yeah, sure, I'm into you. I'll let you take the reins.
Yeah, listen, I thought that afterwards. I feel like an idiot. But at the time, I thought, okay, she's just blowing me off by saying, like, hey, you know, like, I'm, you know, because, like, if you compliment a girl and she's like, oh, shut up, I'm not that pretty, shut up, like, that's her kind of sort of, like, accepting your advances. But she's just like,
that's her wanting more of it.
Yeah, but if she's just like, oh, thank you, like, if you compliment her and she's just like, oh, thanks, that usually means, at least in my circle, that means, like, oh, she doesn't care. She's just like, oh, yeah. She says it's like a weird way of her blowing it off, like, your compliments by being like, okay, thanks. But if she's all like, oh, shut up. You don't really mean that. Oh, blah, 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 blah. You know, like, that's her, like, accepting your advances, but not quite, because she doesn't want to seem like she's a slut or whatever. But, she was, although I realized that's kind of sort of what she was doing, but maybe, but I don't want to say, but whatever. That doesn't matter, because I never saw her.
Too much, bro. This was 20 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, I haven't seen her since, so whatever. But I ended up hooking up with her friend, the male friend, and like I just like kissed him at one point. Like I like said like, oh hey, oh, I forget his name. Well, I do remember his name, but I don't want to say. Well, Sergio. His name was Sergio, and yeah. So like I said, a real Italian name, and so like I said, the girl was Asian, but she had like a name that like she had like a nickname of like another ethnicity that I thought was a nickname. So like her name was like, let's say like her name was like Welsh or something like that. Like she had a I thought that was her nickname, but it turns out it was her real name. I even said to her, I was like, is that really your real name? She's like, no, it is. Because she was Asian, but she had this name that suggested she was something else. But so it's like that sounded like one of those ironic nicknames, like when you like,
or something.
Yeah, like if you see a big guy and you call him tiny, you know what I mean? Like it was like that. It's like, oh, she was Asian, so everyone called her Welsh or something like that.
Like I have a guy in my group. His name is Charlie, but people keep calling him Charlie just because. Like, he's Asian, and his name is Charlie, but people keep calling him Charlie.
Yeah. So I kind of didn't believe her. And so, like, maybe I offended her. I don't know. I don't really think so. But it doesn't matter. Like I said, this was like 15, 20. So I ended up hooking up with the guy, and then nothing really came out of it because he didn't want to see me anymore. So whether or not it was a bad sexual experience or he wasn't really into me, I don't really know. Doesn't matter. That happened.
I think it was really like, oh, I don't want to embarrass my friend by dating someone we went to the same party with.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, he explicitly told me, like, I was drunk. I don't want to see you again. So I'm taking it as that, and I never saw him again. So whatever.
Yeah. Whatever, right?
Yeah. Like, who cares?
But, like,
that was it. That was the thing of the time, and whatever. I'm not gonna like try to dwell on it because, like I said, this was like 20 years ago. So yeah, like, but again, it was. Wait, what was my original point? Oh right, yeah. So like, you know, there were multiple times where like a girl may or may not have expressed interest in me, and I said, okay.
You didn't get it because you're fucking autistic, bro.
Yeah, I didn't put two and two together. Did I ever tell you about the time that I was at I went to a bar before any of my friends showed up, and I was sitting on the bench outside because I, for some reason, didn't want to go inside until.
There were these girls who thought your jacket was cool.
What was that?
And there were these girls who thought your jacket was cool.
Yeah. There was a girl who thought my jacket was cool, and she sat next to me. So I was sitting on a bench, and she sat next to me. And it was just all girl. And she was like kind of in this like crusty punk looking thing. Like she had like ripped pants. And I was like, whoa. I actually looked at her. I like actually said to myself like, whoa. And she actually sat next to me and said hello. And I was like, oh, hey, how you doing? And she was like, oh, hey, what are you doing here? And blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, what's your name? And she said, it was some Irish name like Moira. Moira? I was like, and I never heard the name. I never heard the name before, so I was like, "Oh, Moira, how's this?" What's that?
Like the one from Overwatch?
Yeah, but this was like years before Overwatch, so I'd never heard the name before. So she was like, "Oh yeah, my name's Moira," and I'm like, "Oh, Moira, okay, I never heard that name before." She's like, "Yeah, but it's Moira." And then we just talked a little bit, and then she's like, oh, I'll see you inside. And then we went inside, and then I saw my friends, and I saw her, but she was with a bunch of guys, so I kind of took that as, like, I don't know. I was an idiot. Like, maybe I should have said something, but like I said, I was like 20-something. Nowadays, I would have said something, but I was a 20-year-old. I was a 25-year-old idiot.
Holy fuck.
I know! And it's like, I should have said something to her, but it's like, what am I gonna do? I can't. It is what it is. I'm never gonna see her again. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter.
Don't worry. I can stick around women too.
What's that?
Stick about too, okay?
Yeah.
Have I told you about the time I called a girl a fucking succubus?
Oh God.
So let me get into this, right? We needed to go to the same floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were on the same floor, same building. So I needed to go in the elevator, and she stepped in with me, but it was already very crowded. So she goes, "It'll be pretty cool if we kiss right now, huh, cutie?" Right in front of all these people. And I look at her straight in the eye, my face burning bright red, and I tell her, "Get away from me, you goddamn succubus." And I dash out of the elevator.
I never had anyone be like that. That's the problem I had. It was like all the women were like very vague. If I had somebody that was like literally like, "Hey, it would be really cool if we kissed under the so-and-so tree," and I'd be like, "Yeah, fuck yeah." But that never happened because I'm an idiot. Because,
most of the time when women do that to me, they're joking. They're joking to me.
Yeah.
Flustered. And so I was like, "Get away from me, you fucking succubus."
Like I said, the guy that I ended up hooking up with, I ended up making the moves on him. And I felt bad at first because I was like, I just straight up came up and lifted him, I grabbed him because he was like way shorter than me. I like picked him up and I kissed him. And and sometime afterwards I thought like, wow, I just straight up assaulted him because I just picked him up and kissed him. But he was into it. And we ended up like kind of hooking up afterwards, but at the time I was like, oh my God, what did I do? I was like so forward with this man. Oh my God. But whatever. It turns out with
drunk.
Yeah, we were both drunk and we're also both guys. It turns out like when you deal with other men, you can kind of be a little more forward with that. Men be horny. Men be horny. That's why fucking gay bars and shit are just full of people just doing whatever. But yeah, that's kind of sort of why I prefer other men, especially, even like feminine men, because, that's really what I'm into. But they are usually just as horny as masculine men when it comes to queer people.
More.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
more.
Yeah.
And boys, oh my God, they're so fucking like that's all they can think about. But like that's why I don't date men anymore, because whenever I try to date a guy and I talk about my special interest or shit, they go, "Oh yeah, that's pretty cool, but can we fuck?"
Yeah,
with women I don't have that.
Hmm.
So that's why I don't date men. Like, I can fuck men if I'm in the mood and they ask, "Can we fuck?" Yeah, then we can fuck. But if I'm just like talking about my hyperfixation and you all of a sudden go, "Yeah, Ted Bundy's pretty cool, but can we fuck?"
Oddly enough, that's kind of why I prefer dating men, because it's like, I can be a little more direct with them. You know what I mean? Or men, or femmes, or, you know what I mean? Or queer, or non-binary, you know what I mean? Because I can be a little more direct with them. Like, because, that's the thing, is, like, I just kind of don't know really how to flirt. Remember when I told you about the time that I was at that convention, and there was that guy that looked like he was cross-dressing, and I kind of thought that maybe he was queer, and I came up to him and said, like, "Hey, I want to buy you a drink. By the way, I'm hitting on you." And then he said, like, okay, I'm not gay in any sense. And then we just ended up talking. But like I was just like, yeah, I'm gay, or I'm queer, by the way. Do you wanna whatever? And he was like, no. And I'm like, okay. And like I was like, well, you know what? If you still want to drink, that's cool. And then we still, talked about whatever. Because I felt kind of bad. Because I felt like it's like, because like if I was a straight guy, I would feel kind of annoyed if a gay dude came and offered me a drink and then said like, hey, by the way, I want to fuck you, and I have to be like, I don't. You know what I mean?
No, but that's fine. I'm not talking about gay people being like straightforward, right? Like I love that.
Yeah.
But it's about the context of the conversation. Straight men, I'm sorry, but they do not know when to bring up when they want to fuck you. It's like, if I'm in the middle of telling you something, I know I talk a lot, but then you don't talk over me asking if I want to fuck, okay? Like, I don't know, let me finish my drink first. Maybe if you had asked after I finished my chocolate milk, then
Yeah. Yeah,
turn the chocolate milk, not before.
That's kind of the same thing with me with straight women or just women in general, where it's like, hey, when's the point should I ask you if you want to fuck? It's like, well, is that even a thing?
Let's just say their piece first.
Yeah, exactly. Like just like I was like listening to them and blah 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 blah. But it's like still even then it's like, is there a point where I should ask him like, hey, do you want to fuck? But like, you know what I mean? But it's like, I just don't know that. Like, I just feel like I'm just completely ignorant when it comes to like straight women and all that stuff. So like, I feel like I get better with queer men, or non-binary or trans women or something like that. So it's just like, I just feel like they're a little more straightforward. They kind of know what they want. They're, you know what I mean? Like I maybe or maybe not. I don't know. But like that's just kind of my thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally get that. But it's like, I'm specifically talking about guys not being able to pay any attention to what I'm saying, and then all of a sudden going, "Oh, you want to fuck?" Like,
yeah.
If you asked before I started the conversation, if you just walked up to me and went, "Hey, you wanna fuck?" that would have been fine, you know? But if I feel like you're not really listening to what I'm saying, I'm not gonna wanna fuck you.
Yeah.
So, that's my entire thing with straight men, is they don't listen.
Yeah. I mean,
my mom always says you have guys with huge dicks and guys with you can't have both. She says I can't have both. She says you have guys with dicks and guys with ears. There's no in between.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was like that one with that one guy, because like I said, he was cross-dressing. He was cross-dressing as like some weird nun thing. I thought he was cross-dressing as Bridget from Guilty Gear. So I was like, okay, he might be down to fuck, but he turns out he wasn't. He was completely straight. And so like that's why I said to him I just said to him straight out, it's like, hey, listen, like I want to hit on you. It's like, hey, by the way, I'm into you. Are you into that? Like, cause like I just didn't know. Like I don't. How am I supposed to talk to a dude that I don't even know is into guys? Like, what am I supposed to do? But like, you look like you could be into guys because you're cross dressing. But I don't want to assume that you're into guys. But thankfully he was cool. And then we end up talking. It turned out we were both into Metal Gear Solid, so we talked about that. But that was it.
Asking that is okay, right? My issue is like when a guy comes up to me completely normal and we have a normal conversation, right? No sexual or flirtatious intent whatsoever. Like we're talking about D&D or like some nerd shit that isn't sexual at all.
Right.
And then they go, yeah, but can I really?
It's
sorry, but like this.
Yeah, it's like, and that's the thing that I kind of, I mean, well, I'm not gonna say I don't quite get it, but it's like that's the problem with like women and men is that like we just generally, I'm talking in generalities, they kind of have different motivations in terms of like how to talk to each other. So it's like that's kind of partially why I kind of seem to get a little more comfortable with queer people, is because I feel like they're they probably a little more relate to what I want. So I feel a little more comfortable with talking with them. Whereas if I talk to a woman, I'm like, do they wanna? I don't know. I feel like I kind of have to like, I kind of have to be a little more subtle about things. I kind of have to flirt with them, blah 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 blah. But like queer men, I can be a little more straightforward with them. Queer people or whatever, but yeah.
Guys don't have to be subtle with me. Like, they can just come up to me and ask if I want to fuck.
Yeah.
That's not my issue. My issue is when I feel like somebody's not listening.
Oh, okay.
And then all of a sudden they go, yeah, you want to fuck? Like, I'm sorry, but if someone's not attentive to anything I have to say or talk about, and then they ask me if I want to fuck, like, if you ask me before I started talking, or you seem a little bit interested in what I have to say, and then you go, yeah, I really relate to that. Okay, can we fuck now? Then it would have been fine. But my problem is that they brush aside anything I talk about, and then they go, yeah, but this though. Like, I don't know if you've ever had that, where it's like, a woman randomly comes up to you and you talk about like Metal Gear or some shit. And
No.
She all of a sudden just interrupts you and goes, "Yes, thank you, school now, but can I have your cook, please?"
No, that like, and like as a guy, that would be kind of the dream. Is like a girl that I'm attracted to coming up and being like, "Hey, do you like Metal Gear? Also, I want to fuck." You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the guy's dream, whether they're straight or queer or whatever. Is, well, I mean, if they're into women or whatever, like that's kind of the male dream, is like a gamer girl that's also attracted to them and they're attracted to them. But like I understand that women generally, it's a little bit different than that. So it's like I know that's a fantasy of sorts, where it's like that, and that's the weird reason why I was like, having a yandere girl wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for me, because it's like the idea of a girl that's obsessed with me and likes what I like, or even doesn't care what I like, but like is completely okay with what I like, but is still pretty obsessed with me, is like kind of a fantasy of sorts. Now I know that would be a bad thing, to have somebody that's obsessed with me to the point where they may or may not murder somebody. But there's something very what's the word?
There's something very appealing in the
Exactly, yeah. It's like there's a little bit of fantasy where it's like, yeah.
There's a difference between fantasy and reality. I mean, yeah, yonder girls are cool and all, but if your bestie actually like stabbed someone right in front of you because they were flirting with you, you'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If my bestie, yeah, you're right. If my bestie did do that, I'd be like, are they gonna? Oh wait, if I like don't completely pay attention to them, are they gonna stab me too? Oh god. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would.
They would be the type of person to do that, but if like your girlfriend or your boyfriend, your partner, whatever, suddenly did that because you were kind of flirtatious with someone, or like, just hanging out with someone. Like, imagine you're hanging out with me and then your partner goes, "No, I'm cutting off the router cables right now."
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. It's like one of those things that you want until you actually get it, and then you're like, oh, that's bad. I shouldn't have wanted this. Yeah, but yeah, exactly. But you still have that fantasy where it's like, oh my god, a girl that's like really, really obsessed with me and also really attracted with me and also kind of hot. I mean, obviously she has to be hot, but still, even then, it's like, oh my god, she's really obsessed with me. That's like really, really hot.
It's the fantasy of it, right? Like, Tiff was the kind of girl like that where she wouldn't kill someone, but she would be like, she'd be like, you're spending too much time with this person or that person, and therefore I will, do something to myself because you don't love me. And it's like, the fantasy of having someone willing to protect you and guard you with their life is something. It's a good fantasy to have, but when it actually comes down to, having a person who's that possessive over you, you're like, I want my life back. Like, that's the thing I had with Tiff, is like, I want my life back, woman. You don't allow me to have any friends.
Yeah.
Like, my whole world needs to revolve around you, or else you get pissy at me.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, it's fun if it's a fantasy, but if it would be real life, it would be abuse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, did I ever tell you about that Russian kid that I talked to? Well, I would call him a kid. He was in college. He was 21 years old. Did I ever tell you about the Russian guy that I talked with? Well, I don't even know if he was actually who he was. He might have been a catfisher, but I was talking to somebody on OkCupid.
Yeah, and he was like, you should come over to Russia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and this was before. If he was for real, now I don't know if it was, because, like I said, his account was if he was a catfisher, I don't quite know what the grift was, because he never asked for money, and also his story was like plausible to the point where it's like either he made this up completely himself, or he transponded this from like someone he knew, because like he had this like very elaborate backstory about how he lost his arm, because he was missing an arm, he said. Like he got it crushed as a kid, and it's like that's a very weird thing, like to like just if he was completely making this up, like why would you make this up unless he was explicitly trying to come after people who was trying to like that like was like attracted to weaknesses, because like that is a thing, like somebody that is attracted to like weaknesses, and it's like maybe he thought that I would be, yeah, and so like it was a very.
My mom always jokes like that. Like, my mom always jokes like, I talked about selling feet pics. I could sell them as never been used before. And then my mom was like, well, the weirder the kink, the more people pay for it. So, maybe it's a thing like that where like.
Wait, hold on a second, because I accidentally unplugged my. I'm sorry. Could you say that again? Because I accidentally unplugged my headphones.
My mom always joked. My mom always jokes with me when I tell her I want to sell like feet pics. Like, I tell her I want to sell feet pics and their guy's never been used before. Like, I can advertise them as never been used before.
Oh shit! It's like that. It's like that two. What was it? That 2-word horror story, like baby shoes never been worn. It's like cripple feet never been used.
Exactly like that, right? I was talking about that, and she goes, "What?" She goes, "Well, the weirder the kink, the more people pay for it."
It's like, yeah, there are more demand. Like, why would you? Yeah, nobody would know. But yeah, but like I said, and so like this dude was also talking about how he wanted me to come back to Russia with him, and I'm like, I'm kind of glad that this all happened, because like what happened eventually was that his account was just deleted. So like more than likely he was abusing, like either he broke some sort of TOS, or he deleted his own account, or he was exposed as a catfisher. I'm not quite sure. I'll never find out, because I actually tried to look up, because he did tell me his full name, and I did call the school that he said he went to, and they said like they didn't have a student by that name. So I figured like, okay, more than likely this guy was a catfisher, because I wanted to know for sure if this dude was for real. And just in case, because like he was also talking about like he also said he was very depressed and all that stuff, and like he drank a lot. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And so it's like, I wanted to make sure that this dude wasn't just trying to hurt himself, or if this was actually like a grifter. And so I would find out that he the school couldn't find up. They didn't know the guy's name, so more than likely he was a grifter. But I'm kind of glad it was the case because he was very adamant of coming back to Russia with them. And then the Ukraine invasion happened. And then I was like, okay, I'm kind of glad. But also, if this dude was for real, or even if he was a grifter, what was his end game? I would come back to Russia with him and then what was the... What was that?
Like dick and money.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, he specifically said, I don't want somebody's money. Like, I told him, like, hey, listen, like, I'm, like, not that rich. Like, he never said, like, oh, I need, because, like, usually the grift is, like, oh, I'm going to come to the airport. Oh, by the way, I need $5,000 because they, like, caught me at the customs or whatever. That's usually the grift, is, like, somebody that says they're from another country. Except this dude said he was already in New York. He was going to Columbia University in New York City. So that was the weird thing, yeah.
The thing is with these grifters, is they put you into, like, they manipulate you, right?
Yeah.
They first, like, that's the thing with catfishes. It's like they first claim how they're, like, very rich and they're, like, whatever. And then as soon as they plan on meeting up with you, boom, they're all of a sudden poor. Millions of dollars just gone.
Yeah, because, like, we were going to meet up. Like I said, like, oh, hey, do you want to meet up at your place? And then he just made up an excuse being like, oh, we can't. But he didn't ask for anything. He just said, like, oh, it would be a good time maybe sometime later. But then COVID happened, and then it was like, yeah, we can't really meet each other because they're kind of locked downing the city. So there's a chance that he might have tried to do something. And if he had, I would have been like, okay, I know this is a grift. Like, if he asked for any bit of money, I would have been like, okay, this is obviously a grift. I'm going to cut off communications with him and then whatever. So either this dude knew he was doing, like he was really trying to, like, get deep within me, or COVID blew up his plans, and he was like, well, I can't ask him for money because, like, it wouldn't make sense because of what's happening and all that stuff. But also because he also said he was already in the country. Like I said, it was really weird. Like, I couldn't quite make heads or tails of what exactly this guy was going for, because, again, he never asked for money. He specifically said, I'm not looking for a sugar daddy. So it would be kind of weird if he all of a sudden if he said, oh, by the way, I need a bunch of money. So, like, he was setting himself up in a way where, like, if he did ask for money, it would make him look more suspicious. So, and then, like I said, he had this very elaborate backstory about not only him losing one of his arms, but also him being abused by one of his siblings. So it's like, I guess maybe that could have been part of, like, the grift, where it's like he wanted me to make me more sympathetic towards him, I guess. But, like, it's like also, like, this is a very, very elaborate grift you go for a single person, because usually grifters, they would go for it in a way where, like, they would make it, I mean, I can't say this for all grifters, because I never really dealt with grifters before. I'm only talking about, like, the ones that I would hear about online, where, like, usually grifters would make themselves very obvious, where, to the point where, what's the word, so that most people would already know they're grifting, and so they wouldn't engage with them. Therefore, that grifter wouldn't have to deal with many people to try to grift, right? So there's a reason why grifters, when they try to do the Nigerian scam, they will actually explicitly use the Nigerian scam instead of trying to do some sort of new thing, some sort of subversive thing, and then try to come off as more legit, because they know that most people will eventually realize that they are a grift, and that the people that are completely oblivious to the Nigerian scam are more likely to fall for the Nigerian scam and actually give the grifter money. So they don't even bother with trying to come off as something other than a grifter, because they know that most of the people that they interact with are going to catch on eventually, because that would take up, yeah.
I'd also disagree with that slightly, because there have been stories where people slightly adjust the Nigerian scam to make it sound more believable.
Oh, okay.
The person doesn't believe them, right? So they say like, "Oh, I'm from like Colombia," instead of like Nigeria, whatever.
Right.
And then they go like, "Oh, I'm very rich. Like my dad is rich, but he couldn't pay for my customs, whatever. So can you please send me money?"
Yeah.
Like, they adjust it with every victim depending on what their victim is like into or whatever, what their victim is vulnerable to.
Yeah, because usually when it comes to like a woman, like, because the Nigerian scam is just like they would just contact them and saying like, "Hey, I got a bunch of money, and I'll give it to you if you give me your bank information." But when it comes to like women trying to grift a guy over a dating service, it's usually they are in a Eastern European country, and they will say like, "Oh, I'm in this Eastern European country. I want to come over, but I'm being held by custom for so and so, and I need a bunch of money." So that's usually the grift with that. So that's why I was like kind of confused, where it's like this dude is already saying that he's in New York. So it's like, what exactly is the grift? And it's like, I guess it could be, I told my bestie about this because I'm like, hey, I'm talking with this dude, and I'm not quite sure if he's, on the up and up. And they're like, well, never know. You never know. So like, you got to be careful. Like, ask for a real pics, ask for, a Skype call. And I said, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to meet this guy until I talk with him over Skype or Discord. And I was never able to do that, and then eventually the guy's account got deleted before that happened. So, I figured like, okay, this guy was not for real. But it's like, it's still left me confused, where it's like, what exactly was this guy coming from? Because again, not only did he never ask for money, he said, I don't want a sugar daddy or somebody to send me money, and also had this very elaborate like backstory over like him losing an arm, him being abused by a brother of his, him being this happened so-and-so, his father being in the military, him studying to become an engineer. You know what I mean? Like, it was so elaborate.
The thing is, scammers adapt to their environment. So,
okay.
I've seen this a lot, with like, because, how to explain this? It's like, scammers, they will first, like, be like, hey, how are you? Like, talk up, like, just normal, like, small talk, and then once they figure out your likes and dislikes, they will, like, adjust the story to make you more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what this guy was doing. It's like, oh, pity me, but my dad's also in the military and my family's very rich and I'm studying to be an engineer, but still pity me because I was abused and I've sent me money.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
That's also something that pedophiles do, is they say like, oh, I'm not a pedophile, and then they talk to kids, and then they send their like dick pics to kids or whatever, and then they claim like, oh, but I said I wasn't a pedophile. Okay, like.
Yeah. But the thing is this guy was the exact opposite, because I'm, so-and-so age. I'm, I was in my late 30s at the point, and he said he was 21. And I'm like, all right, not exactly the age, but, like, he seemed, I don't know, at least I would talk to him, whatever. And again, I know it's age gap, because, like, we were at least apart.
But that's okay, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, he wasn't 16. He was he was 21. So, like, I'm not, again, I know that's still, like, a very big age cap, but still,
Yeah, if they're an adult, they can consent, it's whatever to me, but, I would say, like, 25-ish is, like, when they're able to consent, because then the brain's developed.
Yeah.
But,
well, actually, now that you mention that, I'm thinking if part of the grift might have been trying to get some blackmail material, because at one point I made it. Well, actually, he asked me for some, like, a secret, like, because he told me about, like, his history with being abused, and then he said, you tell me a secret. And I said this pretty innocuous thing about something that happened when I was in my 20s. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah, like, he was looking for blackmail material, but, like, I didn't have any because I didn't do anything. I was like, yeah, I got really drunk at a party and did this kind of embarrassing thing. And I'm sorry it's not nearly as as serious as what happened to you, but that's all I got. You know what I mean? So like, and then at another point he said some like joke about me being an old man, and I said like, oh well, I'm an old man that's into young boys. Mind you, I wasn't actually being serious about that. I was just saying because we had some kind of,
You were slash essing.
Yeah. And he said, but when I said that, he said, oh, what are you into? Like 12-year-olds? And I'm like, no, I mean like, no, I mean like 20-year-olds. Like, I don't mean like actual young, I don't literally mean little boys. I was joking because you called me an old man. So I said, you called you a little boy because you're younger than me. I'm not into actually little boys. I mean, you know, like
Oingo boingo, it's okay.
Yeah, this isn't Oingo Boingo. Yeah, exactly. Like it. So like, but it seemed like he was trying to fish for something, because like he said like, oh, so what were you into, like 12-year-olds? And I'm like, no, I never said that. I was joking. I said little boys. I meant like your age. I meant like 20, like your age, if that. You know what I mean? But like again, yeah, exactly, yeah. And like I said, that was the that, you know, I never actually been in a relationship with somebody that much younger than me. That would have been the only time if this dude was for real that like this would have been an actual relationship where I had that big of an age gap. But at the same time, it's like, listen, I'm gonna admit I wouldn't have had really a problem with that, because again, they're 21. Yeah, you know, I might have been like age. They were also completely consenting to that. I told them my age. I didn't lie about my age. I told them I was in my late 30s. My profile said I was in my late 30s. I told them I was in late 30s. They were completely cool with that. So whether or not you agree with that, if you don't agree,
you first, like.
Yeah. I mean, like if you think that's still egregious, like I can kind of see it, but at the same time, yeah. But like, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I talked over you. Let me. Yeah.
No, it's fine. I don't think it's egregious, but I think it's like, you know, iffy, especially considering the situation. I think this definitely was a scammer, because when I'm saying get over to the Netherlands, it's purely because we have gays, hookers, and weed. Yeah. It's purely because of that. You know, like, I don't want you to come over to the Netherlands so I can scam a bunch of money out of you, because why would I? I get taxpayer money.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. It's like, I know that's a more I know that's a more common thing among, like, queer people, because there are less queer people, age gaps are more common, because there are, you know, because like you're not gonna find somebody that's exactly your age that's also queer, you know, like, so I understand why that age gap can kind of exist among, again, gay men or whatever. But
that's okay.
What's that?
Shaming you. That's okay though. I'm not shaming you for that.
No, of course, no, I understand.
The whole situation together seems iffy, you know?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, like I said, I figured that something was up, because, again, I was gonna say, like, hey, listen, we have to have a video conference before we actually meet. And he kind of made a bunch of excuses, and then by the time that, like, you know, before we were able to actually make an actual one, his account got deleted, so I figured, like, okay, this guy wasn't for real. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, because, like, he also said, like, he was, you know, like, very depressed, and he said he got, like, really drunk one time and, like, had to go to the hospital. And I'm like, you know, at the time, I'm like, I didn't say this to him, but I was like, I don't quite know if that's actually true, but I wanted to make extra double sure. So he did tell me his full name. So I called the school that he said he went to and said, like, hey, is there a student by the name of so-and-so? And they said no. So I'm like, okay, thank you very much. And I then completely confirmed that this dude that probably more than likely did not exist. And so I just wanted that kind of closure, just to make sure that this, you know, this wasn't a dude that, like, tried to, like, he wasn't going to, like, hurt himself or whatever. I just wanted to make sure, it's like, just to have that off my conscience, and just to, like, have some finality to the situation. And I was a little bit bummed out when I figured out, okay, this dude was definitely, you know, more than likely fucking with me. But
Yeah, but I get that.
Yeah, exactly. And then, but that got over pretty quickly because I'm like, okay, this dude's probably scamming me. So it's like, but like I said, that was the only time that ever happened. I'm pretty sure that happens to a lot of people a lot of the time, but this was the only time that anything like that happened to me. And I'm glad that it didn't go to a point where I could have gotten or even gotten close to the point where I kind of gotten scammed. I like to think that I was smart enough to not have gotten scammed, but if this dude was a grifter, he was very subversive and very clever enough to actually try to like hook into me in a way where like I could have gotten grifted, because like I said, this guy put quite a bit of amount into trying to grift me, because like I said, he had a very elaborate backstory. He said
make up a whole lore.
Yeah, he had lore. The guy had lore. Like like I said, his missing arm. Like he didn't have to say he had a missing arm, but like he did. And then like he also had this thing about him being abused as a kid and all this shit. And like I kind of see that. Because maybe somebody who's way older than him would kind of sort of be into that, because like that's kind of the stereotype that like a younger person that was abused would be into older people, because he was calling me daddy. Like he was kind of doing that thing, and I was like, I even told him like, dude, you kind of awakened something in me and calling me daddy. But so I was like, this dude couldn't have gotten his hooks into me had he very well could have gotten his hooks into me. Yeah.
They try to charm you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They use the charm person spell. That's exactly what it is.
Exactly. Yeah. And I like to think that I wouldn't have fallen for that, but if he had been a little more elaborate and a little more assertive, like I very well could have fallen for it. I don't know how exactly, because like I knew that if he asked for money, I would have been like, okay, this is bullshit. Or if he had, yeah.
If they rope you into it, you can't say no. Like that's the thing with abusers. They rope you in first, and then they ask for money.
Yeah, and
the Nigerian thing still happens, but it only happens to like elderly people because they
yeah
for that shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like,
but for the younger generation, scammers have to come up with new methods. So they look online to check exactly what you're into, exactly what you need, and exactly what you're vulnerable for, and then they like make a whole sob story about that, and it's kind of like scary.
Yeah, like he was really trying to like pull on my heartstrings here, but like when he told me he wanted me to come back to Russia with him so quickly, I was like, I don't know if that's a good idea. Like, I even told him, like, dude, I don't think I could commit to just going to Russia with you. Like, he was really adamant of for me to go to Russia with him. I'm like,
that would have been something different.
Yeah, and especially after the Ukraine, like, that would have been so awkward after the Ukraine invasion. Like, whoa, like, how do you, this is, I'm glad this happened before then, or I don't know, like, or he didn't get his account deleted before because, like, I wouldn't know how to respond, being like, hey, listen, I don't feel right going into, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to, because, like, he was talking to me about how he was going to become a nuclear engineer. That was the thing. That's how elaborate his story was. He was getting into engineering, so he could develop nuclear weapons for the Russian military. And it's like, imagine if the Ukraine invasion happened 2 years before then, and I have this guy, this cute Russian twink, saying, like, I want to develop Russian nukes while they were invading Ukraine. How the fuck would that have pulled out? How the fuck would that have happened? It's like, I don't know. Like how, like, it's like, what the fuck? That would have been really awkward. I even told my therapist, I'm like, this would have been the worst Tom Clancy novel.
Your mother.
Like, imagine a spy novel where it's like, a young twink that worked for the Russian government making nuclear weapons. attracted a 30-something-year-old from the United States and have him come to Russia back with him and help him domesticate him while he developed nuclear weapons to use against the Ukraine. Like what the fuck would that have been? Like
that's the thing. That's the thing with
no.
Yeah, but like imagine how would you explain that to your parents? Like it would be.
That's the thing too. I told him, like, how do I explain? Like, if you really want me to come back to Russia with you, how the fuck do I explain it to my parents or whatever? And he's just like, but I really like you, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, like seriously, I can't just leave the country. Like, I even asked him, like, just jokingly, like, hey, how would you work for the American military? And he's like, I'd rather work for the devil than the American military. I'm like, okay. Which also made me think, like, why is the U.S. training him if he's gonna work for Russia? Like, wait, what kind of program does Columbia University have if they're training people to work for a possibly enemy military? That's the weirdest thing ever, but whatever. But then again, we weren't exactly on bad terms with Russia at the time. This was during the Trump administration.
Maybe military training is universal because we also send a lot of soldiers out to different military.
Yeah, like I know virtually nothing about that, so I wouldn't know. So I don't know if that's like a thing where it's like, because like again, this was during the Trump administration. This was in 2020. So, like, the idea of a Russian being sent to America to learn military stuff to be used for the Russian military wouldn't exactly be the craziest thing.
Yeah, and especially because you guys had a Cold War.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like, dude, the only reason why I want you to come over to Amsterdam is because I want you to experience, Amsterdam life. Like, get fucking high, go on a boat, and kiss a girl.
Yeah, exactly. You make Amsterdam sound like this. Like I told you multiple times, but for the sake of the podcast, you make Amsterdam sound like this fucking fantasy land where it's like there's all these twinks, and all you have to do is buy a Red Bull and crack it open in front of a bunch of twinks, and they'll flock towards you and ask for a drink and all that shit. And I'm like, that is not something that happens where I live.
I'm not kidding. I wasn't kidding about the beer either.
I know you're not kidding about the beer because you showed me a link to that. So I'm not.
I wasn't kidding about the beer. I'm not kidding about the twinks.
Okay, I believe you.
I am not. Like, it might be harder to find twinks your age, but like college age over here is like 16 to like 25 age.
Okay.
Right? So like I was just saying, like, college students specifically are addicted to caffeine. So, if you're gonna crack open a Red Bull, do it near college. You'll immediately get your dick sucked.
But like I said, that sounds like a fantasy thing. Like, I wish I could go to a country and just crack open a Red Bull and get my dick sucked. Like I would be in fucking heaven. But like that's not. But like having to go to another country to get that done, it's like I said, it's kind of I don't know. But whatever. It's like I said, it sounds like a fantasy. It sounds like something I would have a dream about. It sounds like something I would read in a book. Sounds like it's something I read in a fucking online forum. It doesn't sound like something that would actually happen if I actually moved to another country. Like, my American brain cannot handle that.
Have you seen the pictures of my friends?
Yeah.
Like, shall I DM more pictures of my friends?
I mean, no, considering that they're way younger, they're half my age. Not really. Like, I feel kind of unwholesome because they're half my age.
I get it. But then also, I'm just gonna DM you what Robbie looks like. I think it's fine because they have it on their Twitter, so...
Yeah. If it's, like, publicly available, like, I get it. But I mean, like, still, the idea of you D-mail it... Whatever. It's not... like I said, it's not...
Like this. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, people look like that in Amsterdam.
I accidentally did, but it was so tiny that I don't think anybody could see it. Okay, I accidentally opened it, but it was.
Yeah, it's fine. Just cut it out of the pod.
Yeah. I will. Yeah.
Just don't upload the pod.
Yeah, I gotta cut. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not kidding.
What's that?
That's my friend. I'm not kidding. Certain people actually look like that.
Huh. Yeah. Like I said, this is why it feels like a fantasy land, because it's like.
No, I'm not fucking kidding. Amsterdam people look like this.
Yeah,
Keep in mind, I'm purely talking about that one city, actually.
Hmm.
I'm not talking about the rest of the Netherlands, because the rest of the Netherlands is all like farm shit Texas, you know?
Right.
Like, the rest of the country is all like farm shit Texas bullshit, right? Like, you have these farmlands that are pretty right wing, but then you go to the city life and it's only just fucking emo twinks. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, you could actually walk outside and actually see, like, you know, a twink in a tank top with, like, furry ears and a tail. I'm not kidding.
I believe you, but it's also like. I hate you. I hate you for even mentioning that, because it's like. Where the. Oh, God. Oh!
I'm not kidding. Actually.
And then I have to cope with it being like, well, first of all, I have to travel halfway across the world, and I have to learn how to ride a bike. You know what I mean? I have to relearn how to ride a bike again. So, fuck. No, I can't come over to the Netherlands, but no, I don't know.
Dude, it's only 7 hours away and $200 for a stay.
Don't make it enticing!
But
that's what I'm saying, is like, I'm not, like, keep in mind, I'm not in some, like, country bumpkin part of the country. I'm outside of New York City, but for some reason, the idea of finding fucking emo twinks, which is, like, the fucking dream, is like,
still, but they exist. Robbie, for example.
I believe, yeah, I believe you.
You've seen Ren, right? You've seen Ren on Twitter. He's more of like Hubbard nowadays, but you know, like he's more like Gabbercore, but
yeah,
he's still a massive fucking twink. Like he talks like a twink. My friend Rocco, who's actually pretty masked, just posted on his private Insta. He posted like a picture of him in a Catgirl maid outfit. The caption: "I don't think we should have a government."
I saw a dude once, but he looked pretty masked, in a Catgirl maid costume once. I don't know why, but I was at a McDonald's picking up an order for an Uber delivery, and this dude in that kind of looked like a younger Lil Nas X. I think that's the best way I can describe him. So he had like a beard and everything. Like he didn't quite look completely masked, but like he had a beard, you know what I mean? And he was in a Catgirl maid outfit ordering something at McDonald's. And the manager said something like, "Man, you must think every day's Halloween or something like that." And the guy just laughed. I have no idea why he was there, why he was dressed up as that. I don't know, but that was the only time that I saw anything like that in my area.
No, but Raven, driver told me. Driver is like, I get like different bus drivers, right? But I had one of my bus drivers tell me on my way back to the home, basically, that he lives in Amsterdam, right? He's been living in Amsterdam for quite a while, and every day during his like Amsterdam driving shift, he would see a guy in a pink string and roller skates just skate around.
Look, I'm sure if I peruse enough high schools, I can find dudes like this, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to peruse high schools. So, like I said, I'm sure they exist, but probably in places that I should not be hanging around to find them. So, like, I might...
The Red Bull thing only counts for college age.
Yeah.
Even then, they're mostly like 16, so
Yeah.
years, you know.
Yeah.
And the seniors are usually approaching just about twink death, like they're not like, you know, actual twinks anymore. They're just otters. But I mean, you can still find twinks in like Amsterdam, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't find them in my country. It's just it's solely Amsterdam is where they hang out, because that's where the weed is and the and the Red Bull.
Right, yeah. The weed and the Red Bull. Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, but like
we have Delta 8. Wait, it's legal here now, kind of, sort of. Medicinal, and then also Delta 8, which is kind of like weed, but not quite. But yeah, you think, yeah, but whatever.
No. It's been recently. Weed has been fully legalized, meaning that they can also sell it in stores now.
Oh, really? Okay, I thought it was only like you can only purchase it in a coffee shop or something like that, or like a specific, like what they call coffee shops, but like not really. But like you can only do it at, you can only smoke it at the place.
Yeah, like you used to be able to do like that, but they recently legalized it completely. So like you wouldn't be able to have plants in your backyard back in the day.
Oh,
now you are. Now you are. You just have to register with the government as like, you know, I sell weed, and the government's like, okay, have fun with your business.
Dear government, I sell weed. Please don't punish me. Okay. Signed, Raven Cassidy. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, look, listen, if I went into the city, I'm sure I'll find a bunch of twinks. If I fucking was creepy and I bruised a bunch of high schools, I'd probably find a bunch of twinks, but I'm not gonna do that. But, yeah.
I know you're not a creep. I know.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's like, you know, like, imagine Amsterdam as being Manhattan and the rest of the Netherlands as being, like, I don't know, like, fucking,
Upstate or Long Island. Yeah, upstate or Long Island. Yeah.
Yeah, like, the gays aren't as obvious outside of Amsterdam. Like, they're usually closeted. But, like, if you go to a city, so, like, even Rotterdam, like, usually you'll find the gabbers there, like, the hardcore people, but even there are twinks, and they'll probably offer you some cocaine, but
I used to be into that. Well, I mean, you remember when I played that Atari Teenage Riot song on what was that game I played? Tokyo something, Tokyo Ghost, whatever. And I played that one song, Speed, by Atari Teenage Riot. Yeah, like I used to be really into that kind of stuff. And that's partially why I requested from Ren to do that song for me, because I feel like it was kind of sort of on brand, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, that's why because I thought, like, yeah, that'd be really funny to have that kind of song. I mean, it's not really kind of what I'm into now, but, like, it also felt like so, have it with all the sound effects be very Raven Cassidy, if that makes sense.
Speaking of music, Robbie recently released a new album. Do you want to listen to it?
Yeah, sure.
Because I don't think it's copyrighted, and it's actually really good.
Okay. Probably eventually. Well, oh, you know what? I never really watched the rest. How about we watch the rest of this anime thing, with the Mr. Anime thing? Because, like, I didn't watch the rest of this, and also probably by 5 or 5:30, I'm gonna have to stop because, like I said, my parents are gonna stop by to take me out to dinner with family and all that shit. So, what's that?
Oh, my mom was just talking to me.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah. Because I realized I had stopped on this Mr. Anime thing for like the past 2 hours. So
about twinks and you couldn't stop.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you said, you mentioned Bussy on my timeline, and I get what was it you said? You mentioned Bussy on my timeline, and then I get distracted or some shit like that. I don't know, but yeah.
You become absorbed by Goosey. Like, that's the only thing that happens in your brain.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, yeah, let me try to get this podcast semi on track and get back to this Mr. Anime Killer.
Yeah.
So, alright, I'm gonna play the rest of this.
But honestly, you should really come over.
And you would apparently give every anime a fair shot. It was for this reason that Trey's YouTube channel exploded. In 2011 alone, he received over 1 million views, which at the time...
Wait, I'll also post this link in chat, just in case anybody else wants it.
Okay, yeah, good idea.
He spent most of his time making videos for his YouTube channel, reviewing anime and eventually also video games. By the time he reached 5 years on the platform, he had uploaded more than 300 videos.
Hey, that apple right there, you're gonna like that. Yeah, I grew it myself. It was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it seems like a very lesser Channel Awesome type dealy.
Yeah.
It's like he's trying to do this very production thing with him and his friends, but yeah.
Video reviews, he would often do funny comedy stints to break away from his content's usual repetitive format. And eventually, those stints would become more disturbing than funny. So back to Trey's interests. The first was filmmaking, the second was anime, and the third? It was firearms.
Uh-oh.
Buying and selling dozens of them over the next couple years. He started uploading these skits to YouTube.
What an ex-lord. Look at him.
Eventually turning those short films into the second was anime would become the next couple years. He started uploading him using these firearms.
Holding the Nerf gun, yeah.
Short films into full demonstration videos.
I would do that.
Either at an unlawful range.
That's so me, for real, for real.
Although his YouTube from 2010 to 2012 very openly endorsed firearms, there were no causes for concern found in his community. Trey, he often condemned gun violence, several times talking to the camera to rant about them.
So, I don't know what's going on. You know, they had an article that were like, well, the economy's gone bad. Everyone's losing their job and getting mad and shooting everybody. Yeah, I guess that makes sense since a lot of the shooters lately had recently lost their job. But I'm a firearms owner myself, but
he's from Texas, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Texas is like the state that it's most common to own a firearm.
Sometimes it does.
Like it's probably
for real.
Yeah, because I think Alaska is the only other state where it is more free to own a gun. Like you don't even need to have a permit in order to own a pistol, like a handgun, because usually that's the hardest.
You own a gun here, you get immediately arrested.
yeah, because like Texas, it's pretty common to own a handgun apparently, or to own any kind of firearm. But Alaska, it's actually the easiest to own a pistol or a handgun, which is generally the most regulated because a handgun, is way more concealable and all that shit. So rifles are a little more acceptable to own because, like it's kind of hard to conceal those. You know what I mean? So that's the most common kind of firearm you'll see in America are rifles, like AR-15s in your AK-47s and such. So yeah, but Texas is like the second to that.
I only know those kind of guns because I don't watch school shootings, but I keep track of them, right? So Columbine, things like that. That's the only reason I know like what guns are used for school shooting.
Yeah, exactly.
Other than that, I know nothing about guns because we only get shanks here.
Yeah. All right.
What today's shooting is, and
or smacking people with beer bottles.
On the seemed unusual but fruitful. Sure, he was different, at least by American standards at the time, but he'd not only just found himself a community, he pioneered one, finding many fans in an unlikely place, the anime community. Things were not all too happy at home though. Trey, the things he fantasized about as a child, were still there now as an adult. Just, he learned not to share it, just to keep it to himself. For the most of 2011, Trey was living alone in his grandmother's home in Hempstead. She had recently passed away, and he was safeguarding the house for the foreseeable future. And while isolated in his own world, the schemes that he plotted in his mind to cause harm to others grew more sophisticated and dangerous. He became fascinated in historic school shootings and killers, those including the Columbine shooters and Ted Bundy. He also started to formulate plans in how he could deal as much damage as he possibly could. He had even downloaded satellite images of Weller High School, his former school.
Really wanted to optimize his DPS, I guess.
Through a gate.
Jesus.
He would then get out of his car and claim as many victims as he could with his own .22 rifle. It was during this time too that rumors...
I want to emphasize that this is just a fantasy, by the way. He didn't actually do this.
Oh, okay.
Including his own pet rabbit, as far into...
I was wondering, like, what exactly did he do?
He like googled a bunch of stuff. He was planning to, but
oh, okay.
And while
it is later revealed whether he did or not.
Okay.
Was not so good. And while YouTube itself arguably had no effect on Trey's mental health, it did offer a window for others to see in on how he was doing. And what they saw is that, over the years, Mr. Anime, he was becoming more and more erratic. Whereas videos were once coherent and well thought out, were now becoming harder to follow, difficult to understand.
Oh, how you doing, everyone? It's Mr. Anime. Or you can call me Trey. You can call me the guy that does the video game reviews, or you can call me the guy that does all the gun stuff now.
Does he seem any bit slurred to you?
For those of you that are familiar with High Point, you might have
a little bit, but...
Or you might have a high...
It's like, he seems like high to
In
me.
recent months, Trey's relationship was also deteriorating.
Seems like the baby's had too much milk.
2011, that he shared with her.
You might have a high opinion of him.
In the most recent months, Trey's relationship with his father was also deteriorating. It was around Christmas time 2011 that he shared with a friend that he was planning on killing his father.
Oh.
His father, who was upset at him for leaving Blinn College early, prematurely, and giving up. Trey believed that his father had written him off, as if he were the crazy unstable son that wasn't going to do much with his own life. This kind of perception that Trey had of himself from his father was false, but would also be one of the many reasons he lived at his grandmother's home away from his parents. Towards the end of 2011 to 2012, regular arguments between Trey and his brother and father started to crop up. These arguments are mostly around Trey's abuse towards alcohol, which was getting worse and worse. That would carry on for several weeks.
Raven, alcohol abuse and true crime, that's how you get to these things!
Yeah.
You're welcome!
It's Mr. Anime.
You're welcome!
Alcoholometry and, Trey messing with guns and anime, apparently, I don't know.
It was titled Mr. Anime's New Job.
I mean, I don't have an obsession with wanting to shoot a bunch of people.
Job.
So you know.
Accepted.
I was getting you into true crime and you're already getting into like alcohol yourself, so you stick to boxes. Now all that's left for you is to get a gun and then shoot up the school or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even unknown to Trey.
Not that I ever planned on owning a gun, but I'm pretty sure it would be pretty hard to own a gun here anyway, because New York is actually one of the more what's the word?
Gunless state.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it kind of sort of has the most gun violence, but only because it has a higher population. Like per capita, it actually has one of the lesser
he was binge
gun violence, but everyone always associates New York with gun violence, but only because there's a lot of people in New York. So.
In the early morning hours of March the 20th,
yeah,
he returned to his family's suburban house.
But it would be very, very hard, especially in the city. Maybe not so much where I am, but because they only very recently prohibited firearms from certain places like churches and schools. Apparently, it was legal before then, but again, it was still very, very hard to get, especially like a rifle, like an AR-15. Maybe you probably get like a shotgun and maybe a pistol, but like getting like a full like semi-automatic rifle, especially a full automatic rifle. Like a full automatic rifle is like really hard to get because you have to pay like a bunch of tax stamps. Like that's apparently like you could get a fully automatic rifle, but like you have to pay like tax stamps and all this shit and go through all this government regulation in order to get a fully automatic rifle. But that's very, very hard to get, but it is possible. So more than likely, a lot of the people that, cause gun violence are ones that either have handguns or semi-automatic rifles, which means they have to pull the trigger every single time that they fire a bullet, which that's the difference between a semi-automatic and a fully automatic, just in case you didn't know that, because I feel like a lot of people don't quite know that, because that's the thing that a lot of governors don't quite know, because that's part of the reason. Anyway, that's besides the fact.
The thing is, I heard New Yorkers bite people more often than they do shoot them. So.
Yeah.
Are you a biter?
No. No, I never heard about the biting.
Are you a biter or are you a shooter, Raven?
If anything, I'm more of a biter because that's all I have. All I have are teeth. I don't have guns. I just have teeth.
For that reason, people in New York get rabies more often.
Really? No, that's the first time I heard that. I have to look that up.
No, my friends told me it, so I don't know if it's actually true.
Okay.
Like, apparently you guys get bitten by homeless people so often.
Oh, okay. Homeless people, yeah. That might be true, but I did not know. No, that's the first time I've heard that.
And his mother, brother, and father, they were not expecting his company. Later that day, police were called to the Sessler home address. A call to the station citing unexpected noise coming from the property came in. It wasn't until the afternoon, though, that they arrived, after an external family member called the police asking if they could check in on them. They hadn't been returning their calls all day. They began searching the perimeter of the building before looking in through the windows. And that's when the horror movie started. Inside the house, Rhonda, Lawton, and Mark would all be found deceased with gunshot wounds.
Oh.
The home had been wrecked from top to bottom, with rifle casings scattering the floor. Broken glass in almost every...
Basically, let me explain what happened, and I'm gonna spoil the rest of this, because it actually isn't that interesting.
Yeah.
What happened is, the reason why his videos got more erratic, and they don't explain this in this video, which I think is very stupid, but he, shot up a bunch of drugs into his system, and drank a bunch, and because of that, he ended up having, a psychosis kind of thing.
Okay.
And he ended up killing his whole family.
Oh.
And then his next plan was to drive to his friend's house and kill his friend, his only friend, and then shoot up his old high school. Right? But, the cops got to him before he could kill his friend, so he never actually did. And, he left writings in his family home that were what the fuck have I done? So, judging by the writings, he might have already snapped out of his psychosis by the time he was done killing his parents and brother.
Yowza. That kind of sounds like the Elliot Rodger thing, where it's he wanted to shoot up a sorority because he was he was obsessed with getting laid and all that. And
Roger,
yeah,
the reason why he wanted to shoot up a sorority is because his parents got divorced.
Yeah. There's a whole thing with his parent. Yeah, and they brought him to Morocco, and he had a horrible time there. And he wanted to win the lottery because he thought that was the only way he was ever going to get laid. But of course, he didn't win the lottery, and so
girls, because he. All the girls in his life left him, so he started blaming women for everything.
Well, I don't think he ever had a girlfriend. I think because
but he had a childhood friend. He had a childhood friend that was
okay.
Girl,
Yeah.
So because he had to move so much, he switched friends a lot, right?
Oh, okay.
And he never saw some of his female friends again. So that's why he's like, every woman I have is being pulled away from me. My mother too, due to the divorce. So I shall now kill a bunch of couples because I am salty.
Yeah. Because like the thing that I saw was that before the day of retribution, as he called it, he went to some party that was being held on his street, and he didn't talk with anybody. And then he saw a guy talking with a girl that he wanted to talk with, and he kind of got in a fight with him. And then, like, they had a fight, and then he fell off a balcony, and he broke his arm or something like that, and then he just walked home. And, like, so he just got this idea that it's like, girls don't want to talk to me, even though he didn't talk with any girls. He didn't try. He just saw a dude talking with a girl that he liked, got into a fight with him, and then eventually, either because of that fight or because of another fight, fell off a balcony and broke his arm. And then that was his like final straw, because that was the last thing he did, like in terms of, like, it was one of the final major things he did before the shooting.
The thing is, with most killers, and this is what I find interesting, with most killers, you can see this in Columbine, in Jeffrey Dahmer, in Mr. Anime, in, like the Hello Kitty case. In a lot of cases, people that kill or people that end up being killed are usually very fucking substance, like, addicted.
Oh.
Like, addicted to alcohol or, like, cocaine or meth. You know, some kind of substance that they abuse.
Okay.
Or it's daddy or mommy issues.
Yeah. There was.
Because Jeffrey Dahmer's mom left as well, and that's why he's like, I can't have anybody else abandon me, so I'll just kill a bunch of men. Because then, even if their bodies are cold, they can still lay next to me the next morning. Like, they don't have to go to work. Right?
Okay.
Like, he was used to people leaving him, so he killed people so that they wouldn't have to leave him. And he was also very alcoholic in his time in the army. So, usually it's a mixture of substance abuse and abandonment issues that cause a person to be, you know, a liability for things like this. And that's why I find it so interesting, is because I can, like, pull connections between all the cases.
Yeah, because I know he had problems with his... Elliot Rodger had troubles with his parents. Yeah, because like I said, you said because they were moving him all the time, but I remember he had especially... I don't know exactly the exact details, but alright, let me finish the Mr. Anime. Like 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Why did I do this? I love my mum, dad, and brother. God forgive me, because I cannot forgive myself. Unknown to police, Trey, who, if it wasn't obvious, was responsible for the deaths of his family, then packed his car with over 100 ammunition rounds and his rifle. He then drove to Weller High School, which is where he graduated, and sat in the car park for quite some time. But he didn't do it. Later that evening, police were looking for Trey, and they would find him at a local friend's house in Magnolia. Following the discovery of his confessions all over the doors of his deceased family's home, Trey was arrested by police.
Good evening, friends. I'm Dave Ward.
I'm Adele Uchida in for Gina Gaston. Investigators say under questioning, Sessler admitted to committing several crimes. Eyewitness Willie is live with the newest developments. Jessica?
And while held in jail, he later told law enforcement that he was ready to carry out his plans to take fire on the school, with a target of hitting at least 70 people. And supposedly, the only reason he took out his entire family was so that they wouldn't have to...
The thing with Trey is he was hugely obsessed with, like, Columbine shooting.
Alright.
Right? And, like, Ted Bundy as well. Like, he was like, I'm gonna be bigger, better killers than all three of those combined. So he's like, I'm gonna shoot at least 70 people so I can hit my goal. And I can become, like, world revered.
Yeah.
that's also a thing. He was a quiet kid. Nobody really noticed him. So he's like, if I kill people, then finally people will notice me.
I remember on 4chan somebody posted something on Flash, like the Flash F's site. I don't know if this was only on 4chan or whatever, but it was like the high score of mass shooters. And not only would they count the amount of victims, but they would also, there was also a multiplier of whether or not they got away with it, whether they got shot by police or they got caught. If they got caught by police, there was no multiplier. If they got shot by police, or no, if they killed themselves, it was 2. If they got shot by police, it was 3. And if they got away, it was times 4. So the people that got away obviously got the highest. It was really fucked up like that, where it's like it was keeping score like that. So, but but you know, of course, I had my morbid fascination with that at the time. So I was like, okay, yeah.
No, I still do, but I'm not like you're like. Well, admire isn't the right word, but I look at people like Jeffrey Dahmer and I go, how did you get there? You know, like I have morbid curiosity for it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the thing that differentiates me and you from other serial killers is we don't abuse substances and we can differentiate why is that word so difficult, right from wrong, right?
Yeah.
We can tell what's right and what's wrong. We can tell we shouldn't shoot up a school.
Exactly.
But, like, when you use alcohol or any type of other drug, your brain becomes so blurred that the line between what is okay and what is not becomes, like, you know, the filter isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
Your morality filter's just gone.
Yeah.
So, and especially cocaine does this, because cocaine makes people aggressive, right?
Right. I mean, I never.
Heroin and stuff just makes people sleepy. Like, heroin, weed makes you sleepy, right? But cocaine makes you, like, very fucking hyperactive and aggressive. Same thing with speed.
Yeah, I never fucked with. I mean, honestly, I've never fucked with heroin or cocaine or anything. Like, I smoked pot a couple times, and you know, and occasionally I vaped Delta 8, which is a form of THC, but that's neither here nor there. And then you know, I drank a lot. Well, not a lot, but you know, I drank from time to time. But I never got to the point where it's like I want to kill a bunch of people. If anything. Not that I ever had a fantasy with this, but I was more, you know that show Dexter?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, like, yeah, like, I was more like, oh my god, that guy, yeah, he's killing other serial killers. Oh, that's so fucking awesome. Like, that's, like, he's a serial killer himself, but he's killing other serial killers. That's so badass, you know what I mean? Because, like I said, yeah, it's like, I kind of like that, like, revenge thing, where it's like, the fantasy is that, like, it's good to kill the bad guy. And I know that's not a good thing in the real world, but that's why I like the fantasy of the revenge film in movies. But like I said, it's like if I was affected by those things, I more than likely would see myself becoming like, I mean, I doubt this is what's going to happen. I'm not going to see myself as like the badass that does this, but I almost see myself as the Dexter rather than the
Wick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Dexter rather than the Dahmer, you know what I mean? But again, more likely not going to be either of those, but still. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean.
Yeah. All right, let me.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
But, you don't have to watch the rest of this. It's fine. I already spoiled it. But it's like, the thing with revenge, and there's a true crime case. I won't get into that one because, you know, it's late. But there's a true crime case where, like, a dude went on a dating site disguised as, like a 13-year-old boy, and then he would get the locations of these pedophiles that would respond to him, and he'd kill them.
Okay.
You know, like, he would show up with a gun and be like, hey, motherfucker.
Oh, shit.
I got these things from you. Are you okay, man? Do you need a bullet or two?
Okay, remember when I was thinking about playing? Okay, I said about how I wanted to play this game on Halloween, but I never got around to because I didn't think it would be a good idea. There's that game called Anonymous Agony. That's the plot. It's about a guy that talks to pedophiles online and then goes to their house and kills them.
I think one might have been inspired by the other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The other might have been, but there was also, and this one is really stupid.
Yeah.
There was also some kid, and this was back in like RuneScape era. I don't know if you could like buy stuff in RuneScape or like buy extra items or whatever, but there were games where you could like, buy currency.
Right.
And this one kid had hacked into the account of like another kid and stole some super rare items and bought some currency and sent it to his own account.
Okay.
And then what happened was the kid actually who was stolen from got so mad that he ended up stabbing the other kid in the head a bunch.
Okay. Okay.
Trial for murder as an adult, even though he was like 11.
Oh, okay.
That's also revenge porn.
Jesus. I mean, I don't care for the revenge of like you stole my cloud song. I mean, like you kill him. What was it?
You stole my V-Bucks.
Oh. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, because that was the one thing I remember was like a guy yelling, "You stole my cloud song," but I don't think that has anything to do with. I don't think there was a murder associated with that. I don't even know what game it was. I think it was Final Fantasy 11.
Google it, but I think it's best if we log off right now.
Yeah, it's
A little tipsy, and I have homework to deliver in an hour.
yeah. Like I said, my parents were gonna go out to dinner with family, and I know they're gonna pick me up in a couple hours. I think around 6 or 7, I forget. But yeah, it's getting like 5. No. This is perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for with this kind of thing. I mean, I mean, I did that. That's the thing about this is like I know it's gonna get because like I have the one topic about like the game of the year, and I know it's going to delve from that, and exactly this is exactly what's going to happen, and I know to embrace the derailing. That's the point of this. That's kind of the point of the podcast I want to do. Is just like I just want to start with one thing, and then whatever happens, I just go from there. That's why I don't really care about telling people like, hey, don't try to derail this. The only thing I asked was like, hey, could you just use the text to speech so that like if I'm recording this for an MP3, it appears on the MP3 rather than me having to repeat everything. That's literally the only thing I asked for. Yeah, but other than that, it's like I don't give a shit. Let's just go where this goes, and then if this is interesting, fine, whatever. But yeah, that's where I'm going through with this. But so no, I don't care. I don't care if you ramble on or whatever, because that's part of the experience I want. So
no, but that's the thing is you run out of topics and you ask me for topics and then I come up with like really disturbing shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like it might not. Yeah.
Sorry, I do that. It's just a thing I do. Maybe block me if I do it too much.
No, I'm not gonna block you. No, look. More than likely, I would just ask you like, hey. I kind of want. I don't want to do this. I kind of want to stick with this, but like, no. I'm going with the flow. That's kind of how I am with these kinds of things. Like, you know what I mean? Because like, how I was talking about like before about like hanging out with people and wanted to be more like the people that I wanted to hang out with, opposed to the people that I think that would want to, you know what I mean? Because like when you're talking about being myself, and I'm like, I don't want to be myself. I want to be like the people that I actually want to hang out with. I don't want to
appeal to others. That's what you're saying is you want to appeal to others.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I wanted to hang out with like the fucking bros and shit. Like I wanted to drink with them. I didn't want to fucking hang out with the nerds and shit because they were too fucking. They were they were
boring.
Yeah, they were boring or they were annoying or whatever. I wanted to hang out with the people that just wanted to drink. That's all I wanted to do back in my 20s. I wanted to drink with people and maybe occasionally play video games with them, but I just wanted to party, and that's exactly what I did. So I went with the flow for everything. So that's kind of how I operate. So whatever other people wanted to do, I just was like, yeah, cool, let's do that. And then I just went along with it because I figured that's the best way to get along with people. Is just like, hey, go do what they want to do. And, maybe that's not exactly the greatest thing. Maybe I should have been a little more assertive or maybe been a little more open about myself. But at the same time, like, that's what happened. So that's exactly what that's
That's what you've been doing for the past 40 years. But
Yeah.
you know what I've been doing for the past 2 decades?
Yeah, being yourself, yeah.
Fucking rambling about true crime and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been into the true crime community ever since I was like 11 or 12, and I don't think I've ever stopped talking about it. And I understand how that can like throw people off, but it also can make a lot of friends because I have a lot of friends who are interested in true crime but don't know a lot of good cases. And I'm like, oh, I'm kidding, murder. Oh, like imagine a world where like Mr. Anime.
I would kind of do that a little more subtly, where it's like I would kind of give my... Because again, like, still the people that I hung up with at least understood the things I was with enough where, like, if I made a reference to it, they wouldn't be completely weirded out. Because, like I said, like, when I was, like, really drunk, I was making references to, like, fucking Mr. X or whatever, or like the fucking Half-Life, because again, that's how I got the nickname Freeman, was because they knew about Half-Life, they knew about Gordon Freeman, and like, so like this stupid story happened where like we all joked about how my father's real name was Gordon or something like that, because like that's all I knew about him, and so like that's it, like we got the reference, so it's they didn't have to be obsessed with Half-Life, but they got in.
That's the thing. It's like other people don't like get it. Like they think I'm weird or something. And I'm just really into the psychology of it all. And like, so when people are like, yeah, I'm actually trying to get into true crime, I randomly pop up out of nowhere and I go, oh wait, murder.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be like, yeah. I wouldn't be like... No, go ahead.
Actually, I'm so disgusted that they some people prefer to stay away from me, and others actually interact with me because they actually find my stupid ADHD brain interesting.
Yeah.
But that's how life goes, I guess.
Yeah. I was kind of a little more... I don't know. I was a little more skeptic. I don't know. Like I was trying to be a little more subtle about that, where it's like I really don't want to put off other people, so like I only reference things or mention things when I knew that they weren't going to be completely put off by that. I wasn't going to just like completely like just come like just immediately ramble about something that I knew was going to alienate them, like true crime or whatever. Like I wasn't into true crime at the time, but if I was, I probably would have stayed away from talking about it because I knew that was probably going to alienate them. But like the things that I did reference, I was like, yeah, this is totally what I'm into. This is kind of my thing. And then, because I still did it. It's not like I just completely stayed to myself and I never said anything. Like when I knew that they're
subtle about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then like the things I knew.
Speaking when to not speak.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So it's like, because like again, like the people that I hung out with, they knew enough about the things I mean, because there were a couple people that knew exactly what I was talking about, like Half-Life. You know what I mean? Because, like, it was my friend Umbro that I told you about before. He was the one that came up with the joke about my father being Gordon Freeman. That's how that came about. And then, but everyone else knew enough about Half-Life to get that reference. So, I would have that one friend that would know enough so that it wasn't like, oh, it's completely alienate everyone else. There was the one guy that would know, and then everyone else would kind of get it. And then that was it. That was enough for me. I didn't feel like I needed to connect with something completely, because I didn't think like that was a thing that was going to happen. Because I felt like I don't know. I just felt, I don't know. I never really felt like, yeah.
I know, but that's the thing with me, is I don't think. I just blurt it out. And I say I don't care about what other people think. I kinda care, but it's like I don't care enough to actually practice to give myself a filter.
Right.
Because if people decide not to interact with me because they think I'm weird for talking about guts and gore all the time, then fuck them. They
Yeah.
can leave. You know, they don't have to interact with me if they don't want to.
Right,
So
right.
it's like, I get where you're coming from, and I also have friends like that where they understand like a Ted Bundy reference, like when I send them like, I don't know, like eat me like Dama or something like that. I send them that at 3 a.m. Like the cup I sent to you is like choke me like Bundy, eat me like Dahmer. It's like a mug, and I send that to them at 3 a.m. and they get the reference, right? They get the joke, but they think like, what the fuck? And that's something that true crime has that Half-Life doesn't. It's the shock factor, and I think that's why I'm so intrigued by it. It's because it's shock value, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can't really say exactly what exactly. I mean, I think above all else, it's just like video games and stuff that I'm like really that I would really reference and such. But other than that, like my interest would be kind of varied. I don't know, kind of spread up bunch of other stuff like I don't know, like metalworks and true crime and firearms to or, like military weapon, not even like guns, but I mean like military stuff to an extent.
Yeah.
And then a little bit and like drag, but mostly because of my bestie, because like they kind of,
And like,
I mean, like a bunch of like other.
don't forget Zelda games.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, video games in general, but yeah, exactly. But
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I can't really explain. I mean, I know like most people are like this, but like the idea of trying to explain like, hey, I'm into this, and this. I know those don't really relate to each other, but that's kind of how it is. But then again, when you're, I guess in this day and age, when you have like all these different things that you can just kind of just access on the internet, and when you have algorithms where like it would just suggest shit to you, and you're just like, oh hey, look at this, and then you're suddenly down a rabbit hole, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm into this now. I like watching videos about this. Yeah.
You know what my YouTube recommendations are?
Yeah.
Is fucking Hatsune Miku.
Yeah.
And killing people.
How it should be. Let me see my Oh, this is on my other.
Your recommendations is SNL. That's it.
Let me see if I can look at my. Okay, on my.
If they, I don't know if they do this in America, but YouTube has a thing where they make like your mix videos, right? And my mix of videos is like a guy in a deep voice talking about like a school shooting, and then that video ends, and it's followed by Hatsune Miku singing about vegetables.
All right, let me see if I can look up. Let's see what my YouTube recommendations are. I'm looking this on my Raven Cassidy whatchamacallit, the account, because I have one just for my actual VTuber, but then I also have the one I used to have for my personal one that's under a different name. And so my Raven Cassidy one is clips of Saturday Night Live. I imagine you imagine why. DSP. VTubers.
True, same.
Something about Michael Knowles. I guess that's one of the things. Chris Chan. Let me see.
But what the fuck is that gay boy doing in your?
Yeah, I don't know. Like someone. There's just
It's very fucking gay, by the way.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I just see whatchamacallit, there's just a thumbnail of Michael Knowles that says, "They're turning you gay." And then Voice Critical, Moist Meter, Aquaman 2.
Thing. YouTube is trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
What is it?
More of this more of this coffee off's crime thing about Elliot Rodger. And that's, let me see. It's mostly like VTubers and DSP and other like random video game shit. That's on my That's on my Raven Cassidy account. Let me see. My personal account, the one I use way more, is cooking videos, DSP, video games, cooking videos,
because you have to remember how to make your hodgepodge.
Video game stuff, random video essays like H Bomber Guy.
Yeah, I love H-bombs.
Yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, more cooking stuff. People that I subscribe to. So that's a video about Factorio, of course.
Of course, because you're autistic as fuck.
Yeah. The best smelting and mining setup. Ultimate Factorial tutorial. Chris Chan, some more video essay shit, DSB shit. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Something about speed running. A video about James Somerton, who recently got exposed for fucking
by H-bomb for plagiarism.
Yeah. He came out with an apology video.
I've seen the video.
Yeah, it's
bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was when I realized I was gonna like do this stream drinking, I'm like, I really should not comment on the James Somerton video, because he starts out with him saying, I went to the hospital for something stupid, right? Implying that he harmed himself. And I was like, listen.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, that's how you start this out, is by trying to have us pity him for saying like, oh, you harmed yourself because you were caught plagiarizing. Like, listen, like, if either he is lying, which is to say, totally fuck you for trying to get your pity party, or you actually did, and I'm very, very tempted. I know I shouldn't say this, but like, initially when I first saw this.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, I was like, when I first saw this, I'm like, dude, if that made you want to do something, maybe you should have gone through with it. Like, that's what I felt initially.
Like,
initially.
You could get off the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, listen, like, you
just delete everything.
Yeah, like you could have deleted all the things on your internet, and possibly yourself. I wouldn't care. Like, I honestly, like, I was just like that. I was totally disconnected from whatever bullshit you had to say to make me try to like feel sorry for you. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Nothing you can say to make me, because it's like, listen, like, I honestly didn't give a shit that much about him plagiarizing people. I honestly didn't have that much of a dog in it, where it's like, I know what he did was awful, but it didn't give me like a visceral reaction saying like, this motherfucker is a bad person. But when he started with his apology video as, I just came back from the hospital because I did something stupid, I'm like, okay, you're trying to make me pity you, and fuck you for that. Like, I hope you're joking, because if you were, I would, God, I want to, it's like, for you trying,
Don't get riled up now.
If you were, oh God, if you were trying to lie me about this, I will finish the job. No, anyway, I will finish the job for you. No,
I didn't though. Like, stop plagiarizing, homo.
That's all you had to do. He was like, at first he said like, I'm not crying because I'm upset, or I'm not crying because I got caught. But then he said, I lost my best friend over this, and I'm like, Oh, so that's what you're crying about. You're not crying because you got caught. You're crying because you suffered consequences for this. He said he lost people over this, and I'm like, that's why he's crying. He wasn't crying for being caught. He wasn't crying for doing the things he did. He's crying because of the consequences. Because he probably thought if he gotten caught, it probably wouldn't have mattered. Because again, in his eyes, all he did was just not credit the people enough. You know, because the way that he talked about it is like,
He did the same thing.
yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, I just didn't credit them enough. But the fact that people have cut ties off with him, that's what made him cry. That's what I'm convinced is the reason why he was that upset. Was not because he was caught or because he did the thing he did. It was because people chose to cut off ties with him because of what he did, and he doesn't understand why, other than that, oh, I guess what I did was awful to the point where people want to leave me. And I don't quite understand why, because I didn't think I did that bad of a thing, but the fact that people would want to leave me, that's what made me that upset to make me want to do something stupid, as his words. And it's like, as somebody that, almost did something stupid many, many years ago, not quite in the same... Yeah, it's like... Yeah, it's like... And not because of something I did that I got caught. It was just because of how depressed I was.
We all do stupid shit.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like, but it wasn't because I was caught doing something. It was because I was just generally I was generally sad, or I got the idea that life sucks enough that it's not worth living, or some bullshit like that. It wasn't like, oh, I got caught doing something and I don't want to face the consequences. I just wanted to be like...
It's like we've all plagiarized a college essay. That's not something to be ashamed about, but
yeah.
You do it for your whole YouTube channel, it's like, fuck off, dude.
Yeah, exactly. But
the thing about being depressed is I get that. I used to restrict my eating because I felt like I needed to overcompensate for being disabled, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, nobody fucking cares, dude. Nobody cares whether I'm fat or skinny or whatever.
Yeah, the worst that I've done was just, completely isolated myself. That's what I'm talking about being stupid. Because, he was alluding that he tried to harm himself because he said he went to the hospital. I'm just saying, I would just isolate myself and not shower for a week because I was that depressed. But like I said, that was my low point in my life, and that was, I was not interacting with anybody. I was completely isolating myself. I was technically, somebody would say, passively suicidal, where it's I didn't want to go out of my way to, hurt myself, but I also just didn't want to live.
No, but same.
Yeah, exactly. So it's you motherfucker, you're trying to pity me by saying you wanted to hurt yourself because you got caught doing something you weren't supposed to. I was depressed because of bullshit. I was depressed because of actual real pain. You got caught doing something you weren't supposed to, and you did something quote unquote stupid. If I had...
I wouldn't say I had real pain when I was in my depressive state, but I just gotten out of a breakup,
Right.
I wasn't doing well, and I didn't have a lot of friends, and I felt kind of isolated at school, so
right.
At high school, so I figured I'd only isolate myself further.
Yeah.
But that's not what I would consider real pain. I've never been to any sort of trauma or things like that, but I do get where you're coming from, where people struggle with real issues, and then James fucking Silverton comes along and it's I plagiarized, and now I have to
Yeah, and my friend Nick let my business partner...
For fuck's sake.
My business partner left me because he didn't understand me on a professional... Because he didn't believe in what I did professionally, and it's if I had watched the video, right? If you told me to live react, I probably would have said something like, good. if he said oh, I did something stupid, I almost did something stupid, I probably would have said something like, I'm glad. You know what I mean? I would have said something very mean like that. Of course, that would have been my initial reaction. That's not how I actually feel, but I know that in the moment, I probably would have said I probably would have said something like that where it's like, you know what, I'm glad. But again, like I said, because again, and this is out of
that's an in the moment kind of thing.
exactly, yeah.
Say like every day, you know.
Yeah.
Like if I would go away, I want to kill myself. You go, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Like if he literally came up to me and told me like, hey, listen, I was thinking about dying and because of the things I did, I'd be like, okay, go. Like, you don't need my permission.
Purely depends on the person, right? Like if I would like threaten to kill myself, he would be like, girl, go admit yourself to a psych ward.
Yeah. Or I'd be like, dude, don't bother me with this shit. Go to somebody else that actually cares. And get yourself help. I'm not gonna help you.
It would be like, don't bother me with it. Go to your mom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like,
but you, like, for like people who plagiarize or people who do stupid shit on the internet, that's their fault, and they should sleep in the bed that they made.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I honestly was not mad over because at one point H Bomber said like, hey, listen, like you might see the internet as this giant playground, and it might not be that big of a deal if somebody plagiarized. And honestly, up to that point, I kind of felt like that. It's like, you know, listen, I would hate if somebody plagiarized me. Like, I'm not saying that like it should be this anarchic land, you know, this anarchy where everyone's just fucking ripping each other off. But it honestly just didn't upset me that much because I don't know, because like I never really had experience with plagiarism or somebody being plagiarized or whatever, you know what I mean? But like, so it didn't really upset me that much. But when he came out and his apology video was not even the worst one because he didn't bust out a ukulele. But that was the only thing that prevented it from being the worst apology video of this year, mind you. But it was him saying like, "Hey, I just came back from the hospital because I did something stupid over this thing that happened." And it's like you're initially trying to set off, you're trying to get from the jump that I should pity you because you got caught. And it's like I cannot sympathize with you if that is the first thing you say. So like I said, that's why I was so mad at the apology video, was because like that's what he tried. Like, it was obviously he was trying to manipulate us. Like, I'm 99% sure he was trying to manipulate us. He honestly has he has no remorse over what he did, other than the fact that people have left him over this.
Yeah.
At least that's what I believe.
He only regrets it because, like, he had a bunch of shit happen to him after it came out.
Like, the fact that he...
That's the thing with apology videos. Have you seen the Stoppers apology video?
The which one?
The Stoppers. It's like a family vlogging channel.
No.
They adopted a kid from like Taiwan or something, and then the kid turned out to be autistic, so they sent it back.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because the Hong Kong agency like said, hey, this kid has special needs, and then the parents were like, yeah, that's completely fine. And then Hong Kong also said like, oh, by the way, you can't have him on camera for like the first 3 years of his life because he needs to accumulate to an American environment.
Oh, okay.
And they were like, no, actually, back then.
Oh shit. Oh god, it wasn't even like, because like I would hear so many people being like, oh man, I hate having an autistic son because he's so hard. Because like I would hear like when that whole bullshit about the vaccinations came out, like when H Bomber guy also did a video about that, there were he would show like parents being like, man, I can't dealing with this autistic son or something like that. And I would feel a little bit bad because it's like, yeah, like imagine you want to have a kid, and then like he turns out to be different from other people, and then he's like hard to take care of. Like I can kind of sort of understand, like sympathize with parents that suddenly have to deal with somebody that's way more hard to take care of than the average child. But the fact that these people chose to adopt an autistic child and then was like, oh, we can't film him. Can we send him back? I can't, like, wow, that's fucked up, dude. I can't,
They couldn't, like, film him, so they had, like, made one video called We're Adopting an Autistic. And then, they put him on camera a couple times without his face, and then once he stopped garnering views, once people realized he was getting neglected, then they were like, yeah, alright, we're sending him back.
Oh, shit.
They made like a stereotypical apology video.
Oh,
like,
God.
White shirt, white jeans, everything white. And they cry on camera saying, we love this boy so much, but we just couldn't take care of his needs. Because we had like 5 other children. And guess what? Those 5 other children were being treated way better than the little like Taiwanese boy was or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But they just adopted him for clout. And once they couldn't milk clout out of him anymore, they went like, yeah, okay, bye. back to Asia you go, little boy. And like that's the thing with apology videos is you only hear people apologize if it brings them like any sort of clout or
exactly, yeah.
reactions.
Yeah, it's like the few times it's like I can only remember like one where like it wasn't even an apology video. It was that whole pro Jared situation where like it wasn't even an apology video, but it was him like explaining like, hey, listen, yes, I did do these things, but all these other things I was like you were lied about. Like that was originally I think the video was called like you were lied to. And at first I thought like, oh, this motherfucker is trying to like double down on his bullshit, but it turned out that he actually did provide a lot of receipts for the things that proved his innocence. So he got out of it, like he redeemed himself to a bit. But that was it. That's like the one time where it's like an apology video actually did what it was supposed to do. Every other apology video is just like it's just like damage control, but not even good damage control. It's like the bare minimum of damage control where it's like I have to say something. I don't know what. So I have to like pretend I'm sorry and then say yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So yeah, that's why people don't take fucking apology videos seriously because it's almost never sincere. It's always damage control. It's always almost done just to like.
It's always for money because we live in a capitalist society.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna.
I don't mean to go all doomer joker on you guys, but it's true. We live in a capitalist society.
No, it's true. We live. Yeah.
Marxist. We should all just become Marxist little sluts for the government. To be honest.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, like I said, it's getting very close to when I need to stop, so I'm gonna end this now.
Like your deadlines.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna let you go. All right, but thanks for thanks for joining me, and yeah. Maybe next week I'm not gonna do the podcast, but whatever. We'll yeah. All right. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this week. I will not be here on Monday because of Christmas Day. But Tuesday I will be here. I'll be starting I was gonna call it the winter. Well, I'm still gonna call it the Winter Windows Wonderland. But I'm gonna be playing a game that I think technically runs in DOS. I don't care. It's the sequel to Phantasmagoria. I'm playing the sequel to Phantasmagoria. That might take 2 days, maybe 3 days. Play through that. Shouldn't take that long. Whatever. But that's the game I'm gonna play. I figure because I played the first game, I should play the second one. It's way better. I liked it better than Phantasmagoria 1, so I think it's better if I whatever. But you'll see. But I think I should. You know what I realized? Now that I'm about to end this, and it's gonna be Christmas. I feel like I should say something about the year so far. Might as well end this on a I know. Wait, why am I looking away? just a few things so I can say one final message. You motherfuckers. That is... I feel like I should say that I appreciate the people. I really appreciate the people that have joined me this year with... Okay. Right. Look at the camera when I say this to make it here. Where I bust out my lute and my ukulele. Anyway. But I really feel like I should say that I really appreciate the people that have joined me this year with my bullshit. And I know I don't have that many viewers, but Luna, Steelzabub, Bar the Demon, usual suspects that joined me, and some of the new ones that have joined me lately. I do want to give a very hearty, sincere thank you for, at the very least, tolerating my bullshit. For the longest time, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted some sort of entertainment involving video games in some way. I never really knew exactly what I was going to do, but I knew I wanted to do something involving video games, at least as a medium. And now I'm doing it. And I have gotten almost nothing but positive feedback for it. You know what I mean? Like, I have gotten... Anyway. I can't count... I can't even count any times that I gotten somebody giving me shit for doing this. Oh, even when I think I was doing, like, the dumbest thing, like playing dumb DOS first person, or whatever. Whatever. The dumb bullshit I play. And I feel like this would be the most appropriate time to mention that I really appreciate the attention that I've gotten through it. So I wish all of you a happy holidays, whatever you celebrate, whether or not it's Christmas or whatever, whether or not the thing you do celebrate is long past, I'm sorry, but I know, more what whatever. It's still this season for me to say thank you, sincerely. Like I said, I will join you next Tuesday for the last week of the year for whatever bullshit I'm doing. Hope we get to, another year of all this shit. Hopefully I'll make this bigger and better and more bullshitty, but like the journey along the way has been one of the most enjoyable things I have done. I wouldn't have done this if I haven't gotten the feedback that I've gotten and the attention I've gotten and you know what I mean? The fans, yeah, I mean, the audience that I've gotten to that would tolerate this bullshit. So I appreciate the idea that I've at least entertained some of you or whatever. But you know what I mean. So thank you so much. I hope you all have a good holiday. Whatever you celebrate, blah blah blah. Whether it's already past or this weekend or blah 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 blah. And like I said, I'll see you Tuesday. So have a good weekend. And I'll see you guys next week.